All right, we're live. We got some funny, we got some sad, we got some normal, we got some bad. At least it's a great Sunday. It's beautiful outside today. At least it looks like it. Another shortish stream today, but showed up. Was trying to get on at 12, but then fell asleep. Sorry about that. It's okay. Let's watch it. That was hilarious. We should just come on online.
Welcome to Germany, gentlemen.
He looks funny, isn't it? Like on a film or something.
He's German, like that guy we're fighting, Hitler or whatever. He's German as well or something.
Your first time in this country?
I went to Boulogne on a school trip in the 5th year. Got all flick knives and shit and porn mags and whatever. Mrs. Daniels searched my bag and I was excluded for 10 days.
No, wait, 10 days? That's actually like abuse.
You know what I mean? Mrs. Daniels was right munter.
Boulogne is in France, not Germany.
Whatever. I was away when we did geography. My nan died.
Cigarette, gentlemen?
No, duh.
They're like disgusting and really bad for you.
Can you actually put that out? Because I'm like breathing in your smoke and stuff, and that's against my human rights.
It's like a sort of murder.
When you were shot down, you were on a reconnaissance mission over the suburbs of Munich. What were you looking for?
You know, places to bomb and stuff, like factories or some shit like that.
I shouldn't actually have been in the plane. I only came along because I'm going out with his sister. She's well up for it.
Boy, that's my sister, man.
I know, but she's well up for it, though.
No, she is well up for it. She's slack.
A bombing mission is planned for the Munich suburbs. Tell me more.
No way, you're not my dad.
I can and will use force if necessary to extract information from you.
You actually can't, because that's against the Geneva Convention and shit. You can get, like, taken to court and fined or something.
I want legal aid in a telephone call. That's actually my rights.
Do not talk to me about your rights. You have no rights in this room.
Actually, they do. It's like the law and shit. He did it as a module at Berlin unit, and I didn't believe the lecture at first. And this is me to the geezer, are you sure, mate? And he's all like, yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Silence!
Well, he needs to take a chill pill.
You know what I mean?
Isn't it? Isn't it?
Isn't it?
Isn't it? Isn't it?
Isn't it?
Standard.
Funny.
This is a perfect.
Something else.
It's
I
usually
wanted to see.
So this guy was heading out.
What I'm gonna do.
And you probably, as a college student, you were never introduced.
After Charlie Kirk's assassination.
This is the most overt demonic activity I've ever seen chronicled in the national news.
This is a
I've never
serious
seen anything
one.
like it. I'm going to show some disturbing images. This
The
transgender
transgender.
dude. Now remember, he's targeting Christian children. Look at the things that are written on the gun clips that he used to kill Christian children. So you got here, for the children. Go to the next one. He wrote on it, "Where is your God?" Okay, go to the next one. Israel must fall. So we're noticing a pattern here. Okay, this is a person who is feeling not gendered, non-binary, whatever you want to say. Interestingly, in the Bible, guess who is not gendered in the Bible? Angels and demons. They are non-binary. They are gender fluid. They're targeting children. They're targeting Christians. They're targeting the land and the lineage of the Lord. Well, this is starting to sound a little creepy. I wonder what's going on here. Go to the next one and look at what this dude was using for target practice. It's literally a picture of the crucified Lord. Now let's go a layer deeper because it gets a little creepier. This is the next one, is this drawing that he had in his notebook of him looking in a mirror with a demon looking back in the mirror, and then there's all this writing, and this is a translation of the writing, and the translation is, who, when will this end? So you have a tortured person, an oppressed person. Help me, I don't want to. Help. And then what's the demon say back? Kill yourself. Kill. Listen, bro, sometimes the greatest argument for the existence of God and the truth of Christianity is the very obvious existence of demons. That's that right there. It's literally like somebody opened the Bible and went, what do demons do? And then they did that thing. So every Christian should see this stuff, and we should go, hey man, I know exactly what that is. The book of Ephesians says our battle is not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers and spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. And then it says, but greater is he that is in you than he that is in the world. This is the most overt demonic activity I've ever seen.
Apparently some more stuff has come out about the shooter.
Weapons of mass destruction inside, with obviously 2 firearms and bomb. In about a week, next Sunday, there's going to be a national memorial for Charlie Kirk, but President Trump is also going to be attending. And I can now confirm that 2CTV, we're also going to be in Arizona at
it's on the
that
21st.
memorial, and we'll bring you guys the live coverage.
Love to go.
We had to make some changes in terms of the plans that we had for the honeymoon and everything else. So we are going to be trying our best to get to Phoenix for that. First things first, the 19-year-old Ryder Coral, who has actually been arrested and has received multiple charges, including criminal damage and disorderly conduct, destroyed the community memorial for Charlie Kirk at Turning Point USA's headquarters. Let's go to that moment. So that's the man in the blue intervened because at that point the guy was just causing chaos and the police were not there. The police eventually gets there. They were obviously a few meters away. But this is yet another example. Everything you've seen over the last couple of days. We've had attacks in Phoenix. We had attacks around New York and Chicago and a number of other places where ordinary people have been setting up tribute sites for Charlie, but this one was slightly more formal. This is outside the Turning Point headquarters in Phoenix. We've had a lot of obviously people vandalizing these sort of sites, and it's continuing. It's not been stopped. Now, I'm going to tell you something about this guy, Ryder. Now, as we said, Ryder Coral, 19 years old. He's also, this is after obviously was now taken, he was actually wearing, you can see, he's wearing the exact same clothing as Tyler Robinson when he decided to do that. This was supposed to be symbolic, essentially implying that I agree with Tyler, and you know, we will do it again. So there have been many people who have been celebrating Charlie's death on the left, and there have been many people who've been, as I said, vandalizing Charlie's tributes across the United States. But in terms of the investigation itself, before we go live to the Kennedy Center, where the vigil is being held, well, now we know that Tyler Robinson's partner, his boyfriend, was a man who was a woman, essentially, was gender confused. Investigators are now, the FBI investigators are now expanding the investigation and their search into Charlie Kirk's assassination. They are now examining pro-trans networks, online left-wing groups, and other paid organizations and their connections to Tyler Robinson. Authorities are now digging through Steam chats and local collective, obviously called Armed Queers SLC, and also social media posts hinting that some may have known something beforehand. Obviously, Charlie Kirk was pretty much against the radical left-wing gender lobby, and he was raising awareness about the rise of mass shooters who are confused about their genders or lie about their genders. That's why the detectives are now going to be also investigating Tyler Robinson's personal connections, and also his boyfriend, who he thinks is a woman, in terms of any other left-wing group. There's indications that the authorities do believe that this was not just the job of one person. There may have been other people involved, groups and collaborators, because Tyler right now is not cooperating with the FBI, with the police. He's currently in jail, but refuses to cooperate.
It's just cactuses, but I thought it was like eagles, like
this, if it was just you would say, well, yes, it was me.
I was like, why would
there we go. That
we
was
have
me.
that?
Give me the 50 minutes of fame.
Something Gabe got you.
more to this, and people like him is probably hoping that the rest of the people connected to him out there, they could continue this. So he doesn't want to sell them out. Now, as we said, President Trump is going to be attending the main formal memorial, which will be next Sunday, and
they'll televise it too, but they've got a whole football stadium.
All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's continue into our coverage as the FBI authorities have caught the suspect they believe fatally shot conservative commentator Charlie Kirk on Wednesday at Utah Valley University. And of course, these are just some images there at Turning Point USA headquarters. The memorial continues to grow. We do know the funeral arrangements will take place next Sunday, as a lot of people, thousands potentially, will be in attendance there at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. Of course, Kirk and his wife, 2 children, they lived in Arizona. We did see the casket be aboard Air Force Two returning on Thursday. And as, of course, different memorials around the country, let's take you out to this report on what we saw in terms of memorials that have already happened and are to come.
Vigils held around the country for conservative activist Charlie Kirk, days after his fatal shooting in Utah. In Phoenix, a memorial continues to grow outside Turning Point USA. Kirk co-founded the political nonprofit to rally young conservative voters, and Friday night his wife spoke for the first time, vowing to continue his legacy.
The movement my husband built will not die. It won't. I refuse to let that happen.
Kirk died Wednesday in a shocking shooting caught on camera by many during a speaking event at Utah Valley University. Police described it as a politically motivated assassination, sparking a nationwide conversation on the rise of political violence.
We should be able to talk. We should be able to say our opinions and our beliefs without being scared of what happened.
A 22-year-old man from Utah, Tyler Robinson, has been identified as the suspected gunman. His family turned him in this week, telling police he had become, quote, more political in recent years and had confessed to being involved. Police were seen outside his family home collecting evidence and towing his car away on Friday.
I am so thankful for them. That had to be unbelievable decision, and I should hope that all of us parents would do the same.
Formal charges against Robinson are expected next week. He is currently being held without bail in Utah.
I get it.
In Phoenix, William Lajeunesse, Fox News.
All right, thank you for that. And of course, that is a live picture right now at State Farm Stadium. The site, again, in next week will be the funeral arrangements there at that stadium, as the shooter was identified as a 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, saying Governor Spencer Cox. He was arrested after a relative contacted a family friend who told authorities that Robinson had, quote, confessed to them or implied that he committed this incident. And of course, there's a lot to get into in terms of what this investigation, obviously very visible there, taking questions from students on the campus of UVU in Orem, Utah, when the single shot rang out. Let's be joined right now by law enforcement expert, friend of the program, Jamie Copenhaver. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And obviously a lot to get into in terms of this, as they arrested the suspect some 240 miles south in kind of southern Utah. What do we make of this investigation? How did it happen? And obviously, just looking back over the last 72 hours, what are your thoughts?
Good to be with you, Andy. And a lot of moving parts thus far. We have multiple crime scenes. We have the original crime scene of the shooting, but now, the suspect lived several hundred miles away. So that become a crime scene. Plus, the surrounding curtilage and the wooded areas around the campus are also crime scenes. So a lot of crime scenes, a lot of things to be processed by the authorities.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, some of these facets, the different residences, the different search warrants that are going out about this, and they say a relative or a relative contacted a family friend who told authorities, and obviously it was a tip that came in. How vital was that? And do you think there was any other ties, any connections to this individual that they were looking into?
I do. I mean, we know if you listen to the presser and kind of listen to the telegraphs, they knew this vehicle, this Charger, the Dodge Charger, was involved. So, we only hope that they had the tag number before this suspect was turned in by the family. So I'm sure they were working on that angle. But more importantly, the suspect confessed or he admitted or confessed to a family member. We know that. And, now it's incumbent on the authorities to go out and corroborate everything they know thus far to connect that confession to the physical evidence.
Yeah, that is a very good point. Obviously, a lot to get into in terms of that. But let's get into the facet, because I think a lot of people are asking, how did this individual be atop those roofs, shoot that one single shot that fatally killed Charlie Kirk, and then flee the scene and get some 250 miles away? Is that concerning in your eyes? What lessons can be learned there?
I would have hoped we would have learned that lesson in Butler, PA, with the former president, now sitting president, on that attempted assassination, right? And, this is another wake-up call for the security details, whether it's private or the Secret Service. We can't be wrong on any of these events. So, we had 3,000 plus people on the campus watching this rally. Yes. Meanwhile, in the background, we had this shooter climb up onto a building, much like Butler, PA, right? And, there's some witness statements that may be coming out where they had seen him kind of moving around on that rooftop. And the crowd was so huge, I think by the time it got to the authorities, it was too late, right? And then we saw that dreadful video of the shooter jumping off the rooftop and running away from the campus. That's disturbing, because I just don't think they had enough perimeter in terms of security and police officers. And let's hope this is a learning lesson for the next rally.
Yeah, and I want to ask you, because there's also a person that was a person of interest that was questioned by authorities, let go. Another one later that night. Did they potentially think that was the shooter and let him go? Or do you think that was potentially someone with information that could lead them to the shooters? And how complicated is it for law enforcement to let your guard down just slightly to allow this individual to potentially elude police in such a way?
I've always said the bad guy can make mistakes one after another, but law enforcement can't afford to make any mistakes, right? And in terms of your question, it's an active shooter. So, we've seen this new training where active shooter training, where law enforcement runs into the fire. And that's exactly what they did in this case, times two individuals. Both of those individuals were dusted off and later released. But, my concern is what drew their attention to both of these individuals, number one. And number two, the bigger question, did that take the focus off of the guy on the rooftop, the true suspect, where he was able to escape? So, it's a multi-faceted, fluid event, right? Which, we've got to do better on the security, Andy, in terms of being staffed. And for God's sakes, we've got to protect these and secure these rooftops so we don't see this in the future.
And can we get into that? You mentioned, obviously, there's some point that led them to look into these two individuals. Do we know what that might be? What kind of reasonable suspicion that they thought that they could actually bring them into custody?
Unconfirmed, but I've heard someone close to the investigation that one of Charlie Kirk's detail may have seen that person make an overt action as the shooting occurred. And it was my understanding that he had placed something in his shirt or his pants that brought their attention to him. Later, that was obviously not factual because they let the guy go. There are also some statements out there on social media from a few off-duty police officers that may have been at the rally who said that they, in fact, saw the guy climbing around the roof. And like I said earlier, the crowd was so big, by the time that information was addressed with law enforcement, he was long gone. So, there were certainly a breakdown in terms of communication and also those rooftops. They were just left wide open, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, that is a very good point. That's also a kind of point that we're going to get into a little bit, because obviously security at an event like this, Charlie Kirk was a very prominent, popular figure in the conservative circles, but he wasn't elected in that way that other lawmakers might have more kind of defined security protocol in that place. But as you mentioned, that this individual, some south in Washington, Utah, was finally taken into custody. They're going to be looking into that other crime scene. What are they looking for? Is it digital? Is it physical? What are they looking for?
All the above. They've certainly already sent every digital device that the suspect had to Quantico. That was admitted in the presser by FBI. So we know that they're going after the digital footprint, but also, were there any ledgers? Were there any writings? what was left behind before, that he may have forgotten to bring something with him. But here's something I want to point out to you. The shell casings had engravings on them, Andy. So, they're going to try to match up the tool inside the home that may have been used to engrave these shell casings to further add to the evidence showing that the suspect actually had the same tool to put those engravings on the shell casing. So they're going to be looking for any tools for the engraving. More important, what was discarded in the trash? Did he have empty boxes of shells that he discarded? And the trash could give a lot of clues, believe it or not. I made a living when I was in narcotics doing trash pulls. So, it'd be curious to see what he had discarded prior to the shooting, if there are any evidentiary values in that trash. But they're going to be looking for all the above, plus the interview of neighbors. What did the neighbors possibly know?
Yeah, that is a very good point. Neighbors, and also maybe even closer inside of the circle of his family, of his mom, his dad, some of the close family and friends there in their church groups as well. In terms of when they questioned the mother, the father, about them cooperating, what type of questions do they ask about that? Because obviously just being so close-knit, you see your son potentially do this. Of course, it was a relative, contacted a family friend. What types of questions are asked of the parents?
They're going to want to know what the motive was. What was the temperature leading up to this deadly assassination? Did he make any overtures to the parents? Did they hear something that he may have said to a friend or on a phone or what have you? So they certainly want to nail down a concrete motive. I think we all know what the motive is, but keep in mind, this case is going to probably go to trial. So they want to get all of the evidence they can. So they're going to look for motive. Here's something that really hasn't been spoken a lot about. Where did the gun originate from? Who purchased the gun? Did Tyler buy the gun? Was it a family member or a friend? So, the ATF is doing the trace on the weapon to find the original owners. Then they'll try to connect that up to either a family member or Tyler himself during that part of the investigation. So many legs of this investigation to firm that up so they'll have a successful prosecution.
Yeah, that is a good question, because obviously a lot of what we talk about in terms of that is where did the weapon exactly come from? What was the genesis of that? Jamie, before I let you go, I do want to talk to you about security, because you mentioned in detail some of the fact that these roofs were left unoccupied. They didn't have security up there. They were basically more close quarters with Charlie Kirk. Do you think that as a security concern that will be addressed in the coming months, the coming years, or different events of high popularity or thousands of people in attendance?
And if I can take just a moment and give some credit to Charlie Kirk's security detail. Put yourself in those folks' position. They lost their principal. They lost their protectee, right? So I don't think anyone in front of a camera should be chastising that detail. They did the best as they could, as they saw it on that day. So, not to take away from those men and women on that detail. But that being said, we have Butler, PA. Now we have the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I really and truly think that we need to look at our local and state governments so they perhaps put more mandates on these outdoor rallies. If you have a crowd of 3,000 people, I just don't think 12 law enforcement officials are enough for 3,000 people. So maybe.
Yeah, and I also think the buildings need to be secured prior, meaning no rooftop access, none of that. Like, that is barred. It's not an escape route, like an escape route to go to the roof. There's no point in going to the roof other than a vantage point.
Maybe the state and local governments can look at that and put a little bit better guideline. Okay, you're going to have a rally in our city or our town. Here are the guidelines. Here are the cops that you need to successfully pull that off to be permitted. So I think that and certainly, the Secret Service could give so much training to these private security companies. So I would like to see something where they join together for training to make them better.
Yeah, no, that is a very good point, but it's going to be very difficult to do because the burden just falling on law enforcement one more time. Do you think there needs to be a statute, a law, something in a way that's actually out there to make sure that this happens, like a number requirement on the amount of attendees? Is there anything out there that you think actually needs to happen, a mandate in some case?
I would really, if they're going to be a mandate, let's look at the local law enforcement agencies. I know that most agencies provide deputies or police officers in a off-duty capacity, Andy, for nightclubs or bars. And almost every agency that I've ever been connected with, if you're going to work a nightclub and it houses 700 people, it's mandated in the guidelines before you take that off-duty job, you have to have X amount of police officers, to go up the matrix to equal it out. So, yeah, I think local law enforcement can help in that. And certainly a good site survey by the private security companies that are doing the private events. Let's make sure we get the site survey correct. And, if you have a hype area, such as a rooftop, let's use some drone technology. Let's use some 101 and assign a police officer so no one accesses the rooftops. So I think there's a lot of room for improvement, but Andy, it all comes down to dollars and cents. Do they have the money to do that?
Yeah, and obviously prevention is the key here and getting kind of ahead of that. I do want to ask you, because in exactly a week's time, there will be a funeral for Charlie Kirk in Arizona at State Farm Stadium. It's an NFL stadium that hosts the Arizona Cardinals. We do have a live picture of that right now. Can you describe what the heightened security, this stadium obviously goes through it on a weekly basis every Sunday anyways, basically for NFL games. What will security look like for that?
It'll be double.
And how will they use some of the facets like law enforcement, private security to make sure everyone there is safe?
I would venture to guess this venue, and given who Charlie Kirk was, we've already seen the military involved with transporting his body back to his home state, right? So I'm going to suggest that Homeland Security is going to be all over this event in terms of coordinating security. Private security may go to the wife, but I would venture to guess it's a high-profile funeral. There are going to be a lot of dignitaries attend. Even the President of the United States is purportedly going to attend this event. So Homeland Security, the United States Secret Service, I would say those two agencies are going to control the security and, if, for lack of better words, dish out the guidelines as to how many people should be on ground to provide that security. And keep in mind, you're going to have an outer perimeter, and then you're going to have an inner perimeter, plus you're going to have agents assigned to those dignitaries attending the funeral. So, I would look for eyes in the sky, such as helicopters and all the above. It would be probably equal to a presidential event, if you would, because the president's going to be in attendance.
And do you think that was a reason behind why they picked this venue, a place that has somewhat the infrastructure to provide that security, that has those layers, those different kind of zones around this event?
I think that's part of it, but keep in mind, this case has, this death has touched so many Americans. I had a bunch of cop friends in Florida who are planning to go to the funeral. So, they're going to buy an air ticket and fly out and try to attend the indoor funeral of Charlie Kirk. So, it's the venue is there because it's not an open venue like we saw in the rally. It's indoor, a little bit better control. But also it houses plenty of seats for Americans, throughout the U.S. to go and try to attend the funeral for Charlie Kirk. So I think it's a twofer, if you will.
Yeah, no, that is a very good point. And of course, talking about it next week, and we talk about just the temperature for political violence, obviously heightened. What are officials, what are law enforcement keeping their eye on so obviously no more violence pops up next week?
You're going to look at digital footprints. You're going to look at social media channels. You're going to look at Discord channels. Incidentally, our shooter in this case had a Discord channel that he was chatting on. So they're going to look at all the above. But here's the sad part and the evil part about it, Andy. You have some silent people that may not be on social media, inciting propaganda or hate. There are some silent people that may want to go and attempt to do something on this large-scale event. So Secret Service is going to do a huge site survey. They're going to take a look at any potential real threats that are easy to locate on social media. And then, of course, tip lines. The Secret Service receives hundreds of tips per month for all the dignitaries. So they're going to look at all of the above and make this event safe and without anyone getting injured or, for God's sakes, murdered.
Yeah, and of course, you mentioned that you know some people that are going to be traveling long distances to attend this memorial, not just dignitaries, but obviously people that felt they had a connection with Charlie Kirk or believed in some of the same values that he had. Do you think that's going to be heightened not only in that centralized location in Glendale, but other places that law enforcement everywhere basically is keeping a sense or looking into some of these potential leads to prevent this in the next few weeks, anytime soon?
You know, in church this morning before we got out of church, I talked to a couple of the guys in church. They're going to hold a candlelight vigil here locally in my hometown. So, you know, if you look at social media, Turning Point USA, they're having these vigils all over America, right? They're in smaller events, but nevertheless, each town that are involved are going to hold a vigil for those folks that can't travel to the actual funeral itself. So, you know, for instance, the University of Central Florida, they've heightened their security because they're going to have something on campus, much like a lot of college campus throughout the U.S. So, you know, here's the big thing about it.
The vigil.
We can have ample amount of law enforcement people protecting these events, but we must start sharing intelligence better between our local, state, and federal governments. And I've got to tell you, Andy, I think it's gotten better, but we're still lacking on sharing intelligence with our local and state cops from the federal level, if you will. So the fusion centers are going to be a huge play in all of these.
Oh, that's very good. Jamie, thank you so much for joining us. I know we touched on quite a bit in terms of this. Anything else that we're missing? Anything else you want to note before I let you go?
You know, if you're going to one of these events, just know your surroundings, know your exit points. It's so bad that we have to remind people, if you see something, say something. And that's even if you're not going to an event, because you may stop one of these mass shootings if you actually pick up the phone and report something to the authorities that just doesn't look right.
All right, very good. Jamie, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate your time, great insight, and appreciate you. Have a good Sunday here on Live Now.
Good to be with you.
18-year-old Charlie Kirk is saying enough is enough. I mean, our public school education system and everybody around us is trying to make it seem like this debt is not a big problem.
My suggestion is just get aware of all sides. Be able to argue the argument for capitalism as well as the argument for socialism.
Charlie Kirk is a young man from...
Yeah, the UK.
The memory of Charlie Kirk is starting a revolution all across America, but I had no idea he'd have such an impact in the UK, all the way down to marches in Australia and back up to movements in South Korea, where ironically this reminds me of those recent riots in France 4 days ago where the far left burned a Korean restaurant in protest of French leadership, as these concurrent protests just highlight the key differences between the left and the right. As reportedly, this TikTok was about Charlie.
The best part of this whole thing is that he is not martyr material, so his death will mean nothing. It will activate no one. It will impact few. It's just great.
Completely oblivious to the vigils hitting college campuses, with huge crowds even in New York City, as NASCAR races paid their respects. But also MLB games, as the New York Yankees had a moment of silence alongside the NFL, also honoring his life. But then, we started seeing Spain paying their respects. Marches all the way in Australia holding up signs for Charlie, with South Korean citizens singing, "We are Charlie Kirk." Where we all knew the assassination of Charlie Kirk was going to ignite American conservatives and moderates, but nobody could have imagined he would become the face of freedom for the entire planet. As at the UK's Unite the Kingdom march, which was reported as 110,000 people, but was more likely millions.
This is the counter-revolution. There's been a globalist revolution for 20 years. We are the counter-revolution. It's not going anywhere, mate.
Carrying posters of not only Charlie Kirk, but his entire family, as they all rallied behind his memory.
To Charlie's family, we all pray for you, and we hope we honour his life.
So of course, the left tried to make this about the spooky far-right.
What you're seeing here is probably the biggest far-right demonstration ever held in Britain. And I've been among this crowd, and I think it's obvious that many of the people here are wearing our flag as a badge of their own white identity and as a mark of hatred of our multicultural, multinational society.
But who knew the UK's far-right was so diverse?
そして昔のイギリスを取り戻そうとしてる。これ、日本でもやらんと。
Erica Kerr, this is for you. We love you. We stand with you. We will always have your back, and we love your husband, Charlie.
I have to come and support the event, uniting the whole country, bringing everybody together, bringing the 4 nations together. That's why I dress up and then come and support. I'll be integrated, so I have to respect the culture.
And notice how nobody was shouting down any of those very diverse conservatives, as they're all embracing Western culture and rejecting liberal tyranny. But nothing scares a political elite more than when the common man bands together against the ruling class. So they immediately went back to their same old tired playbook.
Show me what community looks like. This is what community looks like.
Of protesters that mysteriously get these signs left behind by these mysterious figures, who they later discovered are funded by none other than their own tax dollars. Kinda interesting how the same exact thing was happening in the US until the Trump administration started tracing who was funding these riots, and they evaporated overnight. So of course, to offset millions of angry Englishmen, masked Antifa and Black Bloc had to make an appearance, chanting disgusting phrases.
This is for all the people that want to be here on our side, but
Where their coppers initially admitted the problem areas weren't with the Unite the Kingdom marchers, but the Antifa idiots. To which the Met Police marched them right into each other, just so they could later state there was significant aggression directed at officers by the Unite the Kingdom protesters, but also turning off the replies, as the mainstream media rushed to echo those sentiments, stating far-right activists with clashes breaking out.
Marching through the streets of London, one of the largest right-wing demonstrations to take place in the UK in modern times. Organized by the far-right anti-immigration activist Tommy Robinson, close by a much smaller counter-protest organized by anti-racism activists.
I'm just really against racism.
So close at one point that right-wing marchers began throwing things at them and pushing police. London's Metropolitan Police said a number of its officers were assaulted by the right-wing demonstrators, Dorica, and that 25 people were arrested.
It really seems like every single time they start to lose control, they revert back to the same exact plays. As in this enormous march across the UK, I didn't see a single incident of property damage, compared to neighboring France that had their own riots 4 days earlier, as it initially started with the French angry at their political leadership. But then, women carrying French flags were being attacked by those not, with the Block Everything protests beginning to build barricades in the street, making makeshift roadblocks to stop traffic. And then burning buses to stop the streets, as sadly, that wasn't the only place they used fire on the freeways, as they specifically burned a Korean restaurant, later attacking the responding French police with trash cans. But the mainstream media didn't seem to cover it like the Unite the Kingdom rally, where they seemed to make it more about pressure on the government and how it started online in far-right circles, but now happens to have left-wing groups. So when the left burns down entire sections of the city, they're protesters in Paris, but if the entire community marches against the establishment, that's the far-right clashing with the police. But they only classify you as far-right, so they can later call you a fascist, as they simultaneously encourage psychos online they need to eliminate these evil fascists. But now, normal people no longer fear being called a fascist when they just murdered Charlie Kirk over allegedly being one, when all he was doing was having conversations and spreading the truth. And the more the left goes into overdrive trying to silence anybody that notices, the more the average citizen is finally saying no to their political violence. So as the calls for political violence have only amplified, people are now losing their jobs in neurology at universities, Microsoft is combing through their ranks to do the same, and even American Airlines is firing pilots who think it's okay to celebrate murder, as we're seeing a turning point not only in the US, with Americans making it their mission to dish out consequences, but now conservatives worldwide are rallying behind Charlie, as the left didn't even think he'd be seen as a martyr, but now Charlie's known globally as the face of finally fighting back. So if you appreciate my concise, sometimes lighthearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, subscribe to Decoy Voice.
So the City of London police has been accused of sabotaging Tommy Robinson's march in London. Now, I didn't attend, so I can't prove this, but there's been a lot of reports from witnesses who say that London police intentionally caused a physical clash between patriots and the far-left radicals. So this is the first report here, and it says, shocking scenes as police move masked Antifa thugs right into the crowd of patriots to stir things up and are telling the press that patriots attacked them. Met Police, shame on you. As you can see, police literally brought Antifa right into the Patriots protest. Now, there's no actual fight in this video, but there is actually a scuffle between Patriots and Antifa in this video. And James Goddard says even more evidence that the police are not on your side. In Whitehall, far-left aggressors are given police protection as they attack Patriots. As they attack Patriots. Now this next video is quite serious and it gets very physical between the police and Patriots. Now Jamie says police tried to stop United Kingdom protesters going the route the police gave them to walk, but the British, heavily outnumbering the police, pushed through the line. British men are waking up. They don't fear the police. Wow.
Officers are down! Officers are down! Trench sticks are out! Here we go!
This is crazy.
They're coming now, guys! They're through!
As you can see there, Patriots just completely steamrolled the police there and just walked right through them. Now, there's been some very serious allegations about this particular incident, and there's been allegations that the police intentionally sent Patriots down the wrong route, away from the original route that was decided by police. The Essex variant says, so the Met Police direct a crowd of Patriots the wrong way. They come up against barriers separating them from the radicalized hate demo. When they try to go other ways to get to the official route, they find themselves blocked by the Met Police in all directions. So they are kettled and facing aggression from the hate demo the unions created. So this happened deliberately to foment an incident that will be reported as Patriots breaking from the route and causing confrontation. Fortunately, GB News has the scoop on it, and the Patriots clearly asking how to return to the official route, but police refusing to facilitate it. So this is a serious allegation that has been made here. According to Patriots and witnesses, the police intentionally sent Patriots the wrong way, tried to block them in, and this is why Patriots pushed through to go back to the original route that was already agreed by the police and was scheduled to happen at this event. Now, there is another report as well. Yorkshire Rose also says that police did actually block thousands of Patriots and stop them from joining the march. And Yorkshire Rose says the police are blocking every entrance to get to the protest. I am with thousands and thousands of people who can't get there. So this is what the majority of people are saying. People are saying that police intentionally sent Patriots the wrong way and tried to block them from going down the original route. Now, I did actually watch this event live on YouTube. You know, shout out to MKR Audits. They put on a great live stream for this event. According to reports, there were millions of people in attendance. From what I saw realistically, there were hundreds of thousands of people in attendance at this protest. Now, Metropolitan Police reported that 3 million people attended. I think that was blown a little bit out of proportion. I'm not going to get into why, but I think they exaggerated that for specific reasons. I think there were a few 100,000 people in attendance realistically, but I did watch the actual show, the UTK show. It was on a stage in London. They had like performers, musicians and speakers, etc. And it was a really positive event. There was a lot of valid and positive discussions, and also Elon Musk also appeared virtually on stage as well, and he spoke to the crowd and speaking about the current issues that are happening in Great Britain. It was the biggest protest in the history of this country that has ever happened. So it was a monumental event, and I think it is a massive shame that, you know, these fights broke out. I think Metropolitan Police, they did a bad job here by letting Antifa come into the protest. They should have just kept them out of London for today and just allowed this protest to happen positively. Realistically, in the back of my mind, I thought this was bound to happen. You know, if it went positively, if this event didn't kick off, the mainstream media would have nothing to write about. They would have no content, and Tommy Robinson would come off looking like the positive person after this day. So I believe that they just couldn't allow that, and for this reason, they allowed the left-wing agitators to come in and cause a little bit of a scuffle and a fight so they can take that footage and chop it up and then continue to feed the mainstream narrative that Patriots are far-right racists. But anyway, that's going to wrap it up for this video, guys. Let me know in the comments, did you watch this protest? Did you watch the UTK show? What did you think about it? Give me your thoughts in the comments and let me know what you think.
This is the biggest demonstration in British history. Britain has finally awoken. We've been waiting decades. They've had everyone scared. The British public is scared no more. This is never going away. Okay? Patriotism is the future. Borders are the future. We want our future.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Will the Patriots make me a stand? speak the truth, we stand our ground.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tracetainment. Thanks so much for tuning in with me. It's a pleasure to have you here. And before you hop in today's video, I just have to say this. Guys, there's only one race. One race. That is the human race. Right now, we are so divided, and it should not be that way whatsoever. Guys, we're called the United States of America, but we're not united. Think about that. Why are we called the United States of America if we aren't united? Everybody's not going to be able to agree on everything together. We're going to have disagreements, but we can still have communication. We can still be friends. We can still sit at the same table and have a nice time. That's how things should be. But take a listen to what Senator John Fetterman just said.
He's held a unique role in the Democratic Party, winning a pivotal Senate seat in the purple state of Pennsylvania in 2022, despite suffering a stroke that impacted his speech. The following year, he checked himself into Walter Reed Hospital for 6 weeks as he battled clinical depression. Now he's defined himself in a different way, an outspoken critic of his party, particularly its left flank. Now, moments after Charlie Kirk was shot and right before we learned he had died, I sat down with Fetterman to discuss the issues dividing his party as it charts its way forward.
I'm never going to change my party, but clearly we've lost the argument, and right now I think it's entirely appropriate to really be honest and just figure out why exactly have we effectively lost 2 out of the last 3 cycles, and a lot of the things we've really kind of really lost our connection with American voters in ways, and I think
it's because the people want change to be done. The people are tired of the way that things have been getting handled. You know, the people are tired of hearing that this was going to be taken care of, that was going to be taken care of, and then things were not being taken care of the right way. The people is tired of not having transparency. I mean, look at the debate between former President Joe Biden and President Trump. The people were questioning, is former President Joe Biden health fine? Is everything good? They were told everything's fine. There is nothing to worry about. The debate happened and the people seemed different. Then the people are trying to understand what is really going on here. You know, we were just told this and this is happening. Nothing is adding up. You know, some just kept coming out trying to fearmonger the people for no reason whatsoever. Yeah. I mean, look at what happened with President Trump on the campaign trail. Some were out there saying he's going to do this, he's going to do that, he's not doing this, he's not doing that. But what President Trump did was resonate very well with the people because he listened to the people and understand where they were coming from.
Can't just be, well, Trump is always wrong, or
see what I'm saying?
That we're going to set the country on fire or whatever. That's just not true either, of course. But, you know, when I represent a state like Pennsylvania, that keeps you honest. And you always can't forget that a lot of Americans happen to disagree with you. That does not mean that they are fascists or now they want to shred the Constitution.
I wish that some would listen to what Senator John Fetterman is saying and understand truly what Senator John Fetterman is talking about. Because with President Trump on the campaign trail, there were some out there calling him so many names, like saying that, you know, if he gets in, you have to worry about this, you got to worry about that.
Well, that's why it escalated so badly with Charlie.
Overwhelming mandate for change. Why is that?
What these left media outlets keep
to any of the BS that was being said.
Us and
people didn't fall for any of it.
What our friends call us, what our enemies call
Trump
us.
is acting like an autocrat.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. If you actually compare him to an actual autocrat, that is not just that. Now, last night, for example, people were complaining. They were protesting about, oh, that's the Hitler thing. You just don't ever compare anyone to Hitler and those kinds of extreme things. And now look what happened to Charlie Kirk. I mean, you know, the man was shot. Now we have to turn the temperature down. It's like we can't compare people to.
Yeah, he's speaking the truth.
That part right there. Turn the temperature down. That needs to be on every headline that we see. Turn the temperature down. Turn the temperature down.
Just like TMZ got caught by PDD.
Understand that we are all human. We are going to have disagreements, but that should not cost anyone their life. We should be able to debate with one another. We should be able to have communication. We should be able to listen to one another. We should be able to sit at the same table, crack jokes, have a nice time, communicate. We should be able to have peace with one another. We should be able to have disagreements and still be united as one. That is what we need.
These kinds of figures in history, and this is not an autocrat. This is a product of a democratic election.
So you don't think that Trump is at all shattering any of the norms of democracy in any way?
I'm saying he's definitely different, but that's what America voted for. Again, I don't agree with many of these things, but that does not make him an autocrat.
But one of the things that I hear from Democrats a lot saying a reason why voters may not like Democrats is because they don't fight hard enough. Democrats should be fighting harder. What do you say to folks who say that?
What exactly is fighting? What is fighting? You know, delay more votes, or just vote every no on everything, or saying, well, if they're doing X, well, then that means it's wrong.
Well, what are you fighting for? The people voted for change to be done by an overwhelming mandate. If you want to resonate well with the people, you have to understand where they're coming from. You have to be willing to get change done. You have to care about the things that are being concerning the people. So are you fighting for the people, or are they playing political games?
It's like, what exactly is fighting?
I'll give you an example. It could be shutting the government down. Like some Democrats say, if this happens, it'll be Trump's fault.
That's not fighting. That's mutilating our nation. If you vote to shut our government down, you are going to harm millions of Americans. And why would you do this? Where's our leverage? It was wrong. It was wrong for the Republicans to do that. Absolutely, that's true. It was wrong for the Republicans to do that. It would just be wrong for us for those things.
Bigger picture, has your party shifted, or have you shifted ideologically?
My party is acting in a way they have forgotten. They have forgotten one of the reasons why we lost in 2024. Some of the most extreme things were weaponized against that. And now some people think now we have to double down on those things, or we must become more progressive or more extreme. That's absolutely not true. The 7 or 8 states that are going to determine who's going to be the next president, you know, we have to win in those states. And I understand what that takes. And a lot of these ideas that are now putting back and being reintroduced are not going to carry, you know, Pennsylvania.
Speaking of what...
Look at that. Senator John Fetterman just out there speaking common sense. He understands. So why can't some as well? Why can't others understand the same thing that Senator John Fetterman understands? Do they care to understand what Senator John Fetterman is talking about? The people have been wanting change to be done for a while because of the things that have been happening. That's why they made a decision in November to get change done. Even after so many things were being said about President Trump, look at what happened.
You're talking about what's happening in New York. Zoran Mamdani, Democratic Socialist. He is the Democratic nominee. And polls do say that he is ahead by a significant margin in that race. I mean, is this where your party's headed? Is it a wake-up call to Democrats like yourself?
I don't believe that. New York City is not a reflective of our national political thing.
Wow.
Certainly the states are going to determine who's going to be the next president. So I don't take any kinds of lessons or anything from that election.
Trump is threatening to send the National Guard into a number of these blue cities, blue states. We've seen Democratic mayors in Chicago and in Baltimore resist federal help, additional federal help. Is that a good idea to fight Trump on this?
No, I'm just going to say this.
No,
people want things to be taken care of the right way. The people are tired of the things that are happening. The people are tired of losing family members. The people are tired of not being heard. That's why they made a decision to get change done, and that is what President Trump is doing. Look at what was going on in
reduce the size of the police force crazily.
Look at the things that are being taken
when it needs to be increased since the population has increased. I mean, soon it'll be decreasing because we're not reproducing enough. But
anyways, let me know what you guys think about today's video in the comment section. That'll be a wrap for today's video, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Take care.
72% of Gen Z
Yeah, see what's wrong with the women of the
girls,
world.
women, 72% of them have their mental health condition, quote unquote, as a deeply important part of their identity.
Bipolar,
And so young
like
people are
schizo,
growing up, and
almost
I'll
multiple personality
talk about what this
disorder.
was like for me, because
Like that's very
it was
common
just
in
so
women.
powerful. Being a 13-year-old girl who was confused and lost and insecure, wanting to feel like she belonged somewhere, to get kind of funneled into this. And I don't blame, my parents did the best they could.
What age did they put you on birth control?
That's a good question. Don't even get me started on birth control. I started birth control at 16. So I was on 5 psych drugs: lithium, Lamictal, Abilify, Effexor, and Ativan.
At the same time?
Same time.
Oh, that's
Was my last regimen back in 2010. 16 years of oral contraception. I don't even get me started on the pill.
At the best
I was on
hospitals
that
in
for
the country.
when I was 16 too, and it was kind of weird because I wasn't sexually active.
Oh yeah.
It was like this thing where just all the girls at my prep school were suddenly on birth control.
Totally. For me,
every girl at my school.
For me, it was for an eating disorder.
And this was all like affluent girls, just all of them.
Same with me. And so when you grow up in this, infused in this therapeutic landscape where you're like, as someone who was in therapy every week for a decade and a half, sometimes twice a week, and I'm just talking about myself, talking about my mind, talking about my thoughts, talking about my insecurities, my anger, my emotions, and it's just getting more and more reinforced that the most important thing in my life to focus on is myself and my feelings. I think when you think about that phenomenon in an individual and how it can shape their own reality, and then you pan out and you think about how many young adults grew up in therapy, privileging their emotions, and then you think, okay, it kind of makes sense. We're in this polarized, like Tim, you were saying, that people are literally living in different realities. Literally.
I mean, they constantly feel like a victim. You know, it's like I'm being oppressed by people out there. They're out to get me. Anything that they say is dangerous, and it's a lie.
It's an attack.
And look where it gets them. I don't think you can actually get anywhere really useful in life if you constantly feel like, you know, people are out to get me. They're you know, these people on the right and their ideas, and they're holding us down. Or even the mental health issue as well, where it's like, I have a brain disease. You know, my anxiety and depression is caused by my brain, and there's nothing that I can actually do to fix that problem. And unfortunately, that is a mentality. And I remember you were I was watching you on Tucker Carlson recently, Laura, and I think he said, you know, what would you have said to me if I said, hey, maybe, you know, medications aren't the answer, or there's not something? And I think you told him to F off or something like that. Like, it was so like deep.
Yeah, well, I cannot tell you how powerful it is to be taught to think that you have no agency or control over your life because your brain is defective. Like, I literally believed through these vital years when I was meant to be figuring out who I was as an adult in the world, and like what I cared about and what my passions were, I was moving through every single day thinking, what's the point in really trying to grow or evolve as a person, because my brain is pathological. I have chemical imbalance in my brain that I'll never be able to get rid of. I can just manage it with pills. So like, what's the point in trying to become a more evolved person, to grow, to change? And I think that sense of disempowerment, that internalizing a mentally ill identity, you know, it stripped me of any belief that I could be an agent in my life. And I think, just to quickly, like, to Tim, to your question earlier, like, you know, I can't remember exactly how you framed it, but I'm really cautious to medicalize violence ever, to call it mental illness, because it really does absolve responsibility. The idea is, if you're mentally ill, you did this not because you're a bad person or a lazy person or, you know, an immoral person, because you're sick and it's not your fault. And so I think we need to be really cautious when we medicalize any kind of
I mean, did you see the DeCarlos Brown thing? They were like, oh, he has mental illness.
He's hurting, so he hurts.
It's like, does he not have a personality? Does he not have responsibility there? It's just like, he was in a crisis.
This is the corporate press, which we typically describe as more left-aligned, describes people as though they are animals without higher brain function. This man who made a decision to...
That's kind of true.
Exactly. So the way I've described it, as we've discussed on the show this past week, before the horrifying moments in Utah, was If you slathered yourself up in honey and peanut butter and carried some delicious trout into the woods, who is responsible for the attack on you?
The bear himself.
Yeah.
And that's the argument made by Democrats, which seems insane. We don't blame the bear for smelling food and chasing after it. However, when Irina Zarutska goes and sits on a train, not slathering herself up in anything, and is brutally murdered, they say, don't blame the murderer. He was hurting, so he hurt. It is absolutely insane. This was a man who made a choice, and they said, but he's unwell. And in fact,
he's so
Honestly, I don't care
this is
how
important.
well you
Sorry.
are. And you
Van
should never
Jones
be in society
attacked
again if
Charlie
you're kill-
Kirk as a
you
race
actually killed
monger
somebody.
for pointing out that this man attacked Irina Zarutska, a young white girl, and not anybody else on that who was sitting near him, who were black. And Van Jones said, to say you know it was because of race is just race mongering. After a decade of Van Jones himself, as well as many others in the corporate press, literally race mongering over instances that is no evidence that it was race motivated. And of course, then after this segment comes out, video emerges. I do believe the video was available, but became more prominent, in which it appears this man, DeCarlos, says, I got that white girl. Charlie wasn't wrong. And on national television, Van Jones singled out Charlie Kirk as a race monger spreading hate against black people. And I believe it was perhaps 2 days later that a man who was, according to the, I think it's a fair prediction that there was a correlation between the words of Van Jones, and I know some people might say that's just distasteful for me to say, but as the press conference revealed, they said that this suspect was at home with his family when mention of Charlie Kirk coming to their town was brought up, and how the family member said he was hateful. And why did they think that Charlie Kirk was hateful? He wasn't. Because of people like Van Jones lying about what Charlie Kirk was saying. And then sure enough, this guy went and killed Charlie Kirk.
You asked earlier, how do you snap someone out of a world where they believe there are orbs flying around them, recording them?
Well, let me put a tag in that. I don't want to interrupt you. I just want to clarify. When I say that, I'm referring specifically to a person that I know, but let's make sure we clarify the point. What do you say to a person who was raised to believe incorrectly that around every corner are angry white supremacists looking to murder trans and black people?
Then there's my answer. You were saying it's people like Charlie Kirk that are the antidote to this kind of thing.
Yes.
People that can constantly, but there's also, you need to mitigate risk of susceptibility. So people that are susceptible to brainwash, somehow, whether it's dietary change, probably a lot of your intelligence starts in your gut.
Brainwashed one way, they
people,
can
like
be
less is more.
unbrainwashed.
Meditate. I mean, talk about meditation. It's do it because you'll notice it's a disembodiment yet a embodiment at the same moment. You sense things.
Let me try and translate that Ianism. The food you eat can destroy and damage your brain, but as much as I agree, and as we've cheered Maha on and talking about getting the garbage out of our foods, which does disrupt our hormones, does cause, in many instances, a variety of illnesses in our psyche. The distinction here is, while that is correct and true, and probably a large portion of what we're seeing, people living in cities, as you've pointed out before, breathing in brake dust every day. When you live in these cities, you are inundated endlessly with environmental toxins, which are attacking your senses and your mind and your body. But I will draw that distinction from the other point that I'm making as well, which I do say is with respect to your point, and it's a good point. The other point, of course, being
made out of
people who are raised and being poisoned by false information, which creates a worldview where they genuinely believe that cops, for instance, murdered 20,000 unarmed black men in 1 year, when the number was actually...
When did brake pads stop being made out of asbestos? Looks like 90s, maybe? '93. My generation. So, I mean,
9 out of 300 million
stars
interactions.
don't just disappear.
They
from
live
the
in
air.
a world of
They fall and
fabrication,
settle.
a false reality. When someone is suffering from schizophrenia, and there is something
No wonder
something
the
broken
cities
in
are
their
crazy.
brain where
They've
they
gone downhill
believe
since
that
then.
they literally they hear voices and they see things that aren't there. We prescribe drugs that we believe will stop those symptoms and help them connect more with reality. There's varying degrees of success, perhaps. But there's a big difference between someone who has just seen 800 times posts on Facebook saying white supremacists will kill you over and over and over again. CNN and ABC, trusted news sources saying the right is more dangerous. There's no medication for that.
No, I think less is more a lot of times too, is like reduce the things you're putting into yourself so that you can be more clear. And there are people I've seen like snapping out of this narrative in the last day or two where they're like, I can't be on the left anymore. This is insane that you would celebrate this. And people that are highly disembodied don't normally have those epiphanies.
Right, because they've silenced their own brains. You know, they've silenced their own measure of cognition. But I think what you're saying about people snapping out of it takes something, right? It takes something for people to get out of this mindset. Like, I was raised pretty liberal, and I went to, all the liberal schools and all the, I was in the arts, for goodness sake. Like, it's the most liberal area of our culture. And it took trans for me to be like, wait a second, that's not right. Men aren't women, no matter what you do, no matter what you cut off or ingest or how you look or put on lipstick, you're not a woman. And so it takes something for people to be like, and then after that, I was like, oh, wait, if that's wrong, what else is wrong? Oh, all of these other things are completely wrong, are completely misidentified in our culture and are made up. But we have a situation now where not only are kids medicated and disassociated from themselves and started at a young age so that, and the same is true with the puberty blockers and the cross-sex hormones. It messes you up to the point where you don't grow up into the person who you are. You grow up into something else, something that's sort of malformed. So what happens is, if that's what happens to you and you grow up this way and you're constantly scrolling and you never take in, and you're constantly navel gazing, like you were saying, you're constantly like looking inside yourself for all the truth of the universe, and your school is not great, which we know our education system is the pits right now. Where are you getting something? And nobody's taking their kids to church, you don't see a lot of that. I mean, my church is packed, which is awesome. It's the best church I've ever been to. But you're doing all of this to this kid. You're never feeding them Charles Dickens. You're never feeding them just some carrots and hummus. You're never feeding them their own, ability to explore the world. And you're just constantly feeding them a heavy dose of their own inner monologue. Like, that's devastating. They're getting no fresh input. It's just all this closed circuit.
I think a lot of this, when I think about my own trajectory, because my kind of awakening was that you had, my equivalent was waking up to the fact that I'd basically been indoctrinated into a psychiatric framework for understanding myself. So that was my first onion layer that then began questioning many other onion layers. And when I think the challenge here that you're getting at is, my own waking up process was a completely internally sourced aha moment. No one could have, the information was around me for years that there's no such thing as a chemical imbalance. And like Tim, even schizophrenia, even these serious diagnoses, it might sound shocking, but to date, there is zero evidence that even like bipolar was my main label, schizophrenia, bipolar, these serious labels, that there is actually any measurable pathology that's causing them. So like the indoctrination goes deep. We're so trained to think it. No one could have forced me to see that. No one could have coerced me into changing my mind. Like you said, Libby, it's this like internal aha moment that you have within yourself. And
you had that rock bottom, right? When you got involuntarily hospitalized and you realized your freedoms were getting taken away. And that sent you on a new trajectory where you're just like, this is not for me.
That is what woke me up, was realizing this system I'd been turning to for help for all these years to care for me is actually a system of control. I just hadn't seen it before because I had always said yes. And now that I'm saying no, I'm literally having my civil liberties stripped away from me and my bodily integrity violated by a drug I don't want to take. And I do think that's sometimes it is a forcing mechanism that is traumatic that does wake you up, and you obviously don't want that to have to be what everyone has to go through to wake up. But how
It often is, right? You need to have a rock bottom moment. Like if you have an ideology or a way of looking at the world that does not serve you and your life begins to suffer. And I mean, this could be thinking that, you know, half of America is racist and because of that you don't get along with them. I mean, that's going to have an impact on your life. It's going to have an impact on your work. And ultimately, things don't work out for you. And when things don't work out for you, you become unhappy. And I guess one of the problems that we have with that is people aren't reflecting on these ways of moving through the world that aren't helping. They can then go to a doctor and just take a medication, and they can numb themselves to the fact that their life isn't working out, rather than looking at why.
Yeah, they said when someone was saying that if you spend a lot of your time doing easy things, you become a prey animal. You become in like video games. If you're just always doing like no risk things, you become. And I've noticed with drugs, if I'm ever smoke pot, I'm like, what my main focus is feeling better. It's about my body and my self feeling. When I'm not, I care about my environment. How can I make my environment better? And if you make your environment better, you will feel better in the long run. That's what people are missing. They're chasing the high. They're chasing the feeling. And sometimes you just got to hit rock bottom. You got to fall apart. You got to break. And then you can rebuild.
Pain is good. You need that pain as direction in your life. And that's why we have such a big problem with just numbing it out all the time. This is the smoke alarm going off in your brain saying, hey, something is not working and you need to fix it.
You know, it's funny. You mentioned change your environment and you're talking about the smoke alarm. And years ago, I went to my doctor because I was having like a horrible time sleeping. I just could not sleep. I would fall asleep, then I would wake up and I just could not sleep. And it had been like 2 months, 3 months of like just terrible sleep. And my doctor was like, okay, well, why don't we get you some Ambien, just like a heavy duty sleeping pill. So then I start taking the Ambien. And, you know, it's sort of fun because you get loopy. But I was like taking this Ambien and then the same thing would happen, except instead of waking up all night, I was having nightmares all night. And I would wake up and I'd be like, oh, that's not better. Nightmares aren't better. And so after a week of that, I went to Sleepy's over the weekend and I bought all new pillows. And I literally, now I just buy new pillows if I'm having trouble sleeping. I never had that problem again. I went back to sleep. I was like, oh, perfect.
What are you
comfy sleep. I wake up, my covers are all smooth, haven't moved.
That was like an easy fix, but imagine if the problem like that you weren't sleeping was there was an issue in your relationship, right? Or there was an issue at work that really needed to be addressed and you were ruminating on it, and you go and see a doctor and they go, Libby, it's the chemical imbalance, you know, take the Ambien. That problem just like festers there and it doesn't go away, and then you're hooked on a drug instead of actually getting to the root of what was going on.
Right. It's not because you're eating ice cream at midnight. That's not the issue. You know?
And sometimes, you know, I worry this I mean, there's been talk recently about transgenderism, the medications, and violence, really. And I know a couple of weeks ago there was this horrific attack at the Catholic Church,
in Minneapolis.
In Minneapolis, where was it Robin or
it was Robert.
Yeah.
Who called himself Robin Westman.
Yeah. Went and did that, and then there were these notes about regretting transitioning. And to me, I just see that as the end outcome. You have someone who is confused, who ends up getting cheerleaded into transitioning, who knows what kind of hormone medications they were exposed to and what kind of psychiatric medications they were exposed to. And at the end, they become so bitter and angry with the world, like this bad ideology, and the fact that no one ever tried to direct this person back away from that, and kind of just I imagine this person getting cheerleaded through transitioning and then onto medication and then just becoming so unstable, they take it out on society. I mean, it's just...
Not just regret, but not only did he have regret, but he was embarrassed that he'd ever done it in the first place and didn't see a way out, didn't see a way to save face and get out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this might sound a little cheesy, but I do think that this is where storytelling becomes so important, because that sense of hopelessness is too late for me. Like when I think about it in the context of people who are waking up to, you know, being psychiatrized is the term I like to use. And you realize these 2 decades of these meds I've been on, have they permanently damaged me? Am I ever going to have a chance? You need stories of people who've gotten through. You need stories of people who've had the same experience, come through the other side. I mean, it's why I wrote my book, and it's why think when you speak as a psychiatrist, when I speak as a former patient, framing it in our own personal journey, like you, Libby, talking about your own journey, I think that's what enables, like to me, it's not going to be information and science and data and facts that changes people's minds. It's going to be helping people connect or even reconnect with their own hearts, which happens through telling stories. And I think that's a really important, and that people like Charlie, like people who are who care so deeply about bringing people together to share about their own perspectives, their own experiences, to create space where you can hear someone talking about their own journey through life, their own belief system. It's in those kinds of encounters that the opportunity to have your own aha moment, your own shift, your own inspiration to actually change your mind, to evolve, to grow. I think it sounds cheesy, but to me, it's like that's where the power is.
In the modern age,
there's a
particularly,
reason it's cheesy. It's cheesy because it's real.
And it's amplified in the modern age with mass media, because if 5 people sit around and each give their personal anecdotes, in a day, 150 years ago, it would have happened, blink of an eye. Maybe there would have been some spiritual ramification. Now, with internet video, it's persistent. People for 100 years will listen to that and remember. So as it can go bad with mass media and mass formation, you can mass form it into a really good mindset.
Well, I just want to say this, though. I think we're at like an inflection point where society is almost like post-apocalyptic right now. Like, I don't even know if there is a way to even go back with like the access to pornography on the internet. I mean, now that we have the internet, like, we're done. I mean, I don't know how a kid can even grow up and not like, I guess, be aged at such a rapid rate that doesn't even like match up with their puberty. So I think a lot of kids are mentally ill from the internet, and then they say when you start smoking marijuana, it actually stunts your maturity level at the age you start smoking marijuana. So like we have a society of kids that are all on weed, all looking at porn, and it's just a dark world. And I'm not trying to be hopeless, but it's really hard to be
I want to ask
in such a bad world.
I want to ask: is there a medical term to describe a developed psychosis, a developed delusion?
Like one that you come up with?
No. I'm saying if you're surrounded by 100 people and they just keep telling you that Santa Claus at any moment is going to jump out and stab you, and then you start telling medical professionals that you're terrified and shaking and have anxiety because you know Santa's coming for you. Is there a word to describe that?
Delusional disorder.
Even though it was something told to you that was so if a news anchor says, "Watch out," literally to 1 million people, Santa Claus is coming to get you, and then they start believing it, we call that standard delusional disorder.
Or reality, if enough people believe it.
Well, that's my point to what Alex is saying. We're dealing with a couple different phenomena. I've described this one in great detail, that in the end of the 2000s, Facebook switched from reverse chronological to algorithmic, meaning that we used to just see the posts of people we chose to see. Facebook, realizing that the amount of pages and friends a person had become too great and the feed moved too quickly, decided that to keep people on the page, they needed to prioritize posts with more engagement, and thus created the algorithmic social platform. What ended up happening was, if I post, "I'm going to the grocery store," nobody sees it. If you post a video of police beating a black man, literally everybody sees it. There were 10-year-olds at the time, and this is true. This did happen. So let me describe it a little bit more broadly. There were children at the time who were not supposed to be on Facebook, but of course were. Maybe they were 12, maybe they were 13. I think 13-year-olds are allowed to be on the platform. Facebook prioritized showing high engagement posts. So they began just showing nothing but police brutality videos. In fact, at the time, even Alex Jones and Paul Joseph Watson largely were covering the police brutality angle, as it was and if you were government critical or concerned about police overreach, it applied to you. And if you were left-aligned, anti-racist or whatever, which was not as prominent, it applied to you. There were websites that emerged, such as Mike.com, which was a Ron Paul libertarian love revolution site. And when they posted about police brutality, because it did align with libertarian values, the bigger reaction they got was from those who opposed racism. And so initially you post police brutality, you'll get X views. You then post a video of racism, you get Y views. But if you post a video about racist police brutality, you get XY. It is not, in fact, X plus Y is X times Y. And the reason why is the way the algorithms all work is in the early days of Reddit, The way their algorithm worked
How you
was
build this wagon together?
the first. Those aren't familiar with.
I was thinking about how I was gonna build it. I might get a wire or something and then drill through each piece and wire it together.
Wire together.
Yep.
Wire? What's wire? Yeah, touch it. Can I touch these wagon pieces?
You're already touching them. Why are you asking?
1, 2, 3. Let me count them. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Good job counting. Good job counting. Might get a glass of milk and some cookies. You got the baby in your hand, your coffee or whatever you're drinking. Is it coffee or is it hot chocolate? Leave outside.
Zebra.
All right. Yeah, let's switch to something else. Let's put me to sleep a little bit
Reddit,
there.
you can make a post and.
Why did it start playing? What?
Ladies and gentlemen, stop what you're doing because
commentary on what we already know, probably.
Ladies and gentlemen, stop what you're doing because what just dropped out of the
I look forward to that one. Cartel labs poisoned LA neighborhoods. Millions. And leaders seized. I guess she's a Muslim.
It is nothing but a violent ideology.
This is the rabbi. Rabbi.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to The Fringe. Time for a little bit of good news, especially when we're talking about Charlie Kirk and what's happening with him. You guys remember TMZ? I don't know a lot of people do because they're ancient. Nobody really watches them, at least not anymore. If you were in the channel a few days ago when we launched our video reporting on TMZ essentially mocking Charlie Kirk moments after he had been shot at the Utah State campus, the aftermath was laughable at best. If you want people cheering and laughing, it's only going to be for the demise of TMZ. As one of their former employees has even stood out in the public and said that after working there for many years, he can actually confirm that these folks would be laughing and cheering at the death of Charlie Kirk, that typical liberal California residents in Hollywood, what you're going to see here, and one of the questions I had about that when it comes to Harvey Levin, the founder of TMZ, he's got cameras everywhere in his studio, everywhere. If Harvey Levin really wanted to clear the air on his apology, I'm sure you have a camera sitting somewhere that would have caught the footage of your staff looking at a car chase and laughing. I mean, all you have to do is show the receipts. This problem would go away. Well, I'm happy to report, folks, after our video, after a number of videos that have gone viral over YouTube over the last few days, it looks like TMZ might actually be canceled. They're losing poorly on the internet, on the webs. People are voicing their concern. They're voting with their wallets to speak in a certain way, folks. They're choosing not to support the content, and I think that's fabulous. I think anytime people behave like this, and it's not just because, well, I like Charlie Kirk, I want to see people suffer. People are showing how demonic they can be, how utterly toxic they truly are. They're showing you the wrong side of the world.
Toxicity is real.
It's best that we, as a functioning society, start
Humans
showing
are real.
These
people.
corporations, these TV stations, these outlets, you name it. Whoever's doing this kind of behavior, we show them, you're not going to have our support any longer. We don't have to acknowledge you. You jumped the shark. We're done. I want to take a look at what's happened here. Because if you missed the initial video, I don't know how you could with everything moving around, but that's okay. I don't want to insult anybody. Take a look here at what we're staring at here. Here's the original video, in case you missed it. TMZ tweets out, "We want to make it clear that these cheers were a reaction to a high-speed chase happening in California.
The
This was
chase
prior
was
to and not related to
hilariously
Charlie
low
Kirk's death."
speed.
Well, let's take a look at this video, and then we'll round it all up for the cliff notes and continue on to where, hey, good news, folks. Little something to come positive out of all this. Let's take a listen.
Janet, go to have somebody look at the Fox. Trump just posted that Charlie Kirk is dead.
All right, so is this ready to pull the trigger? We can get Trump cut in a second.
So first off, as I said in my other video,
play
you
off that
already
well.
know this is BS from Harvey Levin, because this is after Charlie Kirk had been shot. And if you know TMZ, they were all over this. They wanted to be the first out with it. Those folks in that office would have been glued to sets waiting for some kind of announcement about Charlie Kirk.
Mm-hmm.
Because they specifically say, hey, Trump called it. They wouldn't have been watching a high-speed chase. Now, one was going on, a chase of sorts. And again, we'll re-show what would have been going on the television. Because this is the only station that they found that was covering it. And it lines up with the timing, folks. This is the car chase that TMZ employees were watching. Where was the funny part that made them cheer and clap? TMZ is trash, and their apology is a lie. Well, let's take a look. Just for context sakes, folks, we have to have receipt, or else we're spreading fake news and misinformation, aren't we? Let's take a look.
Showing you right there on the banner below, you can see it started in Temple City, and we saw that. Go ahead, Philip.
Well, I wanted to let you know that President Trump has said Charlie Kirk has died. So that is the breaking news that we are likely about to have with ABC News. He was shot in Utah.
That's what people
at
are
a
turning
college
into.
there. We've been talking about that throughout the afternoon here. You probably know that it has happened. But if you've seen the images, let's go to a special report with ABC News.
So, as Harvey Levin said, yes, they were watching a car chase. It's just there's nothing worth cheering or clapping about going on here. In fact, the highlight is the chase going through this intersection. Other than that, it's just a straight thoroughfare road. So I don't understand how they think that people are stupid enough to believe that lie. Well, it's all good now, folks, because as the Vigilant Fox reports on Twitter, TMZ founder Harvey Levin is getting flooded with thumbs down on YouTube after his staff was caught cheering Charlie Kirk's death. So congratulations to everybody who's been watching the videos, who's been participating online to get their word out, to make sure that TMZ knows just how you feel. After blaming a car chase for his staff's cheers instead of Kirk's deaths, he now says he fears a civil war is coming.
You have my phone wherever you put it.
They have the entire quote down here. I'll just play you the video, so you can see how they're all of a sudden really interested in what happened to Charlie Kirk. They want to cover it all. They want to make sure everything's sound at TMZ. Damage control. Let's take a listen.
I am not going to mince words. I fear a civil war. I have lived a long time, and I have seen a president assassinated. I have seen multiple attempts at killing presidents. I have seen civil rights leaders slain. I've seen presidential candidates slain. I have seen war. I have seen riots. But Charlie Kirk is different. This is not a politician. This is somebody who was slaughtered for his views and not pushing a particular, even political party. I think he had an ideology, and he was a young guy on college campuses. And I am feeling like people are at the point where they think this is the solution. And I am worried, as much as I have been my entire life, about democracy and America.
So, as you could see, the likes 819 to 3,000 down.
Hey, you dropped my phone.
Nobody cares what Harvey Levin fears. What he should fear is being unemployed, because he won't even be able to sell TMZ when this is done. The internet is reacting.
Why is the dyno still going off?
The masses that consume his product are telling them,
Put it up in
we
your
don't
room
really
or
like what you
something.
did here. In fact, you've even seen those who vote Democrat, as well as liberal in Canada, turning around saying, hey, we're not going to have a
Well,
part in
you
this
sit over
anymore. We
there.
can't even vote for this party anymore. You guys have shown us how sick
On the
and
rocking chair.
twisted you are. Harvey Levin and his
Okay,
fart
okay.
huffing know-it-alls at TMZ are all about to be unemployed. If you want to see the proof in the pudding, folks, Vigilant Fox retweets down here in case anybody demands
No, you put 'em in
proof.
the closet.
I have a web extension that allows me to see the dislike count on YouTube. Here's where it stands right now. Now, as we open the
Don't
image,
you lose those shoes,
a little
boy.
back for you guys. Let's take a look at the image here. You can see down in the corner. I know it's not all here because the screen's cut off. You can see
Come
down
on,
here
put 'em in the closet, buddy.
831 likes to 3,000 downvotes. This is on a 32-minute video TMZ put out. Call me a bad person for relishing in the downfall of a business, folks. But
Your other one, take it
yeah,
off.
hate to like to see it. If that makes sense. Look, everybody here emotionally has been through the works in the last little while. And all I'm saying is that what a lot of these companies fail to see, what a lot of TV outlets, like mainstream outlets that lie to you, that pad the news, that label people like Charlie Kirk as a bit of an extremist conservative, so that, you know,
He was a
they're still
moderate.
pushing their jolly good
Coming up.
SJW or social justice narrative. It's nice to see some comeuppance. It's nice to see the karma bus isn't slowing down for them. In fact, no speed bumps. They just straight up roll over them at this point. While I will not champion for anybody to be in any kind of situation where they can't pay their bills, they can't live their life, they can't better themselves, when you double down, when you
Now, there is no doubt about it that ever since what happened on September 10th to Charlie Kirk when he was murdered by a terrible human being, I don't even want to mention his name anymore, because that's how it should be. We should not give this man any more recognition at this point. But we know one thing about Charlie Kirk is that this is creating a lot of pushback against specific celebrities and or personalities, those in show business or those that are authors, for example, Stephen King, that have been not only mocking Charlie Kirk, but also lying about him, and how that in turn is causing a lot of those in the general public to really call out people like Stephen King, and even actual celebrities, actual actors as well, calling out King in the process. This is Mike Zero. Subscribe if you're new and like this video to see future updates. You can also follow me at Mike01. I thank you also very much for the great and kind support. Now, one thing about Stephen King, and I've said this so many times before, I really don't see how this guy could really recover after what he did on X, over how he lied about about Charlie Kirk outright on social media, about, you know, the whole Charlie Kirk situation, about, you know, the whole hate toward LGBTQ communities and all these different things. Really was absolutely disgusting behavior coming from Stephen King. I don't see how he's going to recover from that, because now you have a lot of people boycotting his work, actually just outright leaving his books, dropping his books, putting them in the garbage, not seeing his movie adaptations like The Long Walk or shows like Welcome to Derry, which is technically a prequel to the It franchise. However, what's interesting here has a lot more to do with what Mel Gibson and among other actors had to say about Stephen King as well. Now, with the death of Charlie Kirk causing so many celebrities and personalities to come forward as well as the general public, one major development now involves more to do with Stephen King and the backlash surrounding him after he mocked and lied about Charlie Kirk on X, and how some celebrities are now calling him out for his lies. One of which now involves actor Mel Gibson, where he decided to call out King for his behavior. Gibson delivered the following. "Look, I think everyone knows this as much as I do," he says, but I'm completely honored to be a true American patriot, and to see what happened to Charlie Kirk was not only inhuman by this awful person, but it shattered our entire country. And to see people like Stephen King lying about Charlie, who was also a true American patriot who really honored freedom of speech and even tried to understand the minds of different opinions out there, regardless if they were on the right or the left, Mr. King is irredeemable as far as I'm concerned. I have never seen behavior like this in so many years, if ever, after someone's death who happened to be such a large public figure to the American people. It's people like Stephen King who are creating such hate to so many loving patriots out there, and I hate to see the state that we are in right now, where there are so many out there like King who gave out an insincere apology. You know, look, I get it. I made some mistakes myself in my life. I said some terrible things. It cost me my career for a long while, and I'm still struggling with my career in a way. But I owned it and accepted it and decided to improve myself. And I may never gain the respect for fans that I lost, but I eventually began to respect myself over the years. Now guys, let me say one thing about Gibson here. Now, what I like about Mel Gibson is that he definitely just absolutely admits that he made some terrible mistakes before in the past, and he said some crazy things, believe me, very crazy things in years past. But he owned it, he tried to build himself, and people are going to debate over that as well, whether or not you could ever, you know, respect Mel Gibson after what he said many years ago. But you know what I like about Mel Gibson? He tells it like it is, he speaks the truth, he's a true American patriot, he really speaks for this country, and not only that, but he's also a messenger to the entire world in many ways, because of what happened to Charlie Kirk now, and how he's trying to defend Charlie Kirk after all the lies being spewed by a lot of those in the media, people like Stephen King who had to retract what he said on X because of that forced apology. People are also pointing out how fake and phony it came across as. However, Mel Gibson continues, and I expect Stephen King to do the same. But I don't see that happening coming from a man who never shows any remorse, and if he does it all because of business. Never would I have thought that we would be living in a time where a man who was assassinated would be mocked, lied about, and politicized on social media. Never. What happened to us? What happened to us as a country? Where are we going? It's up to us patriots to stand up and address these issues of what's happening to the younger generation out there. I suggest Stephen King get off social media through X or any other means, and that he is on, of course, and he should stay off for a while to really build himself to a better person, because from where I'm standing right now, he really is on the course of becoming an irredeemable person after what he lied about Charlie Kirk. As a patriot, I feel it's my place in this country to really inspire other hardworking American citizens to just stand up for truth. And guys, let me just say one thing about Mel Gibson. I mean, I will say he is a true American patriot. He really does genuinely love this country. But look, say what you will about Mel Gibson. I know a lot of you are going to have differing opinions about the guy. Some people do. Some people will never respect Mel Gibson again after what he said so many years ago. But in this moment, in isolation, you know, based on what he was trying to defend in 2024 and what he's trying to defend now in 2025, it is very telling. I kind of find it very different for, you know, an actor like Mel Gibson to admit that what he said cost him his career, and even now, even though he's trying to make a comeback, it's still very much hard and difficult work to actually sustain it. So, again, he goes on to conclude, it's time to stand up for truth and to never bend. Men like Stephen King need to just go away for a long while as far as I'm concerned. And we are seeing many actors and those in the film industry saying such awful things about Charlie. I don't care if it's direct or indirectly at the guy. Regardless of its unhinged behavior coming mainly from those in show business who sadly don't have a true grip with reality on how many hardworking Americans live their daily lives. Now again, what I like about the whole you know, Mel Gibson thing is that he typically does tell it like it is when anything major happens like this, or any kind of a major event happens where you have a lot of those, you know, just snapping back at each other, and he's trying to just be the middleman and to kind of just bring a lot of people together. And notice how he's trying to even, in a way, tell Stephen King to build himself, to just maybe get off social media and shut up for a while. I mean, he is obviously criticizing and destroying Stephen King in the process, but he's also telling him perhaps you could actually build yourself up to as much as I did over the years. But one thing for sure about Stephen King right now is that I really, much like Mel Gibson, I think it really has come to a point where Mel Gibson is right, that he is basically in an irredeemable position right now. I'm talking about Stephen King. I don't really see how he's going to recover from this. I don't see how a lot of fans of his own are going to come walking back to him. No pun intended for the movie The Long Walk. A lot of people are boycotting this film. A lot of people are checking out, not seeing this movie because of what he said on social media. So it's going to be interesting to see what the box office results are going to look like. As far as reviews so far, they seem to be quite okay. But there are differing opinions when it comes to the critic side of that actual movie. But overall, there's a lot of things to discuss when it comes to Stephen King, and I'm sure that in a month or two, he's just going to go into his full-fledged, unhinged behavior about another public figure out there that may face a very troubling situation. You know, I really have no doubt about that Stephen King is going to just go back to his original self. Right now, it's all about promoting The Long Walk, stabilizing the movie The Long Walk. It's all nothing more than business. And I would like to hear what everyone has to say about this below in the comments and everything else in between, ranging from Stephen King to Mel Gibson. And if you guys did enjoy the content for today, make sure to drop a thumbs up on this video to support the channel, and I will catch you guys later.
The political assassination of Charlie Kirk has had a profound effect on a spiritual sense. I believe that we are living through a great awakening and a revival in this country, but also from a political sense, it has stiffened the spines of the feckless and weak Republican Party that is typically as frail as wet paper towels. We are starting to see Republicans, especially in law enforcement and in the political arena, step up and say enough with the political violence, enough with political extremism. We must crush the elements of our society that are celebrating this death, that are encouraging more, and we now must understand what time it is. It's a beautiful thing. I've been speaking with the FBI quite regularly on this case, and they're telling me that we are going to see everything. The FBI assures me that we will know everything about the dark internet history chats and affiliations of Kirk's left-wing political assassin. They're trying to call him right-wing, something we're going to talk about in just a second. The source then alluded to some online groups attempting to delete or destroy evidence. Get ready. We know who they are. We have everything. We are focused. The radicalization element, the truth will not be hidden, buried, or classified. The public will know. So here's what we know so far. We know that the shooter, Tyler Robinson, is a extremist left-winger, that he's a Reddit kid, that he's someone who lived with his transgender boyfriend, who is a male transitioning to female, that he scrawled political iconography on his bullets that was Antifa and also LGBT iconography. Robinson's roommate has turned over all of their electronics to the FBI and has been outed here as an individual named Lance Twiggs. This, of course, follows a spate of transgender shootings, mass shootings, that have all been deadly and horrible. Charlie Kirk assassination, latest shooting committed by trans people and advocates. The neighbors of Charlie Kirk's assassin and his transitioning roommate spoke to the media and said they were wandering outside, dressed in all black with masks on. They were holding hands, kissing, and also there were some very, very, very strange vehicles that were outside of their house. The roommates are describing how out-of-state vehicles with out-of-state license plates went up to the house about a month ago, and that those vehicles were very, very strange. And the Charlie Kirk killer began behaving very erratically and very peculiarly after this. Here's for instance, a high school classmate of Tyler Robinson explaining.
With this Tyler Robinson kid. I'll show y'all. That's him right there. Tyler Robinson. I'm not trying to like clout chase, make this shit about me, but I'm not gonna say I knew this kid really well. I didn't know him very well at all, but I definitely saw him for like 3 straight years in high school. And the best way I could describe him is just like a Reddit kid. I don't know, I feel like if you were in high school around that same time, and even probably now, like 2018, and then like, you know, those kinds of kids, but that's exactly what he was. All I'm gonna say is this is the kind of shit that happens when you spend way too much time online.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. When you are groomed online by a terrorist organization, which is what this is. This is political terrorism. This is a political
Yep.
assassination. It's backfiring, but we're more involved. New York Post reporting that neighbors saw several people driving cars with out-of-state license plates going in and out of the apartment of Tyler Robinson and his transgender partner, Lance Twiggs, 2 weeks before the Charlie Kirk assassination. Who were they? What other groups may there be involved here? Well, let's jump on over to some reporting here from Axios that says that the administration is now looking into a number of far left-wing groups located in Utah that targeted Charlie Kirk. Breaking, the FBI and state agencies have launched investigations into multiple leftist groups in Utah for possible advanced knowledge of Charlie Kirk's assassination, per Axios. They're also probing whether or not these groups provided material support for the killing. At least one group deactivated their social media pages after the shot was taken. Well, what does that mean exactly? We're not entirely sure. There are, of course, new reports out now of some of Lance Twiggs' family members saying that they hated Christians, they hated Charlie Kirk, they hated conservative values, that Lance Twiggs was filled with hate, and leftist ideology ruled their lives. Family member saying that the boyfriend, Charlie Kirk's assassin, had hostility towards anybody supporting conservative or Christian values. So here's one of the groups that has caused quite a bit of attention online. Interesting to see Salt Lake City's Antifa affiliate, militant arm of the Utah Trans Agenda, SLC Armed Queers, nuke their Instagram account. You'll notice here that they also have engraved bullets, just like the engraved bullets that struck Charlie. Remember, there was LGBT messaging on those engraved bullets. There was also furry messaging, transgender messaging, and anti-fascist messaging on those bullets. There's also a pretty stunning and horrifying series of posts from transgender activists who seem to have, at the very least, some type of foreknowledge about the Charlie Kirk assassination. You guys have something very big coming soon. Be sure to check out the news. You'll know when you see it. There's a lot
That makes me
of these.
complicit in the action.
We effing did it, right? These are some transgender accounts. I've been monitoring the FBI analysis, reviewing the reams of GPS data, and there very well may be dozens of co-conspirators.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the killer made sick jokes online just hours after the shooting. He was on Discord talking and exchanging and getting clapped on the back by his buddies. They have the screenshots of it. Yet Discord denies that he ever used the service. So they need a criminal subpoena immediately and right now.
Mm-hmm.
So this thing seems to be blowing open, even Elon Musk saying it's a terror cell. And the extremely moderate governor of Utah, Spencer Cox, saying, no, this is extremist ideology, and confirming the transgender boyfriend once again today on CNN. Again, we will stay on top of this case. It is so important that we live in a peaceful, safe country, and we cannot do that with terrorists, foreign or domestic. Here we go.
You told the Wall Street Journal that it is, quote, very clear to us and to the investigators that this was a person who was deeply indoctrinated with leftist ideology. Can you elaborate on that and be more specific?
Yeah, from you guys.
Well, sure. So that information comes from the people around him, from his family members and friends. That's how we got that information. Again, there's so much more that we're learning, and so much more that we will learn. There will be official charges will be filed on Tuesday, and there will be much more evidence and information available then. And again, we're interviewing all kinds of people, everyone that knows him, and trying to learn more about what that motive actually was.
Well, some outlets are reporting that the suspect lived with a transgender partner. Is that accurate? And are investigators looking at this part of his life as a possible motivation?
Yes, definitely. And yes, I can confirm that. I know that has been reported, and that the FBI has confirmed that as well, that the roommate was a romantic partner, a male transitioning to female. I can say that that he has been very cooperative. This partner has been incredibly cooperative, had no idea that this was happening, and is working with investigators right now.
And how is that relevant to the investigation when it comes to the motive? Are you learning that?
Sure. Well, yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out right now. Again, it's easy to draw conclusions from that, and so we've got the shell casings, other forensic evidence that is coming in, and trying to piece all of those things together.
You said that the roommate is being very helpful. Has that individual explained to law enforcement what the mindset of the shooter was and whether or not it is connected to his ideology or his situation as transitioning, as you just described?
I'm not sure about that piece right now, Dana.
Okay, so we're not sure if the fact that he was romantically involved, as you say, with his partner who was transitioning is relevant to the motive of the murder, based on the
It's a part of it.
Well, sure. Again, all of these things we're trying to figure it out. I know everybody wants to know exactly why and point the finger, and I totally get that. I do too. And so I just want to be careful, as I haven't read all of the interview transcripts. And
there are a lot of people drawing conclusions, and so I'm just trying to get as many facts as we can glean from you, since you have been involved.
Sounds like leftist to me. Okay, going on a walk. You want to go with Mom if you can?
Yeah.
Oh, you put your shoes away. Mom's just trying to sit on the porch, calm the baby down. Why don't you hang out with me? Yeah, why don't you hang out with me? Watch your show. I don't want to get up and open it. Maybe Gay can get up and open it for you.
Can't open it.
Baby. I want you to open the door for him so he can go stand on the porch. Oh, yeah. Let's listen to some IP.
Did the God of Israel lose to another god?
No.
2 Kings 3. We read Israel's vassal kingdom of Moab rebelled. Elisha the prophet said the Lord would give the Moabites into Israel's hand. At first, everything seemed to suggest that Israel would be victorious. But at the end of the chapter, we read that Mesha, king of Moab, sacrificed his firstborn son, and then great wrath came against Israel. This caused Israel to withdraw and return to their own land without conquering Moab. The Hebrew word for wrath usually refers to the wrath of God, which suggests the chapter is saying the wrath that came against Israel was of divine origin. But why would it have come from the Lord, who was supposed to be on Israel's side? So many skeptics argue the wrath came from the god of Moab, Chemosh. who was appeased by Meshach's sacrifice and unleashed his power against the Israelite army. So the Lord's promise that Israel would conquer Moab was not fulfilled, thus meaning Israel and their God were defeated by a rival deity. But is this really what the text says? Is a biblical author who believed no God could rival the Lord really admitting another God could beat their own? Or is there something we're missing in the biblical and cultural context that demonstrates we have misunderstood this passage?
Let's go, IP.
The ending of 2 Kings 3 is brief, and because of this, interpretations abound. Some argue the wrath was not divine, but from the Moabites, who after seeing their prince sacrificed, attacked Israel with such fury, they managed to turn the tide of the battle. Other scholars say the wrath came from the god Chemosh, and others say it came from the Lord. Because of this, we need to do our best to study the biblical and cultural context to hopefully provide some answers on what is going on in this brief passage. The first thing we need to cover is the bias of the authors of Kings. The book of Kings was not written by Moabites or modern atheists, but devotees of the Lord, who claimed that he alone was God over all the earth. There were none like him. This hardly suggests the authors of 1st and 2nd Kings would have entertained the possibility that what they call the abomination of Moab could have ever defeated their God. So it's unlikely that is what they were intending to narrate. The scholar Drew Holland says, "It'd be out of character for the biblical text to attribute such power to a foreign deity. The prophetic narratives of Kings refuse to view any foreign deity as effectual. This view is most evident in a preceding narrative, 1 Kings 18:20-40, in which Elijah defeats the prophets of Baal. The climax of this passage comes in the confession of the people that the Lord is God, as opposed to Baal. Not only would the author of 2 Kings 3, who falls in the same prophetic tradition, if not the same author of both passages, omit Chemosh as the subject of this passage, but he would never consider Chemosh powerful enough to influence the Israelite soldiers. Only the Lord has this ability for the author of Kings. Furthermore, it can be challenged that the authors actually believed the Lord was supporting the northern kingdom of Israel in this endeavor. The authors of Kings regularly write negatively about the northern kingdom and its kings. 2 Kings 3 is likely another chapter where God is actually in opposition to the kingdom. Peter J. Lightheart points out the text speaks of the Israelite army violating the covenant stipulations from Deuteronomy, which would have angered the Lord. But also, the text contains Exodus themes and motifs to signify Moab's exodus from Israel's control. But it is a perverted exodus, being that neither side is painted in a good light. An exodus is occurring, so the story is written to parallel Israel's exodus, but God takes neither side, and this is because Israel is violating the stipulations of her covenant with God. First, Deuteronomy says that God told Israel to leave Moab alone. Verse 2:9 says, "Do not harass Moab or contend with them in battle, for I will not give you any of their land for a possession, because I have given Ar to the people of Lot for a possession." Lightheart says it's unlikely they were supposed to be ruling over Moab as a vassal state, or to make war against
He disappeared.
Yeah.
Additionally, Deuteronomy 20 says,
He was walking.
"When you besiege a city for a long time, making war against it in order to take it, you shall not destroy its trees by wielding an axe against them. You may eat from them, but you shall not cut them down. Are the trees in the field human, that they should be besieged by you? Only the trees that you know are not trees for food you may destroy and cut down, that you may build siege against the city that makes war with you until it falls." Yet in 2 Kings 3, it says the army felled all the good trees, which is a direct violation of the covenant laid out in Deuteronomy. Lightheart says, "The Lord's great wrath burns against Israel because they conduct their war in flagrant disregard of his laws." Also, as noted, the authors seem to be writing in a way to parallel the account of the Exodus from Egypt. But neither side is in the right, and it plays out as a perverted Exodus. First, God miraculously provides water for Israel, as he did when they left Egypt. There is a song like the Song of Moses, in that Elisha gives his prophecy while a musician plays. The water leads to the destruction of the Moabite army, like the waters of the Reed Sea destroy the Egyptian army. The Moabites believe the water is filled with blood,
Yeah, you can't
reminiscent of
stop.
the first plague of Egypt. There
Can't
is a
stop
death of the
walking with her.
firstborn, reminiscent of the final plague. Moab's exodus is led by Mesha,
Family.
whose name might be a Hebrew pun of two names. Moses and Joshua merged. This shows us the authors are very aware of the Exodus narrative and write the account in a way to parallel their own history of the Exodus from Egypt. However, this also signifies God is in control over the situation, like he was during the Exodus. No god of Egypt was able to challenge or rival the power of the Lord, which suggests the same theme is playing out in 2 Kings 3. The only god who is active here is the Lord of Israel, which is why Chemosh, the god of Moab, is not even mentioned. Key section of this chapter is the prophecy of Elisha. Joam Sprinkle and Peter
You feeling
Lightheart
better,
note
Miss
Elisha's
Savannah?
prophecy is a prediction and nothing more.
Doesn't sound like all
Command for
stuffy
Israel to
like she did
besiege the cities
yesterday.
or destroy the trees. Elisha's prediction is a prediction
Getting
and nothing
better,
more.
yeah.
Further, Elisha's prophecy is certainly incomplete. The Lord gives Moab into the hand of Israel, as Elisha predicts. But Elisha does not
Yeah.
finish the story, and that incompleteness, like the prophecies of the false prophets in 1 Kings 22, sets a trap for Jehoram. In other words, Elisha merely predicts what will happen, but doesn't command them to violate the stipulations of the Torah. The authors also suggest Elisha did not approve of this campaign, given his reluctancy to help, which explains why Elisha doesn't do anything other than predict some of the events that will occur. But some argue the prophecy fails, because Moab is not delivered into Israel's hand at the end. But Raymond Westbrook and George Harton challenge this assumption and suggest the prophecy was fulfilled specific to what Elisha spoke and nothing more. First, the line about God giving the Moabites in Israel's hand is presented before Israel begins laying siege to the fortified cities. The line therefore refers to the battle that took place close to the water that came out of Edom. The Moabites were given into Israel's hand there, and before they began besieging the cities. Within the next section of the prophecy, we should note a few things. It is likely that Elisha viewed Jehoram, the king of Israel's campaign, unfavorably. Westbrook says, Elisha's prophecy was fulfilled to the letter. Given Elisha's patent hostility to King Jehoram, it is not surprising that he wished to see Israel's campaign fail. He did not, however, offer a deliberately false prophecy. Elisha made a true prophecy. It was the misfortune or misguidedness of King Jehoram that he failed to interpret the words of the prophecy correctly. Westbrook notes Elisha uses a specific verb that refers to striking the fortified cities. But this does not necessarily carry the connotations they will fully conquer every city. So Elisha's prophecy ends ambiguously, and likely on purpose, being that the text suggests he did not approve of this campaign. Elisha merely states they will strike every fortified city, but doesn't go so far as to say they will fully subdue Moab. However, Drew Holland responds to Westbrook and argues Moab did briefly fall back in Israel's hands and submitted to their rule. Elisha's prophecy did come true, but at the very moment Moab fell back in Israel's hands, the northern kingdom failed the God who led them to reclaim their rebellious vassal when they participated with Mesha in his illicit sacrifice. He draws attention to verse 25 and 26. In verse 25, it says Israel attacked the city, but the Hebrew word used here when talking about a city typically refers to the destruction or conquering of it, suggesting that the Israelites did conquer the capital of Moab. The authors then tell us the king of Moab attempted to break through with 700 swordsmen but could not. Thus Mesha knew he was defeated and could not escape, so he had no choice but to accept Israel's rule. But a common interpretation is that Mesha did not actually surrender yet, but made one final desperate plea to appease his god Chemosh. He sacrificed his firstborn son in hopes that Chemosh would turn the tide of the battle. But this interpretation may be a misunderstanding on our part. The cultural and biblical context does not support the understanding that Mesha did this to turn the tide of the battle, but actually sacrificed his son after he knew he was defeated, as an act of repentance for breaking his oath to Israel. Raymond Westbrook reminds us that before Mesha rebelled, he would have been bound to Israel by an oath he likely made to his god Chemosh. So he would have been expected to face punishment from his god if he broke his oath. Thus Westbrook says, In sacrificing his son, Mesha was expiating his sin to his own God for breach of the oath. The action of King Mesha in 2 Kings 3:27 suggests that he also had offered the besiegers a compromise. He sacrificed his firstborn in their full view, thus demonstrating his contrition before his God and his willingness to abide by the treaty. In other words, Mesha was not sacrificing his son as an attempt to win a final victory over Israel. His sacrifice was therefore an act of repentance. Within the culture of the southern Levant, sacrifices were often performed at the end of a battle, either to give thanks to a god for victory or to atone for the sins that led to a defeat. We see similar examples in other biblical texts. In Judges 20:26, we see Israelites made burnt offerings to God at Bethel after losing to the Benjaminites, which appears to be an act of atonement for defeat. In 2 Kings 16, King Ahaz accepts he cannot win against the king of Syria, so he appeals to the king of Assyria for aid. To signify his vassal status and submission, he has the high priest offer burnt offerings to signify the deal. In 2 Kings 18 and 19, which Westbrook says is a close parallel to 2 Kings 3, the Assyrian king marches against the rebels in Judah and captures all the fortified cities, leaving only Jerusalem. King Hezekiah shows repentance and says, "I have done wrong," and attempts to offer propitiation. Likewise, Westbrook says that was Mesha's aim in 2 Kings 3, to accept he acted wrongly and make amends in his own way. Westbrook also cites Micah 6:7, which says, "Shall I give my firstborn for my transgression, the fruit of my body for the sin of my soul?" Drew Holland says, "These examples provide further context for Mesha's motivation to offer the burnt offering. The burnt offering was commonly sacrificed in a wartime situation by battle losers to express apology, and it was also done by vassal kings to solidify a relationship with a suzerain king. Both types fit Mesha in 2 Kings 3, the rebellious vassal wishing to reestablish his relationship with his suzerain after defeat." Holland also notes when such a sacrifice was performed, the suzerain was likely present and a willing participant at the ceremony, like what we see with the Assyrian king in 2 Kings 16, which means the suzerain would actually be partaking in the sacrifice. Given this, when we read 2 Kings 3, Israel and Jehoram would have been participants in Mesha's sacrifice of his firstborn, something that was an abomination to the Lord, and would explain why divine wrath came against them. The sacrifice also served a practical function for Israel, being that Mesha's successor would not be able to seek vengeance against the Israelites. The firstborn son was also seen as a worthy substitute for the father, so the Moabite prince functioned as a substitute for his father's sin. John D. Levinson writes, "The variety of child sacrifice is to be associated with the ancient notion that, in certain circumstances, the king himself must be offered. The son is here but a substitute for the father." Mesha sinned against Israel, and to atone for his sin, he offered up his son as a substitute for his breach of his oath. But this also means Israel was acting as a willing participant in this abominable practice. Holland says, "Nowhere in the biblical text do we find the burnt offering functioning as the means by which one would appropriately provoke a deity for military victory assistance. Rather, the burnt offering is only intended to be undertaken after a battle is complete. If one loses the battle, the burnt offering has repentant force. If one wins the battle, the burnt offering has celebratory intentions. The significance attached to the burnt offering affirms not only the rationale for Mesha's sacrifice, but also the point of the prior section that the battle at Kir Harsas was complete and that Israel had won, fulfilling Elisha's prophecy." Westbrook argues the wrath came from Chemosh. Mesha had submitted, signified by his sacrifice, but Jehoram and Israel kept attacking regardless. This resulted in Chemosh protecting Moab with his divine wrath. But on this interpretation, the Lord was not defeated, since he did deliver Moab into Israel's hand. Israel decided to go one step further, acting beyond what the Lord had granted, and ended up incurring the wrath of Chemosh. But Drew Holland thinks this is unlikely to be what the authors meant, given their worldview and their belief in the supremacy of the Lord. The text doesn't say who the sacrifice was made to, so both groups could have had their own specific gods in mind. This means that the recipient of Mesha's sacrifice was not strictly Chemosh. Rather, even if the Moabites and Israelites had their respective gods in mind while sacrificing, The net result of their deed was a worshipful action directed to an unknown God. The text reflects this syncretistic situation in its ambiguity. Thus, the conclusion of the chapter results in a breaking point, where Israel goes too far by participating in a human sacrifice that involves syncretism with the God of Israel. The Lord turns on them, unleashing his wrath, and drives them out of Moab entirely. Up until the final verse, the themes of the Exodus throughout the chapter support a victory for Israel. All the Exodus motifs suggest Moab is the villain and Israel will win. But then at the end of the narrative, it all reverses, and Moab is led into their Exodus by a Moses figure. And the reason seems to be because Israel acted sinfully throughout the chapter, resulting in the Lord turning on them. Their final sin of accepting Meshach's abominable sacrifice was the last straw for God, and he turned on Israel, unleashing his wrath and thereby forcing them to flee back to their own land. And this is another theme we find in Deuteronomy. Verse 29-27 says that God will pour out great wrath on Israel for disobedience, and one punishment will be exile from the land. In 2 Kings 3, Israel's sin of human sacrifice results in God's great wrath, driving them from the land of Moab. The Moabites may very well have thought it was Chemosh driving Israel away, but the authors of Kings used themes from Deuteronomy and Exodus to argue the wrath came from the Lord, resulting in Israel being exiled from Moab. In conclusion, it is very unlikely the text is stating Chemosh scored a victory over the Lord. It doesn't explicitly say this, and such an interpretation is unlikely, given the worldview of the authors. It seems more likely we see a common narrative playing out. Israel, led by corrupt kings, commits sinful acts that violate the Torah. Despite this, God is patient and merciful, and fights for them, delivering Moab into their hands. But then Israel goes too far, and accepts Meshach's human sacrifice. This is the final straw, and it kindles the Lord's anger against them. He unleashes his divine wrath, and exiles them from the land of Moab. Chemosh is not an active player in this narrative, because the authors did not consider him to have any real power. So once we dive into the cultural and biblical context, there is no reason to think the authors would ever write this account in a way that suggested another deity could rival their one true God. The text therefore indicates the Lord poured out his divine wrath on Israel because of their great sin.
Good to know.
I'm here to tell you about God's love. God loves. Hey, can you please back off? Nope. What you're doing is illegal right now. Hey, take your hands off me, bro. What's your plan here?
To walk you off.
Well, look, I can be here just like you can be here. What you're doing is illegal.
What you're doing is...
We can have a normal conversation. We can have a normal conversation.
You're not having a normal conversation.
And somebody took it and is sucking at it. Eli, the binky.
What are you talking about?
a**hole to us. Get the out of here, man.
How am I being an a-hole?
Get the out of here.
God bless you, bro.
While I was talking to this person, the guy with the eye patch that threatened me earlier approached our cameraman John and started pushing him.
That's assault. You don't touch me. You can't push me. That's assault. You're gonna Yes. Okay. Do you want to say that on camera? Come on, go. You're not welcome here. He just threatened the man.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't. It's on camera. What do you mean? Get out of here.
I'm here to tell you about God's love.
Video goes viral with a man asking, who would you rather follow, Jesus Christ or Muhammad?
Jesus said, love your enemies. Muhammad said, before he died, Muhammad said, may Allah curse the Jews and the Christians. Jesus, before he died, said, Father, forgive them, for they don't know what they do. Muhammad owned slaves and them. Jesus honored women and covered them. Muhammad, the woman caught in adultery, stoned her to death. Jesus, the woman caught in adultery, said, neither do I condemn you, go and sin no more. Muhammad literally commands men that they can beat their wives up. Jesus commands men to love their wives. So when you compare the founders, I know you're like, interpretation and stuff, forget the Quran, forget the Bible, let's compare the founders of the religion. Your Muhammad, in a span of 10 years, started 73 wars and raids. My Jesus, in a span of 33 years, his whole life, not one war was started. In fact, when his disciples wanted to destroy a city for rejecting him, Jesus rebuked them. When Peter picked up the sword, Jesus said, those who live by the sword would die by the sword. So let's compare founders for a moment. Your founder is not my founder. My founder is a God of love, peace, prosperity. We're not the same. The Muslims want Sharia law.
It's
That's
the
for sure.
Muslims wanting Sharia law to reign in the West.
Yeah.
And you can listen to, is it called imams?
Yeah.
You can listen to the leaders of brotherhoods saying that we will not stop until Islam is in every home and every child. I've heard imams say, we don't care about the parents, but we are coming for the children, and children will become Muslim.
We're immigrants.
You're a refugee,
I'm a refugee. We came legally, obviously, but I love immigration in the right way. When I moved from Egypt to Australia, I was so grateful for my country.
Right.
I love my country. We have an Australian flag in our office.
Right.
Why? We're telling people the country that accepted me and took me in, I love it, I'm grateful for it, I'm blessing it, and I'm bringing my skill here. But what a lot of Muslims do when they move to America is they don't love the country, they hate the country. I was literally in an Uber on the way here, and the Uber was a Muslim man, his name is Muhammad, and he was complaining to me how bad it is to live in America. I'm like, where are you from? He's like, Pakistan. I'm like, why are you here? Like, why are you complaining about the country that you're in? Like,
what did he say?
That's the thing. I was like to him, why are you here? He was like, oh, I moved with my family for a better future. I'm like, so you're telling me you left Pakistan because you don't like the way you live there, you don't like Islam there, and you're moving to America only to hate America? And this is the problem. I love immigration, but if you're going to migrate to a country, you better love your country. You better bless your country. You better wave the American flag here. Don't go around burning the flag. And that's the difference between an immigrant and an enemy.
Guys, times like this, I'm so glad that I follow a leader that was perfect.
Big Disney fan, so let's see what this is.
So what do you want to do exactly? You just want to keep on saying
I don't understand. Hold on, I'm going to read this one more time, and then I'm done. I don't know why people keep asking me to say the same thing over and over again. You do not unilaterally disavow. You say Donald Trump needs to turn down the temperature. Once I hear him calling for disavow, we would love to follow suit. The temperature won't lower until he does it. When you say that they control the media, therefore, like, you know, we have to be careful about giving them ammunition. They fabricate ammunition. That you will never be able to, you shouldn't waste any time trying to quell every single thing that's said on your side when the other side is like an open civil war dialogue. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of effort, and it'll never be successful. You should just be pressuring the other side to bring it down, because they'll find any piece of ammunition they want. What I just said, every time somebody's asked to disavow anything, they should just say Donald Trump should do it first, and then I'll follow suit.
Knowing that it will help legitimize their position.
Their position is already fully
No
legitimate.
matter how much we try to bring down the temperature,
to
the left just keeps raising it.
Well, then fine. Then the position will be legitimized to their audience.
We're trying to have conversations. They're shooting us with
At
conversations.
some point, we have to move away from the optics obsession into from the world of fantasy and come back to the real world and actually care about things that are true and real.
That's
it can't
the
constantly
issue
be,
with
how
the
can we
left.
entertain this delusion to the maximum extent possible while treating half the country like retarded children? The reality is
Because
that
they
Donald
are.
Trump needs to turn down the rhetoric, and he should. It can't be this obsessive, like, well, shouldn't we lie about our position and lie about what we should all do so that the retarded children audience that are all being manipulated? Like, no, that's so stupid. Like, there's a clear morally right answer, and I think pragmatically, I think it's the right answer as well. The idea that we should obsessively try to pragmatically, I think it is the correct answer.
It hasn't been working now. I don't know how it could work if they dominate the media, if Trump is...
Wait, what do you mean it hasn't been working now? The disavowal has been what we've tried, and that hasn't worked at all.
Well, you guys really... Well, the Dems aren't really unified. They don't... I mean, you guys are fractured on the left. You have the Dems, then you have the crazy commies, the Hassan Pikers.
Those people aren't politically relevant, though. The only reason they're as big in the media as they are is because they're on social media because the right talks about them all the time.
Exactly, and they use them to point to Democrats.
Okay, so how do we tone down Hassan Piker's rhetoric or Vosh's rhetoric?
Well, if you got the whole Democrat Party to all of a sudden just try and all at the same time push the message that we're not a part of the radical left, like a proper campaign.
You can't.
Like,
we already tried. We've tried that a million times. There's no way to do that fully. And even if we did, they still called Obama a communist. There's how are you going to separate? There's just no way.
But then you won't have you will see all accountability that the Republicans want from you because you can just shift it over to the radical left. Because they always use the radical left to blame it on you. If you say
then I would rather die than have to live a lie for the rest of my life to appeal to a group of retards. That's okay. I'm okay with the world. I would prefer that world. Okay, 100%. Like the idea that I have to constantly rhetorically navigate where we lie over and over again because the other side gets to rape you in any hole they want at any point in time if you accidentally leave anything exposed is such a cucked loser way of approaching politics. Why doesn't the right have to constantly disavow the gripers? Why doesn't the right have to constantly disavow every insane right-wing movement? Like you're on this world where well, we have to get the entire Democratic Party unified to disavow the left, even though they've been calling you communists forever, even though Donald Trump openly praises leaders like Kim Jong-un and China and everything else. No, it's retarded. At some point, we need to be able to bring it back to reality and have real-world conversations. It's crazy.
No, but I completely agree. But the issue is
not
that
one of those
because
people that have
left,
real
they
world
can try
conversations.
and legitimize their position. If you disavow them, you see all accountability and you kill two birds with one stone.
You can do both. Yeah, I think you should disavow them. I do.
Yeah,
I think everybody should
exactly.
too.
So
but you can do both at the same time. I've been pushing that campaign for 5 years. What are you talking about? And everybody on the left.
I'm saying, yep, but I agree with you. I'm saying the Democrat Party.
He's just always yelling. He's as bad as a Muslim.
I am proud of European culture. I will not show embarrassment to European culture, and I will continue to spread European culture. If you hate your own country so much that you want this, if you want this to replace it, then you need to do some serious thinking. Follow me around the world to spread European culture.
We walk in here and immediately you start barking orders at people, telling them what to do. I don't know what country you think this is. This is not Nazi Germany. You don't get to go up to grown men you've never met before and tell them how they can dress. This is America. It's a free country. We have a First Amendment right and subsequent case law backed up 1,000 times that we can cuss and we can say whatever we want. If you don't like it, change your diaper and go find a different job. You're supposed to listen to us. We pay you. The reason we're here is because Hall of Famer, Super Bowl champion, Warren Sapp was arrested by your sheriff for having the nerve to speak. He was arrested for speech. And then your sheriff doubled down and said it was his fault that he dared to speak. We come in here and you double, triple down against free speech. You started crying and adjourned the meeting over free speech. You guys obviously have a problem with constitutional civil rights that you swore to preserve, protect, and defend. We drove for hours. We're serious about the Constitution. We are activists, and we got his back. And now he's suing you for $20 million. Is that going to come out of your pocket, or is it going to come out of these taxpayers' pocket? You told him to take off his hat. He said take off your tie, and you turned beet red and got all furious. You don't like being told what to do, either do we. The same respect we show you, you show to us. We have the right to speak, and we shouldn't be locked in cages like animals because your feelings got hurt. The harder you press against us, the harder we're going to press against you. This is not a game. I'm glad you came to your senses and these guys woke you up. Don't make any requests of anyone. You don't like being told what to do, we don't either. We're grown men just like you.
This is so iconic. I love that one, God.
This thing is satanic. And what's happened is satanic. And what happened with the Catholic children at the school right here was satanic. And it's spiritual. All these things are spiritual now. And you cannot win spiritual battles with natural means. Could those things have been stopped? Could Charlie Kirk's, could that have been stopped?
Stuff, and some of it coming from important people. And so, I don't know. My inclination right now, we're only a few days after what happened, and my inclination right now is some of the stuff still needs to be responded to. And it's basically a lot of people trying to make sure that Charlie is remembered as a terrible, evil person, and therefore shouldn't be mourned, and things like that. And you guys have all seen videos by some of the complete lunatics. So just to be clear, you have lunatics with like weird colored hair, just screaming and ranting and so on, cackling like complete maniacs. But then you have people who are like tons of people have been getting fired. People in various universities, just regular schools and so on. People been getting fired for celebrating his death. But then you have people who don't normally come across as people who would act like this, and yet they are. In other words, they don't normally come across as like evil scumbags, and yet they are in this case. And so that's interesting. But anyway, if someone just disagrees with Charlie Kirk's views and so on, there's not a lot to do about that. But if someone's just completely misrepresenting something and just lying and then using that to portray Charlie as this horrible person, that's the sort of stuff I'll probably keep replying to that. Let's see, what is this? I pray David does not parrot a bunch of lies that he sees about Charlie. I'm seeing people that I respect repeat the lies, and it's making me heartbroken. I don't know, do I have a reputation as someone who repeats lies about Charlie?
No.
Let's see. We're seeing if there's anything we want to cover here at the beginning. As far as there's a bunch of messages. Oh, people asking where AP is. Yeah, Igor points out AP is in England. Yeah, AP is actually doing a couple things over there, and he had a bunch of discussions and interviews and so on lined up. So I'm guessing he's getting a ton of awesome footage right now. And he wasn't just going to the UK. He's going, I don't know. I forget what he shared publicly. So I'm not going to share anything publicly. But yeah, AP's doing a bunch of stuff. AP's doing a bunch of stuff.
AP's a busy man.
Oh, matter of fact, we got a couple super chats. Someone just asked about AP. Let me go through these real quick. Just a couple. Though not technically theologically correct, Charlie Kirk is a martyr who died for his love of Jesus Christ and the Christian faith. Rest in peace. That's some of what people are challenging. He's actually a terrible, terrible, terrible person. But we're going to check out some of that. Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven. Amen. And this is the one about AP. How is AP doing with all this? He looked really bad. Yeah, AP is really upset. He got really excited when Charlie Kirk invited him to speak, and he thought it was really cool that they didn't tell him what to say. It was just, hey, you're an ex-Muslim. You've clearly thought deeply about some things, so you've got 12 minutes. And they didn't tell him, hey, don't talk about this. Hey, don't be mean about this. They let him speak and so on.
Hey, what are you doing?
AP really
naked.
I've never met him, but AP really liked the guy, and as lots of other people have, and as seems like pretty much everyone who knew him. And that's the
good job, buddy.
You've got all these people who don't know him and are going just based on some couple
don't fall
things
down.
they heard, some tweets or something like that.
Put him down.
And they're condemning him as this horrible, evil person, and everyone around him that I've seen comment.
He can come right here, and he won't be seen.
Nicest, most loving guys, guys I've ever met in my life. And so it's this weird situation. But I guess my overall advice, ladies and gentlemen, is
good job, Baba.
We don't want to be like Pakistan. And it's not just Pakistan, but Pakistan is like the main example that people have seen over the years of. So, if you want to take someone, down, you just start spreading something about how bad this person is. And in Pakistan, it's, oh, this person desecrated a Quran. Oh, there's this guy I don't like over here. Everyone, he just made fun of Muhammad. And they'll form a mob and actually kill a dude over people spreading false accusations about him. But I mean, we may be in that same situation now. We got more details coming out about the shooter and so on. We're not going to cover any of that today, and I don't know if I'll be covering it all anymore because other people can cover that sort of thing. If something interesting happens, we might go through it at some point. But
3 minutes.
Again, we don't know exactly what the guy's thinking. We have some details, and they make it look like we have some understanding of what was going through his head, but you know, all kinds of other information may come out and so on. And I generally don't trust stuff that comes out in the first 2 days after something like this, because it's inevitable that lots more information comes out later and so on and can change things. But we could actually be getting to a similar mindset as Pakistan, where if you want to take someone out, just start spreading accusations about how horrible and evil this person is, and someone will take care of him. Someone will take care of him. That's what it looks like we may be getting to, especially when you see how many people were celebrating. When you see that many people celebrating, it's like, oh, you guys actually want this. You want a place like Pakistan where I don't like someone, so let me just go say a bunch of stuff about him, and someone will take care of it. Pretty creepy. Take these super chats that just came out, and then we're going to jump into some stuff, guys. It's going to be good stuff. We got a good show. We're going to go through several of the main accusations of people who have claimed Charlie is this horrible, evil person and therefore needed to be stopped. And we'll actually take a look at the context of some of these things and see if people were representing him accurately. And some of you may have seen
the
celebrities, of course, that were accusing Charlie of various things.
For sure.
And it's interesting. You had Stephen King, so he was one of the big ones.
Anti-illegal immigration, which I think most people should be.
And so that was actually good. And he apologized. He said,
illegal immigration leads to slavery
without checking. And he goes, I apologize. And so this is someone who actually shared information, said, nope, Charlie was a bad, evil person. And then the actual context was shown to him, and he apologized. Said, wow, I shared it without really investigating.
Falcon, ready to strike.
So the point is, like, even people who are attacking him, some of them who bother to act, who actually care enough to see if they're right, are looking into it and going, wow, I was wrong. But guess what? Notice, he was completely willing to share something accusing Charlie of being a horrible, evil person. And he had, like, we'll take a look at the Stephen King tweets. But he shared it, and guess what? This was his main example, because he was like, he was trying to show, nope, actually, dude is completely evil. He's an evil person. Look at this. So he had one example that he could give, and it was complete nonsense. It was complete nonsense, and he apologized.
Oh,
what's that mean? We have, again, it's reminding me of Pakistan, where someone could just make something up, and everyone will just share it real quick until a mob is formed, and then they take care of a person for you if you don't like a person. And now we're finding out becoming kind of similar here. All right, we'll take these couple, and then we're going to jump into some stuff, guys. I promise you, unless something completely derails this, like a lightning strike or something like that. We got some interesting good stuff to go through. Merck says, the more I look into Charlie, the more I like him. Yeah, and I've never really looked into him. I've said before, I've only seen a couple of clips. I wasn't paying attention to who he was until AP was like, hey, he invited me down to speak. But I've only ever, before this happened, I'd only ever seen a couple of clips by him.
Narukami, and taking off.
So it's actually after he was shot that I started paying more attention to his stuff and so on. Thoughts on canceling? I've seen 9/11 dispatchers, firemen, and surgeons mocking Kirk and wondering if you're loving your neighbor in reporting them.
Drone deployed.
Yes, I've already talked about this yesterday and probably the day before and so on. I'm generally not in favor of what's called cancel culture. What's normally called cancel culture is like, you said something that's completely unrelated and it basically hurts someone's feelings because they disagree with you, and so they complain about you until they get you canceled. Lots of it is like you'll say something that someone doesn't like, so they'll dig through your tweets and find something you said 10 years ago when you're 16 years old, and then they'll use that to get you fired from your job today. So, okay, that stuff's messed up. When someone is celebrating an assassination over that person's views and they think it's great, that's a different category. That's not, oh, you said something mean and hurt someone's feelings years ago. This is, you are the sort of person who approves of brutally murdering people over their views. That's actually relevant, right? That's relevant to an employer. That's relevant to your business if you have people working for you who think it's good to slaughter people over their views. That's actually pretty relevant. And that should be up to you whether you want that person working for you or not. So that is the sort of thing. It would, and I mentioned this I think yesterday, but it would be like if you have a school and then you see someone, a teacher at a school posting stuff about being attracted to kids or something like that. Like, oh, you don't want to engage in cancel culture and report it. No, you need to report someone like that, because a person who's attracted to kids should not be working at a school. It's just go work somewhere else. Not trying to stop you from working or anything like that, but you need to not be around kids if you're attracted to kids, right? So anyway, the point is there are situations where, yes, it is entirely appropriate to report some terrible, terrible, terrible ideas and behavior from people. Hi, my family believes the narrative that Orthodox traditional Jewish folks spit on Christians. I know you've spoken out against that stereotype before. What should I tell them? Well, you can tell them, ask the people who are there. You can watch my video with Ron Tantor. That's on my channel. But I interviewed a Messianic Jew, so that's a Jew who is a Christian, and he's been preaching in Israel for the past 20 years. He says there's one radical sect that other people do not like, and they're the ones who would like spit in the direction of Christians and stuff like that. So other people generally don't like them. He said they were a tiny fraction and so on, and other people think they're weird and so on. But you see the videos, and then people say, because this is just the rule with the Jews apparently, if you see one Jew doing something, a couple Jews doing something, you say, this is how Jews are. This is the only group that we're supposed to do this with, but that's what happens. So yeah, I'd say get some videos of actual people there who respond to that sort of thing. It's pretty much nonsense, and I've been there twice. I was wearing a cross the entire time, both times.
Yeah, I missed.
Walking me and AP, we stayed in the old city of Jerusalem. No one so much as looked at us wrong. No one so much as looked at me wrong wearing a cross. I went to Michael Rappaport's bar mitzvah, which was right outside the Temple Mount, underground. And there were like 40 IDF soldiers there, and I'm standing there with a cross, and no one had a problem with it. But you have these people who believe. You go over there, and you're a Christian, and people know you're a Christian. Everyone's just going to be spitting on you. Yep, it's total nonsense. All right, guys, we have a lot of stuff to cover, so I'm going to go through these super chats really quick, and only respond. I mean, only slow down if it's something really important. But we got a bunch of stuff to go through. Although them being fired tickles me, it is scary to have nihilistic, ill, and violent people have even less going for them. Yeah, that is a potential problem. So you've got this guy who thinks it's good to assassinate people for their views, and then you fire them. So yeah, there is that. But fortunately, most of them are cowards. Reminder, liars and slanderers will not inherit the kingdom of God. Lord bless you in your work, friendly neighborhood psychopath. Mosh says, a good friend asked me, was he that important? I told him his murder will change history and could be the thing that saves the Western world. This is looking really big. We'll see why in a second. Andrew Wilson is going after people celebrating his death on their TikTok live streams for Charlie if he starts on going straight there. I went on a whole rant on the lies that is spewed, Charlie Kirk, and how more Gen Z kids think political violence is okay. I didn't know I was going to get so hyped. Yeah, I think a lot of us are in the same ballpark there. The people claiming that the avalanche of apostasy didn't happen and Charlie was bad praise an Al-Qaeda terrorist genocide in Syria. Yeah. No one's going to accuse people of being consistent. Apostate of Allah said that was on her live stream. Different topic, David. Did you see Putin? And we're not going to talk about anything else right now. Did you see Putin talking about organ transplants? Two atheists talking about living to 150 years old, immortality. Have you seen the new leader of the Oxford Union talking about Charlie? Also, how is AP the one getting bigger and not our favorite psycho? As far as the Oxford Union, yeah, you had the new, I've seen conflicting informations, but yeah, you had going to be the new president of the Oxford Union, and he was celebrating Charlie's death, and then at first they were saying they're going to have him anyway. I saw other people saying that they made him step down, but I don't know. Do not quote me on any of that. But yeah, it was a messed up situation. It was a person that Charlie had debated. He had debated someone at the Oxford Union, and now you have the idea of the Oxford Union is you get together and discuss things and debates and so on. If it's come to, hey, disagree with us and you have to die.
You got what you deserve.
If we're looking at someone who can likely replace Kirk, even though nobody truly can, maybe we want to look at someone who's cool and hip like Mike Winger. This is not a time for jokes. Not a time for jokes, ladies and gentlemen. Hey Diddy, do you know when AP is coming back? Sort of. I know he's going somewhere. He's going somewhere else. So I forget how long he's staying, but it'll be several more days. Hoping you can live stream about the Putin convert. No, probably not.
Yay, GG.
You have no reputation for lies. You are known for truth, but I have PTSD from some of the things I've seen lately. Pretty bad stuff. D-Wood, AP has been on my mind and in prayers because I know how hard he takes these things. I don't know if this would be helpful, but I'm currently reading Dark Clouds, Deep Mercy, Discovering the Grace of Lament. Yeah, AP. Now here's what's interesting. AP does.
Sorry, I forgot what sound I had to remind me there was a chat.
Would get depressed and so on, but that was also while he was an atheist. So it will be interesting to see.
Useless to run when Falcon has eyes on you.
Now that he's a Christian, if he's going to respond to things differently. D-Wood, you never met Charlie Kirk, but you've met Milo. I've never met Milo. I know he's gotten into trouble, but back in the day, he was quite effective against evil. Milo was good at basically.
Yeah. We did good.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what Charlie did, right? Like Milo would show up
Almost
to a
as
college
much damage
campus
as
and
Stecco.
just argue with everyone who wanted to step up to the mic and so on. But yeah, Milo was, but he got in trouble over his claims about men having relationships with teenage boys. Can a large group of people collectively become sociopaths? What has happened? What has to happen to someone for them to stoop so low? Are they all born like this? Aaron, you should check out my video. I forget what I called it, but it's about a concept in psychology called dissocial psychopathy or dissocial sociopathy.
Switch.
And the idea is that someone can come to behave like a psychopath or a sociopath. So just for people who draw a distinction, not everyone draws a distinction. Some people say they're just labels and they're not a distinction. For people who drew a distinction between a psychopath and a sociopath, again, there are other, like Jordan Peterson, he says there's no difference. For people who use those terms differently, it was thought that you're born a psychopath, you are messed up as a child and become a sociopath, right? But something happens to you very young and you become a sociopath. Again, there are other people who say they're just names for people who have antisocial personality disorder. There was this concept. It was in the DSM-1. So that's a Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Health Disorders, mental disorders. In the first edition, there was something called dissocial psychopathy. And that was, you're not actually born a psychopath, but you join some sort of group where the behavior of a psychopath is encouraged and valued. It becomes adaptive. In other words, you will succeed in your group if you behave like a psychopath. So imagine a normal person with no mental problems or whatever joins the mafia. Well, or joins a gang or joins a terror cell.
This video showing up.
The behaviors that are normally associated with being a psychopath are actually valued in those groups. And so you can adapt the behaviors over time until you're kind of indistinguishable from an actual psychopath. You behave the same because that behavior is encouraged. And so what I think is going on here is you have a bunch of people who may have been normal kids and so on. They're not psychopaths, but they're part of a group where they all celebrate killing someone and so on. And so they're adopting the behaviors of psychopaths or sociopaths, whatever you want to call them. And I think that's what's going on. Please react to Jesse Lee Peterson versus Tovia Singer. I saw that pop up earlier. I did not have time to check it out, but I do think it's interesting. Did you see the South Koreans marching and chanting, "I am Charlie Kirk"? No, I heard about that though.
So
people supporting the death of Charlie Kirk are definitionally supporting terrorists. Yeah, and that's pretty stupid of them. I mean, seriously, if you're some purple-haired weirdo from, we killed the guy because we disagreed with him. Do you really want society to change to where people kill people they disagree with? Because I don't think you're gonna run that society. I don't think you're gonna last long. So you should be happy you have a society where even really stupid views are not something you get killed over. Because if you actually get the sort of society you say you want, where we just kill people who disagree with us, you're kind of like a weird fringe. You're not gonna be the group that controls everything. So, dumb stuff. No guests today? No, we're just watching. We're gonna watch some stuff and expose some stuff. Thank you for that. And last one here. It's genuinely worrying that many on the left genuinely believe Kirk is a fascist. How can we combat this idea in mass, considering how this narrative is spreading fast? Well, by doing what we're going to do here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to do what we're doing here. But everyone needs to do it because this will be kind of like there's a live stream. We'll be here for a while going through some of these issues. There needs to be shorts. There needs to be short stuff. So I would encourage other people to make like short videos responding to things. That's a lot of things like, Charlie said this, he's so evil. Okay, play the clip in context to show people what he actually said and so on. Or show him saying something. If they're saying, here's what he was.
You gotta drive them to see what he actually said.
That's what needs to happen. That's what needs to happen right now. And so, let me just find this. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and jump into some of this stuff. First, we'll have now famous quote from Charlie.
Pinocchio
He said you can tell a lot about a person by how they react when someone dies. Tell a lot about a person by how they react when someone dies. I'm sure lots of you have seen how some people are reacting. See lots of people saying, "Hey, I just started reading the Bible for the first time." Seen lots of people saying that witnessing so much evil behavior from Charlie's critics and opponents is actually making them recoil against the evil, and they're like, "Hey, I'm reading the Bible now. I just went to church for the first time." Matter of fact, let's pull that up. This is one example. I've seen many. I've seen tons of these. These are going all over the place. I just screenshotted one. So this is American Barbie, who says, "I'm going to church tomorrow for the first time in forever. I'm taking a small group of people with me, some of whom have never been to church before, some who, like me, haven't been in many years. We will cry, pray, mourn, and praise God together, and it will all be because of Charlie Kirk." So, if you're on X or some other platform, I'm sure you've seen tons of examples of those. I've seen a bunch today of people saying, either people saying, "Hey, I'm going to church for the first time, or the first time in a long time," or, "My goodness, there were a bunch of new people in my church today." So I've been seeing a lot of that. But we also have different kinds of reactions. So this is the most recent one I saw. Okay, prepare yourselves. This is pretty insane.
Assist. We're gonna push it. We're gonna see how far we can push it. I was not kidding when I said if you were gonna get the job done, there were two better candidates. And further,
so she's saying, "Hey, you got one guy, but I've been pointing out there were two better ones." Not sure exactly who that is. She shut down her channel. People started sharing this clip about how insane she's sounding, and this was on her TikTok, and so she made her TikTok private. So I wasn't able to see if she's identifying who the two better candidates were, because that could be obviously be like Trump and Vance, or Trump and Netanyahu, or Trump and Elon, or I don't know. But she's saying, "Hey, we got one, but we got to get these other two." And then watch what she says will happen.
better candidates. And furthermore, when that happens, and it will, it will, not only will we be insensitive, that'll be the least of your worries. But it's gonna be the biggest fucking celebration, the biggest, most beautiful celebration on planet Earth. On planet Earth right now. The entire planet is gonna celebrate when he takes a turn. Finally.
Okay, so there you have someone delusional enough to think that the entire world agrees with her and whatever she wants to happen. There's a problem with being on social media.
I got me.
Well, she's a TikToker, and I can guarantee anything she says, the people following her, people are like deranged enough to follow her, or a bunch of people who think exactly like her.
When did we lose? I think we got two people low.
Insane thing she says, and you just start thinking, oh, everyone agrees with me. Why? Because everything I post, everyone says, oh, how great, even if I'm cackling like the Wicked Witch of the, I forget which direction the Wicked Witch was from. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen Wizard of Oz since I was a kid. But yeah, they came from different directions. I forget which one was which. But anyway, you've got the, she was just cackling like the Wicked Witch. And, oh, once I get my way, and other people have been entire world is going to celebrate. So that's what she thinks is going to happen. But anyway, got some really, really weird, creepy, insane people. So anyway, we've got people who are reacting well, and as Konstantin Kisin pointed out, notice no one's running around burning places to the ground and burning cities to the ground. So after Charlie's death, and why? You have basically two main forces at work here. You have a force that wants to preserve and restore and build, and you have a force that wants to destroy and replace with something else. And if your goal is to destroy and replace the current system with something else, then you look for any opportunity to try and destroy things. You want to destroy it all, bring it all to the ground. Why? Because you want to replace it with communism or socialism or Islam, something like that. If your goal is to preserve and restore and build and so on, then if you die for that cause, a lot of people will take that as inspiration. Okay, we have to focus more on preserving and killing and restoring. So that's the
That
actual,
devil teamed.
that's what you see from Charlie. That's why you have the different kinds of reactions. But speaking of different kinds of reactions, let's check out our good friend Stephen King, what he's responding to Jesse Waters. Jesse Waters had said, Charlie Kirk was not a controversial or polarizing man. Charlie was a patriot. This is a turning point, and we all need to turn in the right direction. Rest in peace, my friend.
Our strikers up.
He says, rest in peace. Charlie was a patriot. And then Stephen King.
Oh, I think we definitely had some.
He advocated stoning gays to death. Just saying. So if you've been paying attention to people criticizing Charlie, you've probably seen that a bunch. We're actually going to take a closer look at what he actually said. But anyway, people called Stephen King on this and
did well.
actually showed him what Charlie actually said. They showed Stephen King what Charlie actually said after he's circulating this. He advocated stoning gays to death, just saying.
Who's this guy here?
And this is interesting. Later, Stephen King says, I apologize for saying Charlie Kirk advocated stoning gays. What he actually demonstrated was how some people cherry pick biblical passages. That's what Charlie was actually doing in the clip. He was not saying, hey, let's go out and stone gays. He was saying, quit cherry picking to serve your agenda. And we'll be taking a look at that later on. And other people kept calling him out. I'd say Stephen King should be ashamed of himself, but what's the point? He says, I was wrong and I apologize. I have deleted the post. So he was, it was bad for spreading that about a guy who just died and so on. But he did apologize like a man. and bigotry in this video of mine.
Be okay.
He posts his video, Dark Enchantment.
You want the bag?
And we're going to go ahead and see most of the, I think most of the video, or like half the video, is him
I'm
just
okay
talking
right now.
about this dark enchantment concept
Yeah,
and
you
so
can
on.
put that on my desk.
But like the last half is him talking about Charlie Kirk. So we're going to go ahead and watch what he says about Charlie Kirk. But this genetically modified skeptic, Drew, he said, today is a good day to remember what a despicable fascist ghoul
I
Charlie
didn't get
Kirk
any
was.
medals
He
for that
advocate
last
for
match.
violence and bigotry in this video of mine. So Charlie is advocating for violence and bigotry. We're going to see him keep in mind what's he saying here? Charlie was advocating
That should be semi-easy, I
and
think.
bigotry in this video.
I think you're going to bed soon.
From genetically modified skeptic. So as soon as Charlie died, genetically modified skeptic said, I can actually use this to promote my video.
I don't really feel like playing anymore.
No.
All right.
All right, now.
Well, a pet.
We're actually going to check out some of this.
I'm playing 2 games.
We'll get these other super chats real quick, and then we will check out genetically modified skeptics video, and then we'll see a couple clips from Charlie, and then we'll watch one of Charlie's, someone who knew Charlie, responding to the accusations. And it's interesting because the guy who's responding and defending Charlie against charges of racism and homophobia and so on is a black gay man. That's the one who's saying you guys are totally wrong about Charlie. So we're going to go ahead and check that out. Let's see. Take a couple of these. In light of people cheering for Charlie Kirk's death, how should we react when our enemies died? Is it okay for people back then rejoicing over Hitler, Goliath, Haman's death, and so on? It depends on the situation. Like, I mean, I said the other day, you know, you can take the worst ISIS jihadi, and up to his dying breath, I'm hoping the best for him. But you people hear that, oh, you're hoping the best for. What's best for him is to turn away from terrorism, reject all those ideas, leave that ideology, turn himself in to face punishment for the horrible things he's done, and hopefully leave Islam and become a Christian and so on. I'm not saying, oh, I just hope you get away with it and I hope you have a fun, happy life despite of all the things you've done. No, that's not good for you. That's bad. But
You have to turn away and completely reject what you've been doing.
they're actually in a special category as far as like me and AP, more so AP, but I understand where he's coming from and so on. He would make fun of people like weeping over the deaths of terrorists and so on, and make fun of the obsession with these terrorists. There, I think it's acceptable and appropriate because you don't want terrorists to become
Martyrs.
examples of how to behave. You don't want them to be celebrated. You want them, oh yeah, this great guy, he was a terrorist, but he's the greatest person in the world, and let's all celebrate him. Some people need to be mocked because you don't want them to be taken as role models for a younger generation and so on. So it's kind of a different situation. So, but you'd have to be pretty bad. You have to be someone where it's like, okay, this guy has done so much freaking evil that anything else you want to point to that he's done that may be good if it weren't attached to him.
It hurts my knee.
The evil that this person has done so outweighs any possible good that you could mention of him that he absolutely should not be honored and celebrated and so on. So that'd be my view on that. Charlie was such a hateful bigot that my Orthodox Jewish synagogue said psalms and prayers in his memory yesterday on the Sabbath. Yeah, that proves it, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I didn't know witches were real. Yeah, we've just proven that they are. That's just her audition tape for the role of Joker in the next Batman movie. Yeah, if they need a witch version of the Joker. Demon manifestation. Yeah, it is weird how these people seem so like sick and evil.
They are very well manifesting.
They're the right ones. Is this the same lady that gave Snow White the apple? Could be. Left-wing violence is like a dial and right-wing violence is like a switch. The left is slowly getting more and more violent, and soon they'll go too far, and God help them. That lady's a weird comic book villain. She is pretty darn creepy. By the way, I'm seeing the same with my Jewish friends. Charlie inspired God on everybody, not just Christians. I haven't put on my Tiflin since October 7th. Thanks, Charlie. Yep, lots of people around the world inspired by this. These people are sick. They can't function with normal people, and they would see us dead. Yeah, that is pretty creepy. That cackling crazy lady should have been in the Snow White remake as the Wicked Witch. Yeah, not super hot Gal Gadot. My prayer is that when I die, all of hell rejoices that I am out of the fight. C.S. Lewis. Yeah. She needs prayers, guys. Amen. Yeah, that lady definitely needs something. When did you first coming up with a long-term, multi-year strategy against Islam, i.e. promoting Mojab, and are you still following or made big changes? When did I come up with big long-term, multi-year strategies? Probably around 2007 or 2008. And almost everything has happened already. Almost everything has been happening. Deleting privated channel, coward move, crazy eyes. Yeah, she definitely has some crazy eyes. And yeah, it is interesting that people run their mouths and then people start responding. They'll go, ha ha, you can't stop me. And all of a sudden more people respond. They're like, uh-oh. And then they'll make their stuff private. Do y'all know which is more violent, left or right? I mean, that can vary from time to time and kind of different causes and so on. Right now, a lot of the violence we're seeing is from the left. And they tend to, because again, keep in mind, it's not like normal people who happen to be Democrats or something like this. It's like the far left, but they're the ones who are like encouraging people to like get violent and burn places to the ground and so on. Hi, David. I'm Polish Australian. I'm now Coptic. That's cool. That's interesting. Wait, Polish and you're Coptic now? Oh, that is interesting. Low IQ individuals who get dusted in every debate because they can't defend their positions, so have to resort to unaliving. Wicked. Yeah, it's not good. How would you diagnose Raskolnikov from Crime and Punishment? He sounds similar to you and Tyler Robinson in being a highly intelligent psychopath. Also, before watching you and AP, C&P was how I learned that Muhammad was a false prophet and warlord. This book needs to be taught in more schools. Oh, Crime and Punishment was how I learned that Muhammad was a false prophet. Yeah. I'm not sure. I mean, he seemed narcissistic.
Got it. Yeah, it is pretty heavy.
Maybe psychopathic. But no, I mean, it did start to bother him over time, right?
Keep
in mind, I read that in high school. I read Crime and Punishment in high school. So you're talking 32, 33 years ago or something like that. And there are overlapping symptoms of antisocial personality disorder, narcissistic personality disorder. I'd have to check it out again. David, you're an example that good does not depend on feelings like empathy or sympathy. Thanks for that. Serious question. What was he saying about 1 in 5 women don't get raped? Can someone give me context? Not sure about that. In every atheist sits a little nihilist. It did with me. I'm really angry with a lot of the Christian YouTuber I watch. They seem to be obfuscating to a degree the reaction of the left and focus on calling out the right. It seems unbalanced and unfair. This is demonic influence. These people need Jesus. Definitely bad. Sean McDowell is one of the kindest people on the internet. Anyone who has a problem with him, the problem is on their end. Yeah. Can you imagine Sean McDowell thinking, hey, it'd be good to get... Instead of just Christians and atheists just constantly attacking each other, making fun of each other, let's just have good conversations and so on. And then Drew from Genetically Modified Skeptics, oh, they're trying to use me. I think that's Tucker's sister. Oh, they do have the same laugh, don't they? Yeah, that's what it reminds me of. She has Tucker Carlson's laugh. I heard how people were spreading conspiracy theories about Frank Turek, his mentor. How tragic. Yeah, I think the conspiracy theory about Frank Turek was based on not knowing who he was. It was just he was close to him, and right before the shooting, he was messing around with his phone, and people saw him in the video, and they're like, "Hey, this guy may have been signaling," and they didn't realize that it's Frank Turek who has done shows with him and is friends with him. All right, everyone. So now we are going to check out a video from Genetically Modified Skeptic. And so again, in this video, the first half or so of the video, he's talking about, He's talking basically about why young people are attracted to whatever it may be, like the conservative movement or something like this. And you've got young people who are disillusioned and looking for meaning in life. And he's saying that conservatives or Republicans or whatever he was saying are basically using that. They're using that to take these young guys and basically point them in the direction they want to go for their own benefit and so on. But they're using issues these young people have, and they're veering them in a certain direction. But that direction is evil, according to Drew, genetically modified skeptic. It's an evil direction. And so anyway, he's talking about that, and then he gets to the point about Charlie Kirk as like the prime example of someone who's doing this, because he's focusing on reaching young people a lot. And so that's got to be bad. So anyway, we're going to check out the section that's about Charlie Kirk. So here's where he starts on Charlie Kirk.
Few, if any, I'd argue, are more effective in and focused on delivering a sense of dark enchantment to young men than Charlie Kirk, who is arguably the most powerful, popular, and influential figure in Gen Z Christianity.
I'm Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action, together the largest conservative grassroots organizations in the country.
He started Turning Point USA in 2012, and today it has over 800 chapters and over 250,000 members. It started as a political organization to mobilize young people on college campuses to vote Republican, but now it's marketing itself as a Christian ministry in actual churches.
That is interesting. So started off geared towards, I mean, here's the thing. It's Drew. I'm not familiar with the origins of Turning Point USA or what's been going on with it and so on. And so I would normally be inclined to just take Drew's word for it. But given what he says later, that I actually know he's wrong, it's hard to take anything. Drew, you kind of ruin your credibility over time when you do stuff like this. But anyway, so we'll just go with him on that. That it starts off as trying to get young people to vote Republican or something like that, and is now basically a Christian ministry because they have this big emphasis on Christianity.
Kirk went on to forge a relationship with Pastor Rob McCoy, head of Godspeed Calvary Chapel of Thousand Oaks in California, and together they founded Turning Point Faith. The effort reaches out to pastors nationwide to encourage them to embrace political messages as a church growth strategy, an initiative that has doubled as an engine for turning out the pastors' congregations for conservative candidates. The political messages Kirk and his allies espouse have also come to include constant defense of Trump, as well as Christian nationalism. McCoy has spread falsehoods about the January 6, 2021 attack.
It is interesting that Drew is blasting this guy, not familiar who this guy is, but blasting this guy for spreading falsehoods when Drew is spreading some seriously messed up falsehoods and loving it. But what's this say? The political messages Kirk and his affiliates espouse have also come to include constant defense of Trump. Oh, is he just reading this stuff? Let me see.
Attack on the U.S. Capitol, for example, and has defended a member of his church sentenced to jail for his role in the insurrection. By the way, I have no relationship to Pastor McCoy here. I actually do have relationships to a few Pastor McCoys, but not this one. We might share a kind of cowboy-ass last name, but I don't know him. I don't condone him. Thanks.
Oh, so apparently his last name is McCoy. That's actually a cool cowboyish name. Just sucks that such a cool cowboy name was wasted on Drew here.
Just a brief look into Charlie Kirk's messaging to his primarily young male audience reveals an apocalyptic ideology obsessed with supposed evil.
Our form and structure of government was built for the people that believed in Christ our Lord. One of the reasons we're living through a constitutional crisis is that we no longer have a Christian nation, but we have a Christian form of government, and they're incompatible. So you cannot have liberty if you do not have a Christian population.
The fact that people are out here with a different religion than me is what's causing all the problems. You, watching at home, cannot be free until everyone stops being different from me.
I'm sorry.
Drew just has no clue what he's talking about, right? So you can go all the way back. Go back to like Plato's Republic and so on. What were the criticisms of democracy. What were the criticisms of democracy back then? It was basically it's just going to end up mob rule, right? It's just people are going to decide what they want,
where we're at.
and they're going to be completely controlled by their desires, and they're going to just vote for whatever they want, and they're not going to make wise choices and so on. So it's kind of like a mob rule type of situation. Well, what if you had a population that was going on something more? So you bring in the idea of like, a constitution, hence constitutional republic and so on, and have voting for representatives. But basically the idea of the founding fathers was something along these lines. Yeah, if everyone just votes for whatever they want, you would get something like mob rule and so on. So they they come up with a system of checks and balances. You've got a constitution guaranteeing rights that the government will not stop you from exercising and so on. But the main thing was, they pointed out, again, that the famous quote from John Adams is, "Our Constitution was made for a moral and religious people. It will not work for anyone else." They took it at, and by the way, you can go to a bunch of the other, you could just look up founding fathers and type the word virtue in, and a bunch of quotes from them will pop up. They agreed that you need something that is constantly being taught and reinforced and encouraged, that encourages people to behave virtuously, that they're going to handle these freedoms responsibly. And that if you don't do this, if they lose that framework, and they just use these freedoms to do whatever they want, they said the system is going to break down. It's not going to last. It's not going to work. And so, in theory, you could be a different part of the world, and something else could be the basis for having that level of self-control that allows you to have freedoms and so on. It's just a matter of fact that in the U.S., it was a majority Christian population, and that was what they believed was going to help people behave virtuously. People are going to church, they're being taught in Christian schools, they're being taught Christian values. Guess what? You can give them all kinds of freedoms. And they warned, if you end up not handling these freedoms responsibly, if you end up ignoring virtue or loving vice, loving bad behavior, and you still have these freedoms, the system's going to break down. So what's Charlie pointing? He's pointing out exactly what the founding fathers would have said. Keep in mind, this isn't saying if you're not a Christian, you can't behave virtuously or something like that. It's like, if you remove that, what else is there? What else is there to play that role for your society? Atheism? No, atheism doesn't, you could be the nicest person in the world and be an atheist. You could be terrible and be atheism doesn't tell you how you're supposed to behave. So that can't be a replacement. What replaces it? What replaces Christianity as this sort of foundation?
Get rid of that foundation
society. This is something
completely.
that Francis Schaeffer talked about a bunch. It's basically,
Well, you see it with their LGBTQ movement.
You either
Replacement doctrine.
people need to have these Christian values, or you're going to get a tyranny. The reason you're going to get a tyranny is if you do not have that emphasis on virtue because of a solid foundation, then people are going to go in every direction they want. They're going to do everything they're going to behave in whatever way they feel like. They're going to use their freedoms for evil, and those freedoms are going to have to be taken away because society is going to self-destruct. And before it just turns to anarchy, a tyrant's going to step in, and that tyrant is going to control your behavior. So the idea is you can either be controlled from within, or you'll be controlled from without. If you do not have self-control, you still will be controlled. You will be controlled. It's just going to be a completely different form of government. So this is reality. This is just reality. This is how the system works. This is how the system was set up. And you've got genetically modified skeptic who, there was just a clip. I should have pulled it up, but it was it's on a different topic. But Ben Shapiro was just on Bill Maher's show. And Bill Maher's going, the Bible's evil, the Bible's evil. And Ben Shapiro responded. He says, how come you and I agree on like 87% of the things we talk about? Why do we agree? And Bill Maher, it's just common sense. And so, no. What? tons of other people in the world would disagree with us. Why do we agree? And he's argued that we've basically been influenced by the same Bible. Just Bill Maher doesn't realize it, right? Bill Maher thinks he came up with these ideas on his own and stuff. And so Ben Shapiro pointed out, it's actually an awesome little clip. I should share it. I should make a little video out of it. But Ben Shapiro pointed out, he said, you act like you think you just hit a triple in baseball. You just hit a triple and you're on third base. You got to third base because you're awesome, because of your triple. He goes, no, you were born on, morally you're born on third base, meaning someone else did that for you. Someone else got you there. And he's pointing out that the impact that Christianity, and Ben Shapiro was talking about, he's a Jew and he's talking about Christianity. But he said basically Christianity has influenced everyone, including atheists. And now atheists don't even realize it. But that's kind of what Drew seems like. Like he's raised in a Christian family. He's raised in a society that's been massively influenced by Christianity. But he's still, it's like Dawkins, right? It's like Dawkins and Christopher Hitchens and all these guys. You know, a couple decades ago, they sat around in their room going, we don't need this religion stuff. We're fine. We get along. We're not killing each other. So why is the rest of the world worse off than us? Oh, because religion. So if we just get rid of religion, then everyone will act like us. And they don't realize that the reason they're able to even be atheists in a society has a lot to do with the impact of Christianity and Christian ideas and so on. So anyway, Drew apparently thinks this guy's spouting complete deranged nonsense, even though he's just telling you what the people who came up with the system said about it.
Mm-hmm.
We've made a constitution. We've got a Bill of Rights. We've got a system here, and this system will work if people can have self-control, if people can be virtuous, if people are learning to behave like good people. If that stops, the system's going to break down. And Charlie Kirk apparently took these guys seriously. Genetically modified skeptic thinks he's just deranged.
If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Black people are a threat to our safety because DEI is giving them power over us that they don't deserve. Never mind that DEI initiatives don't mean putting people without training on a dangerous job just because of their race.
What it means.
Adjusting your hiring practices and doing sensitivity training does not mean regular training.
That's exactly what they did.
Obviously, Kirk is using this as an excuse to just shit on non-white people.
Okay, so now you get, of course, that he's a racist. By the way, I actually have mixed feelings about the mixed views about, how do I put this? Well, one, I'm not sure if it's going to come up again, so I don't know if I should respond here or if he's going to keep making this point. But so, for example, the example that comes up a lot is like colleges. Like if you say, okay, we need a certain percentage of black students, and what if black students aren't getting the same scores and so on that Asian kids that Asian kids are have? Well, if you have a certain percentage, then you're going to let people in who don't have the same test scores and so on. And so lots of people will condemn that. There is something that's correct about that, though, and I'll point it out. I used to teach at Kaplan Test Prep. Right. So while I was still in college, I taught at Kaplan Test Prep. So Kaplan's a place that basically teaches you how to take standardized tests. And so I taught the SAT. Because I got like this is back when it was on a 1600 scale. It eventually changed to 2400, but I got like a 1510 or a 1530 or something like that. That was like 99th percentile. And so it was easy to get a job teaching other people how to do that. Now, here's the thing. If you go through a course at a place like Kaplan Test Prep, if you go through a course at something like Kaplan Test Prep, guess what? Your score is going to go up. Your SAT score, or whatever other standardized test you're taking, your score is going to go up because they would teach you all sorts of, one, if you go through there, they're going to teach you all the math that's you're going to be tested on for verbal section, they're going to teach you all the words that they bring up most, and you're going to memorize those with flashcards and stuff like that. So you're going to know all these words. But then they'll teach you all sorts of helpful tricks and so on that even if you don't know the answer, you can find it out. Like if you have a math equation, you have no idea how to solve this math equation. Well, guess what? You've got the answers right there below it. A, B, C, D. You've got the answers.
Work it out backwards.
If all else fails, plug one of those numbers in, see if it works. And go for one in the middle. Go for one in the middle and plug it in. And then if it doesn't work, then you might get a sense of what should be a higher number or a lower number. Okay, so now you've got the answers. The answers are right there. Worst case scenario, you try it 3 times, and then if none of those are correct, you already know the answer, right? So you have tricks like that. Also, if you're talking about the verbal section where you have to know what words mean, so you can do synonyms or antonyms or whatever. Lots of times you don't know what a word means, but you might get a like, does a word feel positive or negative? Does it seem like it's a positive word or a negative word? If it's a positive word, then you know, if you're looking for an antonym, you should, okay, which one of these looks like a negative word? So anyway, there's all kinds of strategies like that. But guess what? Your score is going to go up. If you go through this class and you actually do the assignments, your score on your SAT is going to go up 200 to 400 points. Right.
I'm cookied.
So I used to teach this. All of my students were white or Asian. All of my students in those classes were white or Asian. Why is that relevant? Well, because those classes are expensive. Those classes are expensive. So, if your parents have a big pile of money sitting around to send you to one of these classes, your score on your SAT is going to go up 200 to 400 points. And so your student, your child, turns in his test scores for the SAT, and he's got scores that are way higher than lots of other people. Why? Because parents had money to send him to a class and learn these things. Well, guess what? That's not bad. That's good. If you're a parent, you have the money to do that and so on. So anyway, the point here is that doesn't necessarily tell you that that is the best student for your school, right? That test score. In other words, if you had this student right here, and this student got a 1500 on the SAT, and you have this other student, and this other student got a 1300, you'd be inclined to think, okay, the student with a 1500 is just way smarter, and well, maybe that student's mom just had more money, and so sent the kid to class, and so sent the kid to
true.
The school, and that's how the kid got the higher score. So it's not actually a better student. It's not actually going to perform better necessarily at your school. So if you can figure out how to deal with that, if you can figure out how to deal with things like that, like, oh, here's a student who doesn't have as high a score, but that doesn't tell us he's
in
not
the workforce he was
as
talking
good a
about,
student
not
because maybe
necessarily
the other
school.
one had advantages or something like that. If you could figure out a system like that to deal with those kinds of things, yeah, I think you should go with, the best students and so on. So I think that's built into some people's minds where, okay, maybe this black student that we're getting just didn't have some of these advantages and so on, and so we're going to compensate. We're going to compensate by that.
They can try to,
anyway,
but then it still shows.
If you could do something like that that's meant to take into
range.
account what, some advantages that some people have had, I wouldn't have a problem with it. I don't know how you would actually make that work. It's like you can't say, give me information on
there's
everything that's ever happened. Did your mom have money to hire a tutor for you? Did your mom have, money to do this or something like that? Seems like it'd be possible to actually work out something like that. But anyway, so that's with like schools and things like that. If you're saying that when one of these airlines, as we've seen repeatedly, when an airline says, you know what, we're going to hire 50% minorities or something like that. That's kind of a weird policy, right? Yeah, you're still going to have to go through training and so on. But if you're saying that the requirement is not who the best pilots are, the requirement is first, like what race or what gender you are, something like that. Guess what? You could it's not crazy to think that maybe you're not getting the absolute best people. If the person from some minority were the best person, then the person's going to get hired. That person's going to get hired anyway. So why do you need to make the requirement? You need to be a minority or something like this to apply for this job.
Or
if he was already the best person for the job, you wouldn't need that extra requirement. So anyway, As far as DEI stuff,
DEI is a waste of time.
I'm
People
trying to
weed
give the
themselves
benefit of the doubt
out.
here. Again, I don't. There are certain circumstances where I wouldn't have a problem with it, but I don't think that Charlie Kirk is necessarily some evil person for saying, if you got a bunch of people's lives in your hands, then the only requirement should be you are the best pilot for the job. It shouldn't be anything, gender or where you're from or anything else or what your race is. That should not play into it. And if you say all these other things are going to play into it, that makes me trust the pilot less. Whereas, keep in mind, he's saying if you have these DEI policies for hiring for your airline, then if I see a black pilot, he's saying, then I'm going to think, well, did you hire him just for your DEI policy? If you didn't have the DEI policy and you saw a black pilot, well, you have no reason not to trust that black pilot, right? If you didn't have the policy, say, okay, this guy's a pilot. These guys hire the best pilots, and guess what? This black guy or this woman or whoever, they're the best pilots because they're the ones who got the job. If all of a sudden you start saying, no, we need more women, and so we're going to hire more women and stuff, then it's, I don't know, it becomes weird. I'd put it this way. I don't think that makes you a racist or a misogynist to say, if you make policies favoring other things besides being a good pilot or a good doctor or something like that, don't think it means you're anti some group if you say,
no, it
don't
means
hire
you're
people
anti.
that are extremely skilled positions where they have other people's lives in their hands based on something other than them being really good at what they're doing.
Based on them
Don't
being
think that makes you a
skillful
racist.
is
Don't
the
think that
only
makes you a
way.
racist. But it does according to genetically modified skeptic here.
This historic event will likely be one of the largest and most consequential in American history. The team at Trump Students and Turning Point Action are honored to help make this happen, sending 80-plus buses full of patriots to D.C. to fight for this president. Check out the date on this one. Yeah, Charlie Kirk deleted this tweet later, but it doesn't change the fact that he propagated the lie that the 2020 election was stolen by some imaginary evil and helped rile people up into an insurrection.
Joining us now is Steve Salier, who I find to be incredibly interesting and one of the most talented noticers in the country. Steve, welcome to the program. We like to say on the
This is interesting. I had not heard of a noticer beforehand, but you guys familiar with this? Someone who's a noticer? Drew explains what noticer is, and I looked it up, and I got something very different. But let's let him explain it.
show that people committed the crime of noticing. You obviously started to you popularized that, meaning using their brains and using pattern recognition. You might be one of the most talented noticers on the planet. What are some of the things that you noticed long before the national media did, and how have you been treated as a result?
So this is a noticer, and he notices things before the
It's
media
an investigator.
notices. Okay, that's what a noticer is, and we'll let GMS explain what a noticer is here in a second.
For those unaware, the term noticer is a term that anti-Semites use for themselves. A noticer is an anti-Semite who notices supposed coincidences of an imagined international Jewish conspiracy. Steve Salier is a...
Did you catch that?
Are you sure
Noticer
that
is
is
a term for
incorrect?
anti-Semites. So Charlie Kirk, is that how Charlie's using it? Is that how this other guy's using it?
No.
Like it's a code. We're noticing all the Jewish conspiracies. So I just looked it up. I looked up noticer. I got a very different result. So here it says, a noticer is a person who carefully observes and notices details that others might overlook, characterized by their keen awareness and attention to their surroundings. The term can also refer to someone who formally gives notice or attention to something and has been used in context promoting positivity and appreciation by consciously looking for the good in people and situations. Nothing here about
Nothing here on anti-Semites, huh?
Anti-Semitic. So I just have to know, if a guy says, hey, here's a noticer, you're going to say, aha, that's a code word for basically being a Nazi. I'm looking at it and I'm seeing a completely different definition of noticer here. So the question would be how Drew is
Yeah, where'd you
assuming
get
that
this?
Charlie Kirk, guys,
On
Charlie
like
Kirk,
Urban
one of these,
Dictionary?
massive conspiracy, like Candace Owens type conspiracy theorists that Jews are behind everything? Oh, wait a minute.
No, he wasn't.
Oh, I got the clip. Let's go. I forgot I had the clip. Let me find this. Hang on. We saw this the other day. Where is it? Here we go. I'm going to cut to this one, then we'll come back to this. But according to Drew here, noticer is someone who's noticing all the Jewish conspiracies and so on. Here's Charlie responding to people who see Jewish conspiracies everywhere.
Thank you for coming, Charlie. And I had a quick question about anti-Semitism online. Another question here they asked about Candace Owens, and I'm a big fan of you. I was a big fan of her, but she's obviously been going down this anti-Semitic bent. And through her, I'm kind of finding out about these other characters online, like Nick, for instance. I'm sure you've heard of him. And these people, they've been active for a long time, and it seems like they've just been ignored, which is working, but now they're kind of surging in popularity.
Mm-hmm.
And as someone who, I enjoy watching your debates, are they people you'd be willing to engage with and maybe shut them down in a way through a debate or something like that?
Well, I mean, I'll get debate.
So, guys, you can see the yarmulke there. This is a Jewish man asking, what about Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens and Charlie? Would you be interested in debating them? Because they're saying some messed up stuff. But what do you think about people who think Jews are behind everything? As Drew, genetically modified skeptic, also just accused Charlie of.
Candace. But no, look, I'll debate anybody that shows up at our campus events first and foremost. But I do want to take what you say and extrapolate that there is a corner of the internet of people that want to point and blame the Jews for all their problems. Everybody, this is demonic and it's from the pit of hell, and it should not be tolerated. Period. But it goes to a structural problem of an entire generation that has economic resentment. They don't own anything. They're not getting married. They're not having children. They're depressed. They're anxious. They're staring at their screens all day long. And if all of a sudden your extrapolation of all that is, well, it's the Jews' fault, that is sloppy and shallow thinking. And not only that, they say, oh, it's the Jews' fault. Okay, let's kind of play this out. Well, tuberculosis, that used to kill about 1 billion people. It's a group of Jewish scientists that came up with the antibiotic that cured tuberculosis. How about CPR, the MRI machine? There's over 500 million lives that were saved over the last 50 years because of people that were Jewish scientists that were working on things. They'll never say thank you to the Jews, but they'll always say shame on the Jews. It's weird how that works. And finally, they always blame the Jews for stuff. Jewish people are an ethnicity. So therefore, definitionally, you have people that are secular, Orthodox, religious, that are all over the spectrum. You're trying to blame an entire ethnicity for a singular problem. Hold on, let's take a step back here. Instead of that, what could you possibly do in your own personal life to improve your own state of being?
In other words, instead of sitting around blaming everyone else, especially the Jews, because that's the popular thing now, instead of blaming Jews for everything you don't like about yourself and about the world, how about focusing on becoming a better person and actually doing something? Wouldn't that be better? Wouldn't that be psychologically
Take responsibility for your actions.
0.02% of the world's population for all of your problems. That is not going to be good for your soul. It's not good for your psychology. It's not good for your future in any way, shape, or form. And so I would just say this, that any young person that goes into this hyper online brain rot, you are serving yourself over to your own demise. You are serving yourself into a suicide mission that will not make you happier and not make you healthier. Instead, here's what your attitude should be. Your attitude should be like, I can't own stuff, I got it, can't own a home, I'm not getting married, I don't know who to date. He said, wow, the challenges are immense. I'm going to now overcome all those challenges and go on an adventure. I'm going to prove everyone wrong. I'm now not going to be a victim. I'm going to be a victor. I'm going to dig deep. This is still a great country. This is a free country. I'm going to use my agency. I'm going to use my ability. And I'm not just going to go point in the corner and be like, I'm overweight because of the Jews. Women don't want to date me because of the Jews. How about this? As Jordan Peterson would say, sit up straight with your shoulders back. Follow the rules for life, make yourself interesting, learn something new every single day, and instead of pointing at a small group of people and engaging in this brain rot, become a better person. you'll be a happier and healthier, more joyful and productive person of your country.
So there's a couple different directions that can go as far as if you. We talked about this. What was it? Yesterday or the day before? Internal versus external locus of control. Locus of control is where you believe primary responsibility for your situation in life is, right? And if you have an internal locus of control, then it's you believe you're primarily responsible for how happy you are, how successful you are, all these things. You believe that or if things are bad, that you also believe that you are primarily responsible for the bad things, right? If you have an external locus of control, you think that forces outside of you have the control over your happiness and your economic status, all sorts of things, right? Having an internal locus of control is massively better for you. Notice he kept emphasizing, this is bad for you. This is destroying your soul. What? If you have an external locus of control and you blame you blame someone else or some group for all your problems, that's bad for you. Why? If you have these borderline omnipotent people, that's how people like Candace Owens and all these treat like the Jews. They're like borderline omnipotent. They're controlling everything. Anything that goes wrong, they're part of it, so on. If you believe there are these extremely powerful people out there controlling everything, well, I mean, who are you to even struggle against it? You're helpless. You're helpless. It paralyzes you. That sort of mentality paralyzes you. Which is why people like Candace Owens want to keep you in that place. Because if you really can't stop this powerful group out there that's controlling everything, who do you need? You need your favorite influencer to do it for you, to expose them. And so that keeps you loyal to the influencer and so on. That's really bad for you. And something that I've never been blaming some group for controlling, ruining my life or something like this. I ruined my life on my own. It would have been very easy when I got out of prison to say, I'm just screwed. Here I am. I'm 24 years old, ex-con, violent felony. How do I get a job? How do I get a job somewhere? That you go and apply for a job, and it says, you ever been convicted of a felony? If so, please explain. Kind of rough thing to explain. So it would have been very easy to just say, well, I'm kind of doomed. Yeah, I'll be able to find a job and stuff, but I mean, I'm an ex-mental patient. I'm an ex-violent con. I spent years in prison and a couple of mental hospitals, and this is just the system. The system is not going to work. This system is not going to work. No one's going to hire me. No one's going to trust me. Nothing's ever going to work out. That's not the mindset I had. That's not the mindset I had. It's, yeah, I screwed up. I'm gonna work my behind off because I understand there's a lot against me. That's my fault. That was my fault. It's not anyone else's fault. It was my fault that I was in that situation. And if I'm gonna get out of the situation, if I'm gonna overcome the obstacles, that's got to come through hard work. And so what happened? I worked my behind off. That's what I did. So yeah, guess what, guys? There are people who just have all kinds of advantages. There are people who everything is handed to them and so on. And there are other people who are just born poor and somewhere. Okay, yeah, there can be disadvantages. You can have disadvantages in life. Why look at them as, oh, poor me, I'm disadvantaged, therefore I'm screwed? That's okay. I got more obstacles to overcome. And I'm going to overcome them. That's what I'm going to do. So that's Charlie Kirk responding to people who sit around blaming Jews for everything. But according to our good friend Drew over at Genetically Modified Skeptic, when Charlie is talking about having a noticer with him, it's a person who notices all the Jewish conspiracies that are going on and so on. Even though noticer is just someone who notices things that other people miss, according to the definition I looked up. But
few, if any, I'd argue, are more effective.
Let me fast forward here to where we were. And all right.
Steve Saylor is a proponent of the white supremacist pseudoscience of racialism, also called race science, and a propagator of the Great Replacement conspiracy theory. Noticing is what he calls his work arguing for that absolute paranoid racist bullshit, of which Charlie Kirk is a big supporter. As this article in The Atlantic says, race science is hardly a new idea. During Jim Crow, the idea was used as justification for sterilizing black people. In Nazi Germany, the veneer of science and biology was used as a pretense for genocide. Kirk doesn't hide these views of his either. He's produced entire episodes of his show with titles.
You getting that, everyone? So the guy's a noticer, so...
like, Great Replacement is not a theory, it's a reality. Okay, last clip because I'm sure you're getting the picture.
So you love God. So you must love his law. How do you love somebody?
Here we go, folks.
Guys, this is a big one. This is the main one I hear, and that's the one we saw from Stephen King, that Charlie is in favor of stoning gays. He's in favor of stoning gays. So this is one of the most, this may be the most common thing I've seen, but let's go ahead and let genetically modified skeptic explain it, and then we'll actually take a look at what Charlie really said.
Because I'm sure you're getting the picture.
So you love God. So you must love his law. How do you love somebody?
Here we go, folks.
You love them by telling them the truth, not by confirming or affirming their sin. And it says, by the way, Miss Rachel, you might want to crack open that Bible of yours. In a lesser referenced part of the same part of Scripture is in Leviticus 18, is that thou shalt lay with another man shall be stoned to death. Just saying. So, Miss Rachel, you quote Leviticus 19, love your neighbor as yourself. The chapter before affirms God's perfect law when it comes to sexual matters.
If you weren't yet convinced that Kirk believes in and advocates for violence against minorities, then this should change that.
Did you catch that, guys? He said that was Charlie Kirk advocating for violence against minorities. He just said that. So in his post where he says he was going to prove that Charlie Kirk is actually promoting violence, that was the example he gave. That's the example of Charlie Kirk advocating for violence against minorities. And this is supposedly our hero who's giving us all this great information. Let's go ahead and watch more.
His idea of loving your neighbor as yourself, in this case, is literally killing them.
All right, guys, so that's what I wanted to focus on. Charlie's idea of loving your neighbor is killing them. It's killing them. So this is Drew, genetically modified skeptic, saying that this was Charlie Kirk advocating killing gay people. And guess what? So you had Stephen King, who also shared this. He advocated stoning gays to death, just saying. And then a little later, when people showed him what Charlie actually said, suddenly, I apologize for saying Kirk advocated stoning gays. What he actually demonstrated was how some people cherry pick biblical passages. And again, I was wrong, and I apologize. I've deleted the post. Well, what did Stephen King see? What did Stephen King see that our good atheist skeptical friend just still hasn't seen? He just still hasn't seen. He's still got his video up saying that Charlie advocates violence against gays. He advocates stoning them to death. Well, let's go ahead and check out the actual clip. So in the actual clip, you had a woman on a children's show telling Christians that they should celebrate Pride Month. And to show that children should celebrate Pride Month, she said, well, we quote the perfect law of God, which says, love your neighbor. And loving your neighbor includes gay people. And therefore, you have in Leviticus a command to love them. How do you love them? By showing your support for them and affirming the things they do and so on. And therefore, it's loving. If you want to obey Leviticus, then you should celebrate Pride Month. And Charlie pointed out the obvious. If you're going to quote Leviticus to defend your position, you can't leave out other things that Leviticus says. And if you're saying, hey, this is the law of God and it says love your neighbor, therefore you have to do this, okay, you might want to read other things that Leviticus says if you're just going to make the point. The point is, don't go there, cherry pick something, ignore everything else it says, and then say that therefore Christian kids should be celebrating Pride Month.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go ahead and check out the actual clip here.
That's who I am. And the love back and the God bless if you disagree is genuine.
Andrew?
So that was the end of her explaining why Christian kids should be celebrating Pride Month. And it was Leviticus says, love your neighbor.
I would just, to Jack's point, I'm dying to know, like, what do you think when Miss Rachel quotes scripture in that way?
I mean, Satan's quoted scripture plenty.
It doesn't just say love your neighbor, though. It does say love your neighbor, except in a sense.
As yourself, but hold on. She's not totally wrong when she says, first of all, the first part is Deuteronomy 6:3-5. The second part is Leviticus 19. So you love God. So you must love his law. How do you love somebody?
Here we go, folks.
So her reasoning was, you got to love God. You got to love God. And if you love God, you have to love his law. And if you love his law, his perfect law, then you have to obey when it says love your neighbor. And therefore, you need to celebrate Pride Month. Because your neighbors are gay, right? All right.
Love them by telling them the truth, not by confirming or affirming their sin. And it says, by the way, Miss Rachel, you might want to crack open that Bible of yours. In a lesser referenced part of the same part of Scripture is in Leviticus 18, is that thou shalt lay with another man shall be stoned to death. Just saying. So, Miss Rachel, you quote Leviticus 19, love your neighbor as yourself. The chapter before affirms God's perfect law when it comes to sexual matters. Now, so how do you best love somebody? You love them by telling the truth. You don't have to be cruel. You don't have to be...
Are you hearing what happened right after genetically modified skeptic cut the clip? He's saying you don't need to be cruel. You don't need to be mean. What's he talking about? Is he talking about stoning people to death? Because it seems pretty cruel. He's talking about talking to them. He's talking about talking to them. He's saying, hey, don't cherry pick... It's so simple. Saying don't cherry pick something out of Leviticus and ignore other things in Leviticus, right? So don't say there because Leviticus says this, therefore we have to affirm this as acceptable. God clearly shows it wasn't acceptable. He's talking about communicating to people and telling them the truth. So let me back up a little. Again, this is right after genetically modified skeptic cut the clip.
Cruel. You don't have to be unchristlike in your communication.
Yeah, you don't have to be mean.
However,
you
you certainly, and I would love for Miss Rachel to respond to this, is pride a Christian value? She thinks it is. Happy Pride Month, everybody. Is being proud something that we should... No, it's in fact, the scriptures tell us the opposite. Pride goeth before the fall. That pride is something we need to try to reduce in our life, to increase humility and increase piety
there is one
and
list that
obedience. Say that?
I said there is one list that pride's on.
Oh, yeah.
Well, listen, the Bible says have a sober view of yourself, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and it also says in Matthew 18:6 through 4, if anyone causes one of these little ones, those who believe in me, to stumble, it would be better for them to have a large millstone hung around their neck and to be drowned in the depths of the sea. Woe to the world because of the things that cause people to stumble.
Yeah, and so it's very simple. So how do you...
Yeah, don't cause kids to stumble. Be careful. Be careful with how you train kids, because if you're causing them to stumble, you're in quite a bit of trouble. So the point is, if you just go to the Bible and say, here's something I want to support and promote, let me go ahead and rip something completely out of context. Keep in mind, guys, we are not under the law of the Mosaic covenant. That's not the law we are under. You have a series of covenants in the Bible. Like there's a covenant with, God makes a covenant with Abraham. God makes a covenant with Moses and the children of Israel. And then we're told that a new covenant is coming. New covenant. It's going to be the blood of Jesus Christ, right? And so if you talk about the penalties in Leviticus and so on, we're not under those. We don't apply those penalties. Why? We're not part of that covenant. As far as what God is saying is right and wrong and so on, okay, he's affirming that it's wrong. So if you want to say it's fine, it's great, don't quote the chapter where God says it's wrong, right? Don't quote that chapter. If you do and you quote it and you make it look like it's saying something that it's not saying, you're cherry picking. And that's why Stephen King said once he actually saw the clip, oh, he was making a point about not cherry picking. He's not saying stone gays to death.
Love somebody, you love them so much to correct their error.
Yeah.
And so let's just,
Jack.
take
How are
the
you
pride
doing?
conversation out because people think it's an identification, which it's not. It's just sexual behavior. But it's if you meet an alcoholic or you meet a drug addict, do you affirm their struggle? No.
Another day
you
on
say,
the stream.
You're better than this. Let's get you free from
Got
that.
to play a little mech
Let's get you
breaker.
free from that activity. So, Miss Rachel, you're actually not loving
Updated
anybody. You're doing the opposite.
rivals.
She loves money, I bet.
She's making a lot of money, and
can't
she
imagine.
wants the YouTube.
Did you catch that? Charlie
Out at
said
Borderlands.
if he believes you're doing something wrong, he's going to try and say,
Yeah.
hey, you should be better than this. I'm going to try and help you get out of this. Was he advocating stoning people to death?
No, he was not advocating
According to
stoning people
Drew,
to death.
genetically modified skeptic, he was. Notice he did not play the rest of the clip. Why?
Because
Because
he's
anyone, even his
misplaying clips.
idiotic fans, would have looked at that and gone, doesn't sound like what he's saying, dude. So you have to cut it. You have to cut it right where you need it. And guess what, guys? He said in his,
Editing deception.
post
It's very easy to do.
Charlie's evil because he promotes violence. His only example that I recall, that was the only example of Charlie advocating violence against a minority, right?
Beef jerky, gotta love it.
So, guys, this isn't just blue-haired weird ladies screaming this stuff. On
It's also
TikTok.
Dylan's and
These are experienced content
David's
creators
and
on YouTube, and they're doing the exact
YouTubers
same,
and
the exact same
Destiny.
thing. Pretty weird. All right, guys. So let's check out one more clip along these lines because Charlie, at an event, Q&A, someone actually steps up and asks him why he's allowing gay people to be part of the conservative movement and so on. Tell me if this is what you'd expect. Tell me if this is how you would expect Charlie to respond if you believed genetically modified skeptic. Matter of fact, beforehand, let me just pull that up one more time.
Let's see it.
Here's what he said. So, genetically modified skeptic. Today is a good day to remember. This is the day that Charlie Kirk was shot. Today is a good day to remember what a despicable fascist ghoul Charlie Kirk was. You can see him advocate
Seems
for
like you're the
violence
fascist
and
who's
bigotry in this video of mine. And the example of Charlie
okay
Kirk
with him being shot and
advocating
silenced.
for violence. As far as his bigotry, that was because he said he had a guy on there who's a noticer, and a noticer means you're a fan of Jewish conspiracies and stuff like that. We already saw how Charlie responded to, what about people who think Jews are behind everything that's going wrong? He responded to that. He had a lot of contempt for that and thought those people need help and need a better psychological mindset. But according to Drew, genetically modified skeptic, Charlie advocated stoning
I just feel like
gays.
the left in general is shallow.
Obviously,
for the most
when
part.
someone shows up
I mean,
and
there's some
starts,
people that have deep
complaining about
conversations,
gays,
but
Charlie's gonna
the
be
average
right on board.
person,
He's gonna say,
no, they don't
"Yeah,
think that
let's
deep.
get
They
them.
just
Let's
trust
get
whatever they
rid of
hear
all
their
these guys."
favorite influencer say or favorite
Right,
TV
everyone?
celebrity.
Let's see what he actually says here.
Hey, Mr. Kirk, thanks for coming out tonight. I got a question for you real quick. Up until about 5 years ago when gay marriage was legalized nationwide, the conservative movement has been explicitly pro-traditional family. Now, both you and your organization advocate for the acceptance of anti-Christian, immoral lifestyles like homosexuality and transsexuality, going as far to invite drag queens like Lady MAGA to your events. It seems to me and anyone who's paying attention that conservatives just believe whatever liberals believed 5 years ago. Right now, there's a push by the left to normalize pedophilia by way of child drag queen shows. And, excuse me. Phone shut off.
Go back to your notes. It's probably
Tell him to shut off.
You gotta.
That was actually funny. The kid lost what he was saying, or his phone shut off because he's reading it. Charlie says, "Go back to your notes."
You got to like push double tap and then go over.
Right now, there is a push by the left to normalize pedophilia by way of child drag queen shows and rebranding pedophiles as minor attracted persons. 5 years from now, will you be promoting child drag queen shows? Will child abuse become part of the conservative platform?
No, it
Guess
won't.
what? You had some people clapping for that, right? So some people are like, hey, he's right. So what was the criticism? It's you have gay people at your events. You guys have gay people at your events. And so, you know, if back in the day, conservatives would have been against that sort of thing. And now you're
Stop trying to push it on
what are you
everybody.
going to accept next? What are you going to accept 5 years from now? You're going to be accepting a drag queen story hour there? Huh? So that's what Charlie is challenged on. And again, you had some clapping for the guy who raised this issue. Let's see how Charlie handles this.
Boy, that's a slippery slope fallacy if I've ever seen one. First of all, I've never invited a drag queen to come to any Turning Point USA event. I was at Politicon, and an individual by the name of Lady Maga came.
Okay, so he says this wasn't his event. It wasn't Turning Point. As far as a trans...
Yeah.
I forgot,
Cross-dresser.
Lady Maga, I don't know what Lady Maga is. But he says this was at Politicon. This is not Turning Point. Anyway. Oh, drag queen. Okay.
I was at Politicon, and an individual by the name of Lady Maga came up, and I took a picture, and she walked away. Secondly, let me ask you a question. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir.
So are you a proud Trump supporter?
Of course.
So are you sickened that he had a gay man speak at his convention?
Yes.
Then you're not a Trump supporter, my friend. Thank you very much.
It is easy to miss how brilliant that was right there. I'm hoping he explains it. Because I don't remember what he says, but there's more to this clip. But just to make sure you understand what just happened, right? So the guy's saying basically, Charlie's saying, hey, if you have conservative views on guess what? They have views on a bunch of different things, economy, all kinds of things, right? If you are a conservative on all these things, then just
I like this guy, David Wood. He puts things into pretty decent context and breaks it down. He's very smart.
I shouldn't work with
but
you.
he's
But that's what that guy was saying, right? It's like, hey,
not schizophrenic. He's
you've got gay people showing up to your
a psycho.
event. So someone like Dave Rubin, right?
No emotional
He's married to a man,
recognition whatsoever. No sadness, happiness, or whatever. He's kind of just like mute.
So should someone like Dave Rubin
But he's just super smart
at conservative events? Well, he's conservative. But he's gay too. He's gay. So should he not be allowed? And so what did Charlie do? He asked the kid. Well, I'll go ahead and replay it. He asked the kid, "Hey, you support Donald Trump?" The kid's like, "Yeah, I support Donald Trump." He's like, does it bother you that he had a gay person speak?" "Yeah, it bothers me." And you're still a Trump supporter?" "Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter." "You're not a Trump supporter." Why? Because according to this guy, you're either totally on the same page or you're a separate group. That's what he's saying, right? He's like, hey, you can't be a conservative in all these ways, but disagree with us on this one thing. If so, you need to be expelled. You can't be part of it. And Charlie Kirk's saying, well, then you're not a Trump supporter because you disagree with Trump.
I didn't realize Dave Rubin was gay until this week.
You can agree on 99% of things, but if you disagree on this one thing, then you're out. You're out. Well, following that reasoning, if this guy disagrees with something Trump did, then he should not be allowed to call himself a Trump supporter.
Doesn't change anything. It's just like
on the kid instantly. This is your reasoning. It's you agree with us on everything,
his identity,
or you're
and you
out.
can
Well,
tell.
fine. You don't agree
can
with
tell
Trump
who
on
makes it
everything,
their
therefore you're
identity
out.
and who doesn't.
So anyway, let me back that up a little bit because that was pretty quick.
And an individual by the name of Lady Maga came up, and I took a picture, and she walked away. Secondly, let me ask you a question. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir.
So are you a proud Trump supporter?
Of course.
So are you sickened that he had a gay man speak at his convention?
Yes.
Then you're not a Trump supporter, my friend. Thank you very much. Let me ask you another question.
You got people booing because this guy does have some people on his side.
Question. Should he return the money of Peter Thiel, an openly gay man who supports his campaign?
No, if it helps him strategically,
okay.
Sure he can.
Should he stop talking to Tammy Bruce, who's an open lesbian that's a Fox News contributor?
If it's affecting his ideas, then probably, yeah.
Okay, so you say you're a Trump supporter, yet you have all these issues and these disagreements with him. Let me be very clear about my position. My personal position, I'm a Christian first and foremost, then an American, then a constitutionalist, then a conservative, in that order. I believe marriage, biblically, if we want to have a biblical and theological discussion, as articulated in the greatest book ever to exist in the history of the world, the Holy Bible. Marriage in the Holy Bible is one man, one woman. I also do not believe in the sort of rhetoric that some people engage in, that all of a sudden that they say there's no place for gay people in the conservative movement. I do not believe that.
No room for, he says he doesn't believe that there's no room for gay people in the conservative movement. According to genetically modified skeptic, he wants to execute them. He's saying, yeah, join our group.
Yeah. You believe our values.
No, he wants to kill them all. I'm confused now.
And
yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a question then?
Sure, go for it.
So, the American family, liberty, freedom, the Constitution, our history, veterans, that's what we're conserving.
Saying, what are you conserving if it's not this one thing?
I'll get to you later, though. Don't worry. So let me ask you a question. What if you had your way? What would you do with gay people in America?
What would I do with them?
Yeah, because they're not allowed in the conservative movement. So would you just kick them out anytime they show up at a Republican Party? If you were in charge, like what would you say? You can't be part of the Republican Party.
If somebody is advocating for being openly homosexual, yeah, they should not be part of the conservative movement.
Why not?
Again, guys, you got people cheering.
So I just want to go through the list. Guy Benson, no place in the conservative movement. Dave Rubin, no place in the conservative movement. Peter Thiel, no place in the conservative movement. So that just to go down the list.
If they are supporting open homosexuality.
So I'm going to ask a very respectful question, as respectfully as I can. What does what they do in their private life concern you so much that you have to go up in front of a crowd? And
it is against God. That is
so. Let me ask you a question.
Are you a Christian or not?
Do we live in a theocracy? Yes or no? No. Do we live in a theocracy?
You said you're a Christian.
I am a Christian. And do you know what? And guess what? I will say this. Part of being a Christian is appropriately interpreting what the theological says for the individual, but also means to be long-suffering and patient and loving and kind. Jesus Christ talked to all people. Jesus Christ went and did his ministry through Judea and Samaria, and he had dinner with tax collectors, and he had dinner with prostitutes, and he did his ministry in every part of the Mediterranean. What it means to be a Christian, my friend, is to be open-minded but firm in your beliefs, so you can have that belief. But if you say there's something inherently wrong with communicating or associating just because they make different personal decisions than you, sir, are not a conservative. Thanks for being here tonight.
Shut him down quick.
All right, whether you agree or disagree with what Charlie Kirk just said, you may agree with the guy who was asking the question, not the point.
No.
Does Charlie Kirk sound like he supports stoning gay people to death?
Nope.
Doesn't sound like that at all, but that's what Drew, genetically modified skeptic, says. That's what lots of people are saying, that he supports stoning gays to death. And this is why he's actually promoting violence against a minority, and this is why he's evil and should not be remembered as someone good. Wild stuff. So again, as far as I recall, that is the first.
It's their choice what they do.
Skeptic video. Again,
you
I may
can
have
only
seen something I don't remember.
Love them and
but
get in the long haul.
You're already in the category of I can't take you seriously unless I look up what you're saying, because you're like this is what a noticer is, and I look up noticer, and it's not what a noticer is. He's saying stone the gays to death.
You're getting that.
You look up what he's saying. It's not what he's saying in context, and he obviously doesn't believe that, and you're using that to trash the man. So, If you say something I already know is true, well, I guess I would think. Okay,
Common term, a simple way to put it
say
is
something and I haven't
hate
looked
the
into it,
sin,
there's no
love the
situation where I
sinner,
trust it
because
because
we're
you
all
don't
in the
seem
same
to
boat.
Be careful at all, and you're still saying that. You're still supporting that. You're still saying that about him. Crazy, crazy, crazy stuff.
Excuse me.
All right, guys. So what we want to do now? Someone I mentioned. Someone who is a black, gay fan of Charlie Kirk posted a video going through the various accusations against him and so on. We're going to check out some of those. Let's check out the super chats.
No, don't do the super chats. Can't fast forward either because this is live.
Where did I leave off? Okay, I didn't quote that.
All right, later, Jack. Have a good one.
Oh yeah, here we go. Oh wow, this is interesting. Many people accepting Christianity in Erica's video comment section. I wasn't even thinking about that. I hadn't checked, but that would be an interesting place. I'm going to check that out. That might actually be a good little video showing how people are reacting. Raymond has a great vid describing the modern left.
Modern left?
Oh, modern left? Modern left? Yeah, I'll check that out. Raymond's sharp, man. Raymond's sharp. The way it is being dealt with in what happened at my work with people who said the blue sky stuff right in front of customers and the weak response to it makes it feel like a Christian living in a Muslim nation in a way. Yeah, so you will have companies that are more concerned than others. Great recent video by former leftist Nikos Sotirakopoulos on concrete steps to avoid political violence in the future so Kirk's death isn't totally in vain. Oh, I don't think anyone thinks his death is going to be in vain.
No, absolutely not.
Definitely will not be. Not long after first
It's a fire
I
movement
learned
now.
he portrayed himself as calm and reasonable. Pay attention to his face and mannerisms.
Put a lot of hearts
the
on
condescension
fire.
is palpable. His MO is one of the nice ones. He is not. So he's basically acting like he's a nice, thoughtful, careful guy, and he's not. That seems accurate based on the one video I've seen of him. Christian USA, better to lead world than mine. D. Wood, as a diagnosed psychopath, is it weird to see those who are celebrating a violent... Oh, is it weird to see those who aren't psychopaths, are celebrating a violent, bloody attack? How are humans capable of that? I already kind of mentioned it.
They're on some type
People
of
have been conditioned
medical
to
level.
behave basically like psychopaths towards anyone outside their group.
They've been so
You can train people
desensitized.
like that.
Oh, and so much rhetoric shoved down their throat by TikTok
raise them to
and
behave like psychopaths.
the
Drew was
news
being
and
insanely
everything
bad
else.
faith in his assessment of what Charlie was saying. It's
Yeah,
obvious
it's
that he doesn't
completely
have any real
bad
moral
faith
or
pig.
intellectual argument, just political disagreement. What a loser. That would be my assessment. What a loser. I mean, especially like, guy just gets shot, dies, and you're like, he's actually evil. Why? He promoted he promoted killing minorities. Really?
He
Where?
didn't.
Right here. Well, why don't you play the rest of the clip, which shows that that's not what happened at all? Because that would destroy... What? Destroy you deceiving people? Or does it make more sense to you that those who are celebrating are irregularly over emotional? I've already shared my views there. White men
Yeah.
need to get an A+ to be a doctor, but
I would
person of
say
color
their
wouldn't need an
identities
A-. I know a white male who
in
failed
whatever
because he-
Charlie's taking down, and so it's a glass house again. They built their identity on a glass house. Once you throw a rock at it to test it, it crumbles.
Yeah, like I
And they
mentioned,
can't handle the crumbling of it, so they try to shut
again,
them
how
up
do
by
you know?
killing
Because
them.
your goal for your school
They
should
did.
be to get the best students who are going to do
Which is
the
fascist.
best stuff and so on. But
That's the exact
again,
term
a
of
standardized
fascism.
test score that could tell you that the student is super
Shut up
intelligent.
the
That's why he
people,
got a
kill 'em who
1500.
are
But it
not
could just
on the
tell
same
you,
side as you and
his family had enough
counterthinking
money
you.
to put him through classes to do that. So how do you get to the bottom of that? I don't know. But yeah, it seems like there should be a way to. It seems like there should be a better way than the way they've been doing things. By the way, David, I'm not trying to sound sarcastic or anything. I'm genuinely just curious about psychology, especially yours. So I think I've answered that. If not, let me know. Charlie Kirk was an honest and good man. End of story. That's what I've seen from everyone who actually knew him. All the people who are saying he's the worst person ever and he's terrible.
Never really watched a video of him. Never really
didn't know him, and when you ask them why,
investigated into him at all.
He said stone gays to death.
No.
Imaginary evil after a very real evil murdered him. Yeah, so he was killed. That's evil. That's real evil, and then we got imaginary evil. Drew knows what he's doing. He's being dishonest. I don't know enough about him to know, but not looking good. I've heard noticer used on the right for people who notice racial patterns in crime, but not Jews specifically. Yeah, my point is, if someone's using a term and there are multiple ways to use that term, and it could even have a bad meaning, but you kind of have to show that that's how they're using it, right? You can't just assume and then base your argument on your assumption of how they're using a term. And saying that Charlie's using it in this way is just kind of insane considering other things he says. Did you see the video of Bob Villain? Yeah, I saw that on stage celebrating, yelling. If you talk,
yeah, that's a low life right there. If I get another
I just made a short about it. P.S. Not in the way. I just made a short about it. P.S. Not in the way. The men of Al Zut banged Muhammad. Yeah, you will get banged. I just made a short. Yeah, but not in the way Muhammad got banged by the men of Al Zut. Just to clarify. So yeah, guys, you can check that out on your Brother in Christ channel. Mary says, I'm deeply saddened to hear what happened to Charlie Kirk and people's reaction to his death. Since Charlie's death, I have been thinking more about my faith and not being afraid to profess my faith in Jesus Christ. I no longer want to be a coward. That will probably be the biggest impact, he said. He has. So you've got people who are going back to church and stuff.
On the fence, lukewarm Christians gonna be on fire.
People being less fearful, which that's the reaction you need, because when you kill someone over their views, you're trying to make other people scared. And when it doesn't work,
you're trying to shut them up. It's terrorism.
That's actually also the best way to avoid.
And I hope they take down his accomplices
over and over and over again. You don't want this to become a thing where everyone who goes on a campus to have debates gets shot. You don't want that to become a thing. Well, how do you ensure, or at least give it a good chance of not becoming a thing, to make sure it has the opposite impact from what was intended? Person who shot someone once, hey, I want you all to be scared of saying this stuff from now on. Well, if people say it even more, the violent people hopefully realize violence is not going to get us the way what we want. Violence is going to get us the opposite of what we want.
So diversity hiring. He's just barring
the idea that hiring is only about competency is a talking point. Daily Wire bars pro-choice staff, so Shapiro has no ground to oppose diversity hiring. Well, that's a different.
Yeah, that's completely different. It doesn't fall in diversity. That's a viewpoint.
Say, I don't want to pay people who have we have a news agency that is here to put out certain ideas. We don't want to pay people who have the opposite ideas.
Yep.
That's not what we're talking about here.
That just shows the level of competency Paul has there.
If you're a school, you're looking for who's going to make the best student. If you had a student who has views that you regard as terrible and you know about it, okay, that can be a factor too. We're talking about whether something like how much of a factor something like race or something like that. But dude, if you seriously, if you walk into the New York Times and you show you're the best writer in the world, but you're a Nazi or something like that, hey, they should hire you just for your competency. Come on, dude. No one is saying competency is the only requirement for anything. Stop embarrassing yourself, man. Gosh. Drew's war against straw men rages on. Yeah, he is seriously going after some straw men that he made. Can you address the clip going around of Charlie saying to bail out Nancy Pelosi's husband's attacker? People claim he was for political violence. I have to say, every clip I've seen from him doesn't seem like he's for political violence, but I haven't seen that clip, so no, I'd have to check it out later. You talked about how locusts are the ones controlling everything. How do we stop all these locusts? They're ruining everything.
Open dialogue.
Semenev Al-Zut making fun of locus of control. The demons are impatient. They are leaving the dark recesses of their host and exposing
they're getting
the evil
very,
within. Yeah, lots of people are spotting
very
the
aggressive.
evil. Fuentes and his fans call themselves noticers. Oh, okay. And Kirk obviously wasn't using it in that context. He's either deceptive or sloppy. So I think you're talking about Drew here. Either way, a hypocrite. Calls Kirk radical, but nothing to say about Fuentes.
Yeah, why don't they talk about Fuentes?
And they
Who
forget
is
about
the
this.
true
You've heard that
radical?
it was said, love your neighbor and hate your enemy. But I tell you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you. No, you got to stone them. You got to stone them because he called out a woman for not... Called out a woman for cherry picking. Today, my kids and I went to church. It was the first time for them, and they absolutely loved the vibe and community. Thank you for all you do. Seeing lots of these comments today, and it is awesome. God's word never returns void. May he continue to guide and strengthen us all.
Amen.
Genetically modified Dawa doesn't have the hikmah. That's true. He lacks the hikmah. Charlie using she there is all that bothers me. Well, I mean, think so. Yeah, because he referred to Lady Maga as she. And so there he sounds like he's just going with her preferred pronouns. So you can disagree with Charlie about that, but
I don't think Charlie.
does he sound like someone who wants to stone Lady Maga to death?
No.
Nope, he's even going with the preferred pronouns.
And he normally didn't. I think that he misspoke, I think, on that one.
Hi, David. Keep up the good work. I met you and Nabil twice a long, long time ago. Long time ago.
Darn it.
I also used to be far more ignorant and dangerous. Thank you, Jesus. Yeah, we got a lot of ignorant, dangerous people who need Jesus. Thanks for your discernment and research on this. I've seen a lot of misinformation and rhetoric about Charlie's views, but this is really helping sort through it. God bless you, brother. Oh, it's going to get better. Not thanks to me. Thanks to someone who already put a bunch of stuff together. You said, can take completely normal kids and raise them to be like psychopaths. Is it more spoiling, neglect, or abuse, or any and all, or chaotic?
I think all of those
spoiling kids, that makes them like be more narcissistic. No, these other things, that's not what I was talking about with what's called dissocial psychopathy. Dissocial psychopathy is when psychopathic behaviors, the behaviors that are normally associated with psychopaths, is basically rewarded because of a particular group. It could be parents, like kids in Gaza with Palestinian Children's TV. Remember that show? Where they're basically taking young kids and training them to
be terrorists.
Murdering Jews and so on is the greatest thing they can do and so on. You can raise kids like that. And by the time they're 20 years old, you compare them with a 20-year-old psychopath, you would not see the difference. You would not see a difference there. The behavior is adaptive. So, and you could do this in other ways. It could be like,
in my mouse pad.
It could be something completely unrelated that doesn't actually happen.
Totally degreased and
take something like Tourette's syndrome.
Forearm, like
blurt out random things. Okay, suppose you took people who don't have Tourette's syndrome, but you rewarded them whenever they blurt out some random thing. Well, if that behavior is like valued as part of a group, pretty soon everyone's just going to be blurting out random things all the time. And so you can actually, some people are born a certain way and other people can be trained to act that way. How do we combat these lies that are being disseminated online about Charlie? It's all moving too fast. There's way too many to count, ranging from the stoning gaze example to his lack of empathy. We're about to see the lack of empathy example.
That would help.
But yeah, so
especially
people have been responding. It's going to come down to people. I mean, you just saw it. You just saw it with Stephen King, right? Stephen King said it. And a bunch of people corrected him. And he apologized. Now, not everyone's going to react that well. Not everyone's going to do the right thing after being exposed. But he did. And so the point there is exposing stuff does work. So when you see someone saying something, call them out on it. Hey, you just said this. Here's the actual clip. That's not what happened. And if they're evil, they're going to keep saying it. And then you change. Then it's, look at this person continuing to say this even after he's been exposed. Look at this terrible behavior. Because if that person's not going to change, at least other people can see what kind of person you're dealing with. AD, I am gay, Christian, and I constantly pray for guidance. I study the Bible and try to exercise chastity. Why do some Christians act so hateful to me? I don't know.
Because you put your identity in.
Chastity and so on.
You're putting your identity in the gay
I don't
part.
think
That's why.
any serious Christian who's thinking appropriately would condemn you for having a desire that you didn't have control over. If you're born having a certain desire, you normally wouldn't say, "Oh, we condemn you for that." They might condemn you for if you act on it, what you do with that. But I mean, that's like, that could be like other things. Like I had an inclination to be violent. That's just how I was. Doesn't mean, but I'm still responsible for what I do with kind of. We're basically dealt some cards, and then it's what we do with them.
Yep.
Was amazing seeing Ben defend Groypers on Bill Maher. Was he? That'd be interesting. I got to check that out. Because it seems like it was an interesting discussion. These latest events have strengthened my faith. How unfortunate it takes such a horrific event to do that. God bless.
It usually takes it.
Good work. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. You have a lot of negativity and so on, but I have to say, overall, there's a lot of positive things coming out of this
outcome.
And
for such a sad and horrific event,
like Drew
really
and so on,
has
they're
been
being exposed, and other people are recognizing it and going, "Wow,
yeah, a lot
this
of people are
stuff is
calling
sick.
them out.
This stuff is sick and evil." So it's actually it's going. I'd say it's
better
going as
than
well
people.
as it possibly could. As far
better
as,
than most expected.
You don't have control over what happened. We have control over what we're doing now. As far as what we're doing now, after it's happened, it seems to be going. People really overwhelmingly seem to be reacting in a really awesome
than I expected.
All right, guys. So another video. This one's long.
But people are also reacting much darker than I expected in some corners of the internet.
But let me see what this guy's name is. I forgot his name because I hadn't seen him before this. I had not seen him before this. What is his channel's name? Amir Odom. Amir Odom. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that correctly. But Amir Odom is, as far as I have been able to tell, a black gay man who considers himself center-right. So he's kind of center-right on the political spectrum. And he responded to a ton of the stuff that people have been saying about, Pol says, Odom, he is Brett Cooper's best friend. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know how I haven't seen him before because he's smart. He did he put a lot of work into a video, and he had to do that really quickly because he posted this. He put all of this together in a very short amount of time. So let's go ahead and check out. Let's see. Here it is.
The purpose of this video is to serve as a tool to combat all the lies and misinformation that is commonly being spread right now about Charlie Kirk. And it's ironic because someone like Charlie Kirk is oftentimes called racist and homophobic, yet he's one of the main reasons this YouTube channel that you're watching right now even exists in the first place. He knew the young gay black Amir in 2018 and strongly advocated him to be more vocal online and spread his thoughts and to always seek the truth. Not even
Did you catch that? This is Amir, and he's saying Charlie Kirk is a big part of why he has a channel now. Because Charlie Kirk, back in, what did he say, 2018 or 2019? He said something like 2018 or 2019, encouraged him, said, hey, you need to, you should actually be online, sharing your ideas and stuff like that. You should be making videos. And he took him up on that. just very odd because according to Drew from Genetically Modified Skeptic, Charlie's a complete racist and white supremacist who wants a white nation of just white people. Weird.
Yep.
Who wants to stone gays like this guy?
Right.
Gay.
One day after the event, it was one day, the night of the first event I ever gone to in 2018, where I met Charlie Kirk for the first time, that I started being vocal online. And here we are today. And to this day, I still have one of the hats he even gave me. So I feel like this video is necessary because that's all Charlie ever did and pushed me to do and push everyone to do, is to seek out the truth. So I want to put the truth in his words in a very articulate manner. You can go through this video chapter by chapter, and it hits a lot of different marks and topics and things that are currently being said about Charlie Kirk. And me and Charlie, we've had our disagreements, and that's all they ever were. We're just disagreements, because you're allowed to disagree with somebody. You're allowed not to agree 100% with somebody that you're talking to or you're an associate with. And if someone sent you this video and you're new to me, you have no idea who I am, you have no idea, or you've just only heard the things about Charlie Kirk, I really do hope that throughout this video you are listening to understand rather than listening to respond. At least for this video, just listening to understand why so many people loved Charlie Kirk. They say he's racist, but why are so many black people upset that Charlie Kirk has passed? They say he's homophobic, but why are so many gay people upset that Charlie
Yeah, remember we saw the clip the other day of Dave Rubin, who's friends with him.
Yeah.
So Dave Rubin is gay, and he said, hey, I go to dinner with Charlie and his wife, and it's me and my husband. And I know at the end of the day, he doesn't agree on this, but
we agree on a lot of other things.
He's not trying to stone Dave Rubin or Amir here. So anyway, really, really weird that something where there's so much evidence and so many people who know him and so many videos showing what he actually thinks, and people will still just, nope, he said stone gays, that's his actual position.
Passed. They say he's misogynistic. Well, why are so many women sad that Charlie Kirk has passed? They say he's transphobic. Why are there even trans people sad that Charlie Kirk has passed? They say he's a white nationalist. Well, why are so many black, Hispanics, Asians, the list goes on, anyone that's not white, very upset that Charlie Kirk has passed? If any of those terms were real about Charlie Kirk, then why on earth do all the same people that were commonly being told he hates loves and supports him? Just stop for 1 second, just 1 second. Stop listening to mainstream media. Stop listening to your friend groups. Stop listening to your echo chambers in social media, which even I myself in, and I try my best to, get away from echo chambers. Just stop being told how to think. And yeah, you're watching this video and I'm helping debunk the lies, but it's with his words and with full context, of which most people are not getting. Like, that's the one thing I learned from Charlie the most back in 2017, 2018, when I was really, all my worldview and my thoughts were being challenged. Watching his content and even getting the chance to meet him was just, seeking the truth for myself. I listened to my friends. I listened to my favorite influence.
He's actually making an important point. He's saying that Charlie helped him with this. You can't just listen to whatever group you're in and not
you can't live in an echo chamber.
And so a lot of the people,
even though it's hard, it's sometimes good to listen to the
saying about how
opposing
people can
viewpoint.
actually behave like psychopaths and so on. It's because your group is encouraging that sort of behavior. Well, that kind of tells you need to be careful about just going along with whatever your group is saying, because it's very easy, guys. It's very easy to be in some group, and then the group kind of moves along and gets worse and worse and worse and worse, and you're just kind of along for the ride. But you have to behave in a way the group approves of, or the group will cast you out. But that's the group you're in, so you don't want to be cast out, because then you'll have to be part of some other's group, and you've been trained to not like all those other groups, and so you just keep going along with it. And sometimes it's like really bad evil behavior, and it's what
always good to look to the other side sometimes.
He
not
was saying he had to deal with that with some of
verification
his
necessarily to get an understanding of what they're
telling him things, and he had to. He realized he needed to be careful here.
Creators, but always defaulted to my own research, in deep research, really understanding what they were saying and why. And it's hard. It destructs your worldview. It's challenging. It is, but it's needed. We have to stop and think for ourselves. Like, truly, again, I can't stress this enough. Everything that they say Charlie is,
Be able to
there's a group
do
of
what Charlie
people for
did.
each
Yeah,
one,
what he
each
did was
turn,
tough.
that absolutely adore him and miss him. Why?
He
That's
got
what this
challenged
video is about.
daily.
This is exactly what Charlie always pushed
He
me to
was so
do.
smart,
And
man. So smart.
This is what I feel like is missing right now in this discourse about who this man is, especially from the left, the party of love, inclusivity,
Love, the
positivity.
one that shot him.
The list goes on. If that is the case, why are
The
things like
proof
this
of love
being
is
displayed?
love. Well, water
Why
is
are
water.
things like this being
Here's a toilet
promoted
bowl.
right now? Why are things like this being said? You don't see that type of behavior on the right. You don't. Hell, even the center, you don't. You just don't. Like, again.
That sign said "Kill all Charlie Kirks," didn't it?
It
That's
did.
crazy stuff.
No, people are messed up. So
It's kind of
messed
just. I went through most of this, but I was just listening to it, so I didn't. I wasn't actually watching what he's putting on the screen. But yeah, it's creepy stuff.
up. Yeah,
Like,
they
you're
don't want
listening
any more people that
to a
oppose their
black gay
views.
man
They
who
want to
used
just live in
be
their
so
echo
far on the
box,
left,
echo
crying in the
chamber.
streets, and now I'm more center right, admittedly, because of my own research that I've done. You know, people think I grew up so privileged. I've been homeless before. I've been sent to conversion therapy. Like, there's so much to me and my story. So, like let's get any pre-notions about who I am and what I do. Like, you know, get those out. Okay, this video is for the person that I once was, who was lost in this realm, in this mainstream media, in this news cycle, not knowing what to believe, where to go. That's when I make content like this. Again, this party of love, inclusivity, positivity, like it's
a lie.
It's everything but. There's this massive.
We're the party of love and inclusivity.
Yeah,
If you
let's
disagree
go.
with us, you have to die a horrible, bloody death, and we'll all cheer
Yeah,
for it.
that is the party of love.
Pretty darn creepy.
Wave, and we'll get into that
It's a
in another
cult.
video, but there's this massive
LGBTQ
wave
plus
of
is a
people
cult.
leaving the left. You don't see it that much from the right, and there's
They
a reason for
recruited
that.
a
You know,
lot
you
of
think about
people.
George Floyd in 2020.
That's
George
what they
Floyd
did.
passed,
In the early
and in
2000s,
response
late
to George
90s,
Floyd,
it was all
George Floyd
recruitment.
dying was a summer of
And
riots.
then when they
$2
once got
billion
enough
in
numbers
damage,
to just be a little
and
bit
over, like,
more
30 people
vocalized and a
killed,
little bit
we
more
lose Charlie
comfortable,
Kirk, and the only thing that's happening
push even more radical ideas.
and then everybody on the left very happy and ecstatic that Charlie has passed. Not to say there weren't people making jokes about Floyd. That I'm not saying that wasn't the case, but at this caliber, insanity. You know, we were
I don't think
hearing
anybody
things like, where
rejoiced
was
in
this energy when
joy
the
over
Democrat
Floyd's
died in
death.
June?
I think everybody
Okay,
thought it was a
you're
bad
right.
situation.
Where
It
was
was
this
horrible
energy?
that he
Ever
died.
since Charlie Kirk died, you have had thousands
There was no
of
need to go
videos
burn
of
down
people
cities either.
celebrating his death. You have teachers, like college teachers, professors,
Mhm.
deans losing their jobs because they are promoting and applauding assassins. Yet the right didn't have that energy when a Democrat died. One mainstream Republican, I believe, did or said some harsh things. But again, it wasn't to this caliber. It wasn't at this level of people making fun of someone's death, applauding someone's death, and just
No,
the things that we're seeing right now.
You didn't have
doesn't
society
reflect
rejoicing
you
on a lot
or
of those
just
other
the average
deaths.
person out there.
And
I've seen
I
about
posted this as a separate clip on Twitter. I've already mentioned
the state
the
senators from, I think, Wisconsin, wherever Tim Walz is governor of,
just pointed out
being assassinated and killed.
Notice
And
we're not
that
seeing any,
the
like,
speculation
burning
is that they
cities
were
to the
killed for
ground
their
rushing out in the streets.
for voting opposite of what the Democrat Party wanted them to vote for, which allowed a law to pass in Wisconsin that they didn't want, which was removing funding for illegal immigrants.
evil, and you're seeing people saying we've got a lot of work to do to fix some of the problems that we've got. And you see all these people.
We do have a lot of work to do.
Charlie would have done, and we're gonna dial it up and work even harder and so on.
But we got to keep the dialogue open.
Destroying everything around us.
Not become the hate you claim.
The spiritual crusade right now.
Don't
That's what it is.
Don't.
The
As
fight
we go
against
through this
darkness.
video, I want you to keep in mind some key things and just some things to have in the back of your head regarding who actively calls for and promotes political violence.
I just don't even know why there
Yeah,
aren't
Nancy
uprisings
Pelosi.
all over the country, and maybe there will be.
People need to start taking to the streets. This is a dictator.
You know, there needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's
Tell
unrest in
her
our
Omar
lives.
when she come up.
Enemies of
Pelosi.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
Do something about your dad's immigration practices, you feckless.
They go low, we kick.
How do you resist the temptation to run up and wring her neck?
Biggest terror threat in this.
Don Lemon, yeah. What a rhetoric.
Most of them radicalized.
His whole life is just
You
rhetoric.
should have punched him in the face. I said, even if you lost, he insulted your wife.
Yes.
He on the escalator and called Mexicans rapists and murderers. He said, well, what do you think I should have done? I said, I think you should have punched him in the
Yeah, I
face and then
did
gotten
see,
out
I
of the race.
see
You
the
would have been a
comment over there. A lady said
video,
not
and
to
I'm
stop
done
at
playing it
Charlie.
'cause it just keeps going on.
1 million
All
to
these
go or
news
something like
outlets,
that.
Left Wing, CNN, MSNBC, all these news pundits literally calling for violence.
Yeah, that is a concern because you have things like that where they're like, we need to be.
We
we
didn't
need to
do
be more
that. Yeah, we
aggressive
have the
and, you know,
tapes.
be
We have
punching
the
people in
tapes,
the
people.
face, And who said that protests need to be peaceful and so on. You combine that with like the rhetoric that we already talked
And yet,
about.
74% of
in a different live stream,
political violence is on the right.
Uger and so on,
It's just so skewed,
everyone
the numbers that they're saying.
Nazi or a neo-Nazi and a racist. He's a racist. That guy's a racist. This guy's evil. That guy's evil. He's a Nazi. That guy's a Nazi, and so on.
Islamophobe.
On the one hand, they're
I mean,
our opponents are the most
I do
evil
fear
people
for
in the
Islam
world.
taking
If we
over
don't stop
countries.
them, it's going to be it's going to.
I have a real fear of that.
Millions of people dead because of these evil
But
people
it's not
and
an
so on. And we're encouraging violence.
it's a real
Well,
fear. It's not a
violence is a solution, and these are the people who disagree with us are really, really evil.
what is the
How
word
is
I'm
that not a
thinking of?
recipe for what just happened?
You know, words have meaning. You're calling someone, even myself,
Unauthorized
every day,
fear, I
you
guess
get
you could
called
say.
racist,
It
homophobic,
has credibility
transphobic,
behind it.
bigot, Nazi. I've been called it all. Like you.
Someone called hold up. Someone called gay black guy a Nazi. Anyway, weird times.
Destroy the meanings of these words and you just throw them out nonstop. You
No,
really do.
you just
And when
lose complete
politicians
sense
do
of what
things
they
like
actually
this,
are.
It boils my blood. Not even just politicians, but mainstream pundits and political commentators. I've never like there are some fringe people out there, but on this level, this mainstream, on the right, calling for violence in this manner, no, you don't see it. You just don't. And the lies. There's so many out there that we'll go through, but we're gonna focus on Charlie Kirk for this video. But here's an inkling. Here's just one example of a small lie that is like, it's
David Kazashi said someone called him a homophobe. Yeah, that's funny. Look at this gay homophobe. This poor gay homophobe. Yeah, people are wild, man.
one card in a house of cards of lies that they have built, that they present as the mainstream media. It's hard to look at
Yeah, I don't know how you can be a homophobe.
for a lot of people and think, well, they're all lying to me. But it's the little lies that just add up and add up and add up. That just like when you step away from that and you look at it from a clear lens, you're like, oh shit, like what is really going on? The quote that I'm gonna pull up is from advocate.com, and the title is "Reactions to Far-Right Activist Charlie Kirk's Death Pour in Across the Political World." And they have a section here from GLAAD, GLAAD. It's a LGBTQ rights nonprofit organization. Where it gets crazy to me is right here. GLAAD stressed the extent to which Kirk and Turning Point USA promoted anti-LGBTQ+ narratives. The group highlighted Turning Point College's campus campaigns featuring speakers such as Riley Gaines, Chloe Cole, and Pastor Jensen Yu, who regularly spoke against transgender people.
Right. What does Riley Gaines say? I'm not familiar with these other people, but what does Riley Gaines say?
No men in the women's soccer and women's sport.
If you transition, it doesn't mean you get to race against women.
Yeah.
So that shows that Charlie Kirk is an extremist. Having Riley Gaines speak.
It's not an extremist point of view. It's ridiculous that they think it is.
Trans. Chloe Cole was a trans minor that got a double mastectomy as a minor and actively speaks out against transitioning minors so that they did not have to go through all the medical defects and mental turmoil that Chloe Cole is now going through because she was sent down the right to transition as a minor.
I was medicalized starting with
puberty blockers, and then testosterone at the age of 13.
Catch that? So this is the
Disgusting that they did this to her.
Chloe here was put on hormones and had double mastectomy and so on to transition, and then realized later this was a really bad idea and I didn't know what I was getting into, and now my life is changed forever based on pressure that was put on me when I was a teenager and didn't know enough about this. Stop doing this. Stop doing this to minors. That's apparently Chloe's position.
Yeah.
And Charlie Kirk, because he will have people like Chloe at his events, this shows that he's a radical evil person.
No,
I went on to have a double
detransition and then
mastectomy at 15.
detransition.
You have GLAAD, this gay organization, calling Chloe Cole anti-trans people.
No, she's anti-youth transitioning.
That's just one example, you guys. That's just one example. Again,
sad.
Don't transition.
Sad that people were trying to do that.
Minors. Why?
Because their body
lot
is
of them
going
seem to
through a lot
regret
of
it
changes
later on, so
already.
maybe tell them, hey, why don't you wait? Why don't you wait until you're an adult and make that decision? Not especially us making it for you when you're a child. Apparently that means you're some just bigot and extremist.
I show all this and I'm saying all this because this is what Charlie inspired me to do. It's what he told me to do. And I'm very honored and very thankful for the interactions that I've had with him in the past. Truth matters. Context matters. And I hope that you walk away from this video with at least a more open mind and understanding on why so many people genuinely love the things he had to say and how he operated and moved through this realm. Regardless, in this video, I'm going to be recapping all the things that are currently being said and discussed about Charlie Kirk, starting off with gun rights.
You will never live in a society when you...
Okay, so now we're getting into the specific topics.
You know, this is what they're saying. Like, well, he asked for it.
Him
He was pro
saying,
Second
in
Amendment.
effect, that even though some people are going to be killed, it's actually worth it to be able to have guns and defend yourself. And so now we're getting into the specific details. By the way, people were asking, what can we do about all the things that are being said about Charlie? This right here, not my live stream. This video by Amir. I'll add a matter of fact, I'll go ahead and add it right now. I'll go ahead and add the link in the description box. But this video is
I want to watch the
video
whole thing if he doesn't
share
watch the whole
wherever
thing.
people are saying Charlie's a horrible person. It would also be good to cut out sections, to cut out a link to give the people a link to the full video and so on. But that would be a good idea there. All right, back up a little.
Or did he put it in his chat? Maybe he put it in his chat.
All the things that are currently being said and discussed about Charlie Kirk, starting off with gun rights.
You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational.
And this is important because it's a clip that's kind of like a gotcha. Well, Charlie called for this. He asked for this. No, he did not. There's a strong difference between advocating for gun rights because you can protect yourself, your personal safety, and also from a tyrannical government, versus the right for mentally ill people to commit political assassinations.
Yeah.
There's a major difference, and obviously there's some context that goes into that. No one, he's not he's not advocating.
I think
for
mental checks need to be done prior to gun ownership.
For crazy people to just go out there and be shooting people willy-nilly. No. He's acknowledging the fact that some shootings
And I think there should be a holding time on handguns and shotguns, or on most guns. I don't think you should be able to walk out of the store with them that day.
This is a planned and targeted attack. That's what that was. It was an attempt to silence this growing...
I think it should be like a 2 or 3 day hold, and then you can grab your gun.
That are going against mainstream
If you
media,
trying to rethink if you were planning suicide or whatever.
that Charlie has been behind and is highly, highly responsible for. And all this did, honestly, was push forward his beliefs even more. Yes, unfortunately, bad people get a hold of guns and they do something horrible, but I'm not looking at that clip of Charlie Kirk and think, the purpose of this video clearly asked for it because, you know, he's fine with citizens having guns. No. No, that's just not how that works. Empathy. Now,
okay, so that was one issue, the gun issue. And for people who raise that as an issue, they're basically saying he deserved what he got because he said that having the right to bear arms and to protect yourself from a tyrannical government and so on. It's weird because I don't even believe that at this point. If the government said you can't have guns, you've got a lot of people who'll never take us because we got our guns. I kind of don't buy that. Like if the army showed up at your house and said, "No, you're handing over your guns."
Yeah. I think a lot of people would secede. I think there would be a handful that wouldn't.
In the 1700s, when the nation was formed, that kind of worked, right? The government.
Now the government has bigger guns.
Not that strong. If you had your weapons and so on, then you could rise up against the government if they cross some lines and so on. Now, I don't know. We've got a pretty darn big military and so on. So.
Yeah, I think some military personnel would.
They could take that if they wanted. So you just hope that they respect your rights and don't try to mess with you.
That's why you keep
as far as
advocating.
other stuff like having a weapon to defend yourself, he's basically saying human beings being able to protect themselves and their families against people who want to harm
naturalized
them
right
is good. It's good that if someone breaks into my house and wants to harm me or my family, that I have a gun to protect myself and my family. That's good. But some people will.
I actually grew up in a household that was initially anti-gun.
Well, that's true.
Not anti-Second Amendment. Just didn't want to have guns in the house.
Myself, even though
now my dad's a gun nut.
Misuse that. That's pretty standard thinking on every other issue, right? Like we already talked about this the other day with cars. Keep in mind, if you got rid of cars, then there would be no more death by traffic accident.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so if you say, well, we think it's worth it to be able to drive cars and get around faster, we think it's worth it, even though there are deaths that are inevitably going to happen. What's that mean? You're saying you like death, you like car deaths, you're a fan of people getting killed by drunk drivers and killed in. No, I'm just saying that's something that happens if you have
a driver's license.
Drive. This can be in all sorts of other situations too. So every year a certain number of people die from the flu. Guess what? You could prevent all of those deaths from the flu. You could prevent all of them by making everyone live separately in plastic bubbles. So what's that mean? If you say, no, we don't want to live in plastic bubbles and we want to interact, and guess what? If we're going to die from the flu, then some of us are going to die from the flu, but you don't want to stop people from interacting and so on. So
yeah, cutting off socialization will just be worse.
No, you can't make us. We don't want to live
more
in plastic
mental
bubbles.
deterioration of the youth.
It's good that people die from these. No, you're not saying any of that. You're just saying sometimes you have things that are good, and yeah, there are some negative.
Even though my son's homeschooled, we still go to events. We go to weekly homeschool events,
and you've got tons of people saying,
lectures and stuff like that. Son goes to music class with the group. Like, we do group activities
There's
to
also a clip of that's going
socialize.
around of Charlie Kirk talking about his opinions on the word empathy, and let's just hear what he has to say.
The new communication strategy is not to do what Bill Clinton used to do, where he would say, I feel your pain. Instead, it is to say, you're actually not in pain. So let's just, very short clip. Bill Clinton in the 1990s, it was all about empathy and sympathy. I can't stand the word empathy, actually. I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage, but it is very effective when it comes to politics. Sympathy I prefer more than empathy. That's a separate topic for a different time.
Important. At the end, he says, sympathy is what I prefer more than the word empathy, because he feels like empathy is a word that's being taken advantage of, and it is. It is an overblown word. It is a word that has been, if we're going to explain that quote and what he was referring to and talking about, this idea that's been growing that we have to be empathetic of everybody. And there comes a point where our empathy clouds our judgment. There comes a point where you're so empathetic. Instead of just having sympathy for somebody, you're so like, I feel your pain and I don't want you to have pain. Here, just take anything. Where that ruins society. You know, something that I often think about is this growing hatred, like infighting within the LGBTQ community. And I'm not kidding you guys. There's growing faction of trans men who hate gay men because trans men are saying trans men are men. The only reason I'm gay, I'm sorry, all due respect to females out there, the only reason I'm gay is because I don't like women, like biological women. I don't like biological women. Trans
Thought you were friends with Brett Cooper, man.
men are biological women. Obviously, that's not going to work out. So you have some gay people like, you need to be empathetic towards these trans people and recognize them as a man that they are. We're different. And then people are like, well, that hurts their feelings. You're being transphobic. You're being a bigot. And what, like, it's being overused. It's being overused. Oh, well, we have to be empathetic towards Leah Thomas changing in the restroom and identifying as a female. Leah Thomas is walking into this women's locker room, slanging the elephant trunk all around, making all the women, biological women, feel uncomfortable. But people are using the term, oh, you have to be empathetic towards Leah. Leah identifies as a female. She's a female. That word is being used in a negative manner.
So he's pointing out that empathy is being used to basically to manipulate people.
Yeah, that's a manipulative word.
And what gets quoted from Charlie Kirk is, hey, not a fan of empathy. It's like a new age thing and so on. People say, you see, this man has no empathy and so on. He said, I prefer sympathy. So empathy is, if you're in pain, I somehow feel your pain with you. I somehow feel your pain with you. Whereas sympathy is, okay, I see you're in pain. I feel bad for you and I feel compassion for you and I'll try to help you with that and so on. But I'm not actually feeling what you're going through because you're a different person and in a different situation and so on. So I can tell you're in pain and so I feel bad for you. And I feel compassion towards you, but I'm not feeling what you feel. And so you basically had Charlie Kirk saying, no, empathy is that's what politicians are using to manipulate people and so on. And so not a fan and so on. But it's getting represented as just be completely merciless and heartless towards everyone. And then people going, aha, well, if he's in favor of being merciless and heartless towards everyone and never being concerned at all about other people's pain or misfortune, then by golly, why should we care about him getting shot? We should have no empathy, no sympathy, no compassion for him and so on.
That has so many bad takes.
I prefer sympathy and
just
compassion.
tasteful. Makes you almost want to throw open your mouth.
By politicians to manipulate people.
That's what all that was talking about. He appreciates and values the word sympathy. So people are taking this quote out of context and say, well, I don't have empathy for Charlie because Charlie doesn't like empathy. Look deeper. Stop listening to friend groups. Stop listening to tweets. Stop listening to TikToks. Like literally, just think deeper about these things, you guys. Think deeper. Think critical, and the truth will be revealed. Gay people.
Critical thinking is hard for some people.
And I just want to ask you, what do you have to say for people like me who kind of feel like, I guess, it's kind of hard for gay conservatives because there's not a lot of us. So, like, what do you have to say to other gay people who need to realize, like, they do have a choice?
Yeah. Well, obviously, he's going to say, you need to be stoned to death. That's what we hear from genetically modified skeptic.
Well, welcome to the conservative movement. I don't think you should introduce yourself just based on your sexual attractions.
No, I agree. I like
because that's not who you are.
I like to be thought of as a person, and
for sure, you are a complete human being, and I'm sure you treat people well, and you're studying something. So I want to get away with this idea that you're gay anything. I just think that we have gone a long way in the negative direction in this country, where we act as if the most important part of your identity is what you do in the bedroom. It doesn't mean that much to me, but if you ask from a perspective as a Christian, I don't agree with that lifestyle, but politics is about addition and multiplication. I imagine you agree with a lot of what we talk about.
Absolutely.
Right? Strong borders, strong country, and for that, we welcome you into the conservative movement.
Thank you.
Isn't that interesting? So not one word about stoning this guy to death. Well,
not one.
What was it?
Not one word of stoning.
We agree on strong borders. We agree on strong economy. We agree on all these things. His principle seems to be, and this is why people have a problem with it. We've all been programmed, and this is something that used to come up with me and AP because I'm a Christian and he was an atheist, and you'd have atheists saying, you would occasionally have Christians seem to come more from atheists, like, what are you doing? You're working with the Christians or the guys we need to marginalize and so on. And we're like, what are you talking about? We're sitting here talking quite a bit about Islam and other things, and we're on the same page on a lot of these issues. We're on the same page. So why wouldn't we want to? Because you disagree on this thing. People have been programmed that if you disagree, you
on
have
one
to
section of your life. Yeah, but
if you disagree with someone, that they're your enemy.
Yeah.
That is an idea which, if
That
it
is
spreads, and it
false.
has already spread a lot, that destroys society, right? Because one of the things that made Western civilization work was we got to a point where, hey, we're not going to kill each other over our differences. And hey, we can get along in spite of our disagreements and so on. And now we're being told, no, you either agree with someone on everything or they're your perpetual enemy. And you see Charlie, it's okay. So as a Christian, I would not agree with that issue. I would not agree with you on that issue, but I agree with you on this. So guess what? We can get along. It's not all about what we disagree on. There's what we agree on.
Yep.
That's kind of a division in society. You have the people who focus on the disagreements, and you have people who are focusing on the agreements. And Charlie was trying to focus on the agreements, and apparently that's not acceptable.
That's who they call homophobic. Oh, well, he said he doesn't agree with that lifestyle and he doesn't like gay marriage. That's fine. You don't have to think 100% with me on board, and just because you don't like what gay people do doesn't mean I'm going to write you off as a bigot, homophobic person, and then like boom, just not going to talk to you for the rest of my life. No. Do you have any idea how gay Turning Point is? With all due respect.
That'd be a funny little clip by itself, just taken out of context. Do you have any idea how gay Turning Point is? He's basically saying there are a lot of gay conservatives.
Yeah.
In
I believe it, because I think they've noticed the LGBTQ plus movement has
any idea how many
gone out of
have
hand.
been on Turning Point's platform? Like, I can't comprehend this idea that he's this homophobic bigot just because he is very fond of his religion and he doesn't think two guys should be able to get married. There's a lot of people that think that. I personally think the government should just be out of marriage completely. But again, I'm not going to write somebody off just because they have one opinion.
That's interesting. Say, he said, hey, I know Charlie disagrees with me on this, but guess what? I'm not going to write somebody off because they have a different opinion from mine, right? I mean, think this is weird, and this will come up more because they're going
I think if you want to get a social certificate of union or something like that from the government, leave marriage to the church.
Idea that you have to agree with me or
but I don't agree with
and not
lifestyle
what he just said.
by any means.
You're not my enemy just because we disagree on this.
I think it's destructive. I don't think it's beneficial really to
change one opinion
society and the way that a man and a woman is in marriage.
Very kind, very respectful, very opening to lots and lots.
Meaning reproduction.
That was the Charlie I knew. Everybody knew.
Like, you bump up those numbers, people. Bump up reproduction numbers for sure.
Out there, it was not that big of a deal.
Thinking of have one kid, have two. Thinking of have two kids, have three. Thinking of have three kids. Well, I mean, any higher than three, it doesn't really matter how many you have.
He's disagreeing with people, and he'll say it. He'll say, "Hey, I disagree with you on this, but we agree on all these other things." And he's extremely respectful. He's extremely kind. He's not insulting them, trying to embarrass or humiliate them. And it's still, he's still the bad guy. What do you mean? It means you just can't have you're just not allowed to have any difference of view. If you're saying about a guy who disagrees with you, but he's being as polite and kind as possible, and you're saying he's pure evil, what do you mean? It's just anyone who disagrees with you, you're going to call
You just don't like that he disagreed with your views.
No matter how compassionate
you don't,
no matter
you
how
don't
much,
like that he shattered your glass house.
with you in spite of your differences. They're just pure evil because they disagree with you. That idea is pretty much more toxic.
And the left is showing how evil they really are.
And as we can see, it is very popular.
I just want to say I'm a transgender male. What age should kids be able to get things like hormone therapy?
They showed it.
What's true, what's not.
Tell me, are you comfortable telling me your story?
I've known that since like 3rd grade, and I'm currently 19, almost 20. I've known basically since then. I didn't start going by like a different name until 7th and 8th grade. I just don't know, like, with the the whole medical stuff, like what's true, what's not.
I'm gonna let this person finish, but Charlie gets called a transphobic bigot. The crowds get called transphobic bigots. There's a trans person that went through that crowd is asking a question. No one's heckling them. No one's harassing them. No one's beating them. Charlie's sitting there being super respectful, hearing them out. That's all
Wants
he
to hear
ever
their
did, was
story.
to hear people out. Like he wasn't this radical person that was very mean and rude on campuses. No, he could get stern with people. He was matching energy. That's for sure. He matched energy. But this is who we're talking about as someone super transphobic.
It's helpful because I've heard so many different opinions.
First of all, thank you so much for that.
Yeah, of
and
course.
So I'm going to have an opinion that very few people will ever tell you, which is I want you to be very cautious putting drugs into your system in the pursuit of changing your body. I instead encourage you to work on what's going on in your brain first. I think what you need first and foremost is just a diagnosis. Just someone that is going to listen to what you've gone through, listen to what else is going on. My prayer for you, and again, very few people will say this, I actually want to see you be comfortable in how you were born.
Yeah.
I know that you might not feel that way, but I think that is something that you can achieve. I think that with the right team and the right people, you don't have to wage war on your body. You can learn to love your body.
That's
that means he's horrible, transphobic
It was
person.
beautiful what he said.
According to his critics.
That's the people. That's who someone that people are calling transphobic bigot. Someone like that, in an interaction like that. Respectful, calm, telling a person how they feel, wishing them the best, going about their day. There's another one.
You're part of the problem, I think, with the hatred on trans people. It's really not that deep. Like, if someone wants to dress up however they want, that's totally fine.
Okay, so
and I think
I'm
that's
not
where the
preventing
hatred
you. I'm
comes
not
from.
preventing you from dressing up like this.
However, isn't that weird? Says, hey, you shouldn't prevent me from dressing how I want. So I'm not trying to prevent you from dressing. I'm not telling you how to dress, dude. Anyway.
Let me ask you a question. I will
Go
flush
ahead,
this
go
out.
ahead.
So let's pretend you say you are a woman.
Yeah,
and
let's pretend.
I know you are a man, but I refuse to call you a woman.
Okay.
Who's the hateful one?
I would say you are. I mean, I wouldn't.
So
I
you're
wouldn't
gonna
appreciate
force
it.
me and shame
I'm not
me?
forcing
No,
you
hold
to
on a
do
second.
anything, man.
You guys catching this?
He's reversing it.
The guy says, you're trying to control how I dress. I'm not trying to control how you dress. Suppose I disagree with you and I am not going to call you a woman. Who's the hateful one? You're the hateful one. And wait a minute. So you're trying to control me. I'm not trying to control you. I'm not making you do anything. There's nothing right now I'm trying to make you do. I'm not trying to force you into doing anything. I'm not controlling what you call yourself. I'm not controlling what pronouns you use. I'm not controlling how you dress. I'm not controlling what your name is. I'm not controlling any of that. You're trying to control me, but you think I would be
Funny
evil
how
if I'm
simple
trying to
some of these
control you. I'm not
conversations
trying to
actually
control you.
are.
You're trying to control me and demanding I behave in a certain
Kind
way.
of sad
I
how
thought that
shallow
was
some
the
of
rule,
them
that
have
you
become.
just don't do that and it makes you evil. So what's going on here? Interesting point.
I'm the hateful one.
It's really just like common courtesy.
It is never
that much
common
effort?
courtesy to lie. You do
Okay.
not become a thing just because you say it, you are the thing. And
So-
guess what? Nobody in the history of the species that was born XX or born XY and transitioned is able to change their chromosomes. Every
Yeah.
one of your cells is coded either XX or XY.
But
And it
that's
is an
where-
insult to women everywhere in this audience and across the country that's saying that you could just have wear makeup and dress like a woman, undergo surgery, that you magically become a woman. And it is the abolition of women and is the abolition of reality.
That it can be hard to hear for some people. I will acknowledge that. But that's not transphobic. That's just the truth. There's a reason trans people exist. You have male and you have female. If you're transitioning from male to female, you're attempting to mimic the other thing.
Yeah, you're trying to
You're
mimic.
transitioning from male to female. Clearly, what that means is you were never that thing, and you're never going to be that thing. I have trans friends. Love my trans friends. They acknowledge that they're what they were born as. They acknowledge their gender dysphoria. They acknowledge the mental health things that they go through. And that's all fine and dandy. And I call them what they want to be called, but you can't force that on somebody. The only reason all this attention has been on trans people the last few years is because their involvement in transitioning minors and being involved in women's spaces.
This is an interesting point. So he's saying The only reason people care and are objecting.
I'm gonna see if I have another jug of tea. I'll be right back.
Instead of just being trans people and saying, hey, I'm a woman or I'm a man or something like that, is you started trying to do stuff with kids, and because you started saying we want to go in ladies' locker rooms and ladies' bathrooms and things like that and compete against girls and women in girls and women's sports and so on, that's why people started having an issue. It wasn't because, oh my goodness, this person was born a boy and then decided to be a girl. That's not the issue. If someone did that's been around a long time. Most people will be like, oh, okay, I ain't your boss. But wait, now you want to go into the girls' bathroom. Okay, that's a different story. That's a different story. You want to go in the girls' bathroom now. That's a different story. Or you want to race against a girl after you've gone through puberty as and become a man, and then you want to transition and race. And that's where people start having problems with it. And so, does that mean you're an anti-trans bigot? According to a lot of people, yes, but I have to say I'm not seeing it.
That's it. The two most protected groups of people in the world, really, for the most part, it's kind of like off limits, women and children. Trans people in the United States, the last few years, have gone after women and children. There's other videos on my channel that we've talked about this in great lengths, but this is a thing that actually has happened. This is why people have become so vocal. There's a reason we see gay relations in the United States completely getting positive and getting better, and it starts plummeting when all this stuff started happening, when trans women in sports and transing children. If we're gonna look at it from a different perspective, kids, they can't drink, they can't vote, they can't smoke. They're kids, they're not grown enough. So this thought and idea that you can give a 14-year-old a double mastectomy, and before you say, oh, it doesn't happen, Chloe Cole, it does happen.
It does.
Before you say it doesn't happen or that's wrong, these are things actively going on. I have all the books. I'm talking about book bans. I have all the books in my closet. I've read them all, the LGBTQ books that have been banned. It's literally corn giving instructions on how to
transition, gay sex, please yourself.
For sixth graders?
All kinds of stuff.
Again, I wasn't going to be sitting here being told how to think. I bought the books. You can buy them. You can look in them. And you can decide for yourself if you really think that's appropriate for 5th and 6th graders.
It's not.
But on the topic of trans,
absolutely
Charlie
not.
Kirk really stood up for the women and children. And he did promote the detransitioners because their voice matters too. It does. Especially when you're dealing with minors. Not adults. Minors. When you have this growing faction of trans people saying, hey, I was a trans minor and I made the wrong decision, at least wait till you're an adult. All of a sudden that's being considered transphobic and bigoted. I thought we're supposed to listen to them. Notice whenever you're being invited to hear another side, it's always a term for them. Oh, they're transphobic, don't listen to them. They're TERFs, they're anti-trans people, they're self-hating gays, self-hating blacks. What if they're just people with opinions? What about that? Racism.
Yeah, what Amir just said, that's basically my view. Like, I'm not your boss. If you're
gonna do it, you're gonna do it.
You're a biological male and
be
you
an
wanna
adult.
wear a dress or whatever. I'm not your boss. If you ask my view, you can ask my view. I don't know why you'd care what my view is, but
you don't want to
category
know.
once you start messing around with women or kids. Trying to bully women as far as sports, or trying to spread certain ideas to kids and stuff. All of a sudden, that's
heinous.
That becomes a problem. And he's pointing out that's the real source of any sort of hostility or something towards your group. So basically on the trans issue. So you can have people who actually believe that you can be in the wrong body, right? So that they believe that, hey, if you feel like you're in the wrong body, then you are just in the wrong body, and we need to make your body line up with how you feel, even though how you feel might change 5 years later. But we're just going to change your body.
I feel like Adam
with how
Sandler.
you feel. So you have people who actually
sometimes.
believe it's like you're actually in the wrong body, and when
Hey,
you
we get a
respond to
perm.
that. Then you have other people who view it as like a mental problem, like it's you have a mental defect, right? Body dysmorphia. Well, notice if you think someone has a mental defect, you don't normally hate someone for having a mental defect, if that's how you regard it. You don't normally, oh, I hate you because let's say you're anorexic. Let's say you're anorexic. You think you're fat and you're not, and you're like 60 pounds and you're just a skeleton with some skin on you, and you're saying, I'm too fat, I'm too fat, I'm too fat. You don't normally, oh, I hate you for thinking that there's, your body is not what it is. It's like you don't normally hate people for something that you think is wrong with them. Well, that would be true even if you think that that trans people have a mental problem. That's not something you should hate someone for. Even if you shouldn't hate someone for that sort of thing. But if someone starts saying, "Hey, I want to go in the girls' locker room and stuff," and it's like, I'm not sure about that, then you're going to start getting people who want to stand up for women and children and so on. Or if you're like, "Hey, I'm this and I want to go. I want a room full of kids to read this new book about masturbation." Okay, now we really, really, really don't trust you. But that's the source of a lot of hostility. But it's weird. What's weirdest to me is this obsession with people forcing people to agree with you. Like, it's not just you believe you're a woman. It's you demand that I say it and I agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
That's the weird part. Like, why are you obsessed with making
You
everyone
can't demand me to agree with you on that.
Like, let
You
me put it
can't
differently.
demand that I agree with you
someone
on
is
anything.
anorexic, right? They somehow look in a mirror and they see a fat person, even though they're extremely skinny and not healthy because of how skinny they are. They look in the mirror and think, I'm too fat. Again, there's no reason you should be hostile towards a person for that. But suppose they said, oh, and you have to agree with me that I'm too fat. You have to say it. Say it. Say I'm too fat. You say, well, I don't think you're too fat. I think you're way too skinny and you're like destroying yourself here. Say, no, say I'm too fat. I don't think you're too fat. I don't believe that. I don't want to say it because I don't believe it. No, say it anyway. Say I'm too fat. That's just weird. That's weird. Or like Michael Jackson. Remember Michael Jackson? Remember Michael Jackson kept getting nose jobs throughout his life. So he had a wider nose when he was young, and then before like Thriller came out, he got a nose job, and he looked different. And you didn't find out until later when people who knew him explained it. They said his dad the entire time they were when he was a kid, his dad always called him Big Nose. Hey, Big Nose, Big Nose, Big Nose, Big Nose. His dad called him Big Nose as an insult. And so he just grew up wired to think that his nose is too big. And so first he got it narrowed a little bit and stuff. But then as he continued, he kept getting it smaller and smaller until it was like a weird little point. And I've heard, I don't know, it's confirmed that by the end he didn't have any nose. He had like a prosthetic nose. I don't know if that's true, but I know his nose kept getting smaller and smaller and smaller until it was this weird little point on his face. Now, if you were talking to Michael, you wouldn't want to be hostile towards him for that, right? Like, hey, you were like traumatized as a kid by this name that your dad was constantly calling you and stuff. And so every time you looked in the mirror, you saw your nose is too big and you wanted to keep changing it. Imagine he was like, you're talking to him and he's like, say my nose is too big. It's like he's got this little point left on his. No, I don't want to say your nose is too big. Say he's got to say it. You got to say it. You're hurting my feelings. You're basically genociding me if you don't say my nose is too big. It's like what? Why? Why are you obsessed with me saying this? Anyway, those are kind of the issues. One, when you start, once your position is used to bully women or mess with kids, or you're trying to force other people who don't agree with you to say what you're telling them to say, that's when you get the problems. So I just drop those issues. And guess what? People wouldn't have nearly as big a problem with you anymore. Anyway, I've got the issue of racism now.
Here in the wealthiest country ever, at an amazing university with all the opportunity imaginable in front of you. And all you want to do is look backwards at everything that prevented you when you are a glaring example that there is no systemic racism and you can actually achieve your wildest dreams.
Whoa, I never said that. Hey, I'm not the only black person who exists out there. There's so many people who this culture is affecting to this day.
Do you know black Americans are the richest black people on earth?
What statistic
Africa.
is that? Okay, I need you to pull that up like right
Fine,
now.
you can. Black Americans per capita on average.
Can you pull that up?
I'm hosting an event right now. I don't know what to tell you, but anyone can fact check me on this. So you cannot find a black majority country or any country where black people have significant representation where they are as wealthy, because even the poorest people in America are in the top 5%, the top 2% of wealth around the world. And so my whole belief is stop acting like you're a victim and start making better choices.
That's not racism. I am my ancestors' dream.
Yeah.
I'm in the deep south, Tennessee, I don't know, 40, 60 feet, probably above tons of my ancestors that were slaves hundreds of years ago, living their dream right now.
Being
I am
able
my
to talk
grandfather's dream.
to everybody.
Who could not speak openly like this. Who actually dealt with the Jim Crow laws. Who actually dealt with the real racism. I'm afforded every opportunity any white person is in this country right now. Are there economical differences? For sure. Are there some systemic things that we can get into? For sure. But I'm not going to sit here and act like I don't have it better than every other generation of black people that have come before me in this nation. I have it better. We all have it better. We genuinely do. I don't understand how people can sit here and call Charlie Kirk a racist when even back in 2018, 1920, hosted events like the Young Black Leadership Summit where he would...
Catch that? It's Charlie Kirk hosting the Young Black Leadership Summit. That's weird because he's apparently a white supremacist, according to what I've been hearing. Anyway, weird stuff.
In this country right now. Are there economical differences? For sure. Are there some systemic things that we can get into? For sure. But I'm not going to sit here and act like I don't have it better than every other generation of black people that have come before me in this nation. I have it better. We all have it better. We genuinely do. I don't understand how people can sit here and call Charlie Kirk a racist when even back in 2018, 1920, hosted events like the Young Black Leadership Summit where he would take 200 to 300 young black people all across the United States, invite them to DC, invite them to meet the president, invite them to the White House, invite them on this journey in this conference to learn more about the black history in this nation from other black people, to hear about stories that aren't taught in schools, to see a different side of our past as victors and not victims. You know, being a part of founding organizations like Blexit, where they are active in a ton of different states, in a ton of low-income black neighborhoods, giving young black kids mentors, school supplies, rides, field trips, events, block parties, that man. But people just want to say, oh, he was racist because he said this one thing. That's not how this works. You're allowed...
Racist because he said, stop thinking of yourself as a victim. It's not good for you.
Mm-hmm.
Have an opinion. You're allowed to say things. And also, you as a person watching this video, you're allowed to fact check everything for yourself. You're allowed to think deeper and think critical about the things that are being said.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay for you to do. And the things Charlie Kirk often talked about blew my mind, especially on the topic of race. Because as someone, again, who was in the streets marching with BLM, crying my eyes out because of the pain that I felt being a black man in America and a gay man, double marginalized, double victimized, and going to these events and meeting these people and talking to these people and realizing, wow, actually, I don't have it that bad. You could have told me 10,000 black people were being shot and killed by the police, unarmed. In most years, more people are being struck by lightning than black unarmed men are being shot by the cops. That man, Charlie Kirk, was not a racist man. Affirmative action.
And that's true according to everyone who actually knew him. So it's just weird. Just weird when you have someone and I mean, think you've got black people, black gay people, and they actually know him, and they're like, this guy's not a racist, and he's not a homophobe, and he's not anything. He disagrees with us on some stuff, but that's actually fine. He's still willing for everyone to work together and so on. When you got everyone who doesn't know someone and they're saying one thing, and all the people who know him are saying the opposite, you might want to listen to the people who actually know him. Earlier, we were talking about internal versus external locus of control. Manipulators want you to have an external locus of control. So locus of control is what's controlling your situation in life. What's in control? Is it external to you? So other things out there like Jews or something like that, they're in control? Or are you primarily in control? Now keep in mind, reality includes both. There are things that are beyond your control that affect you, and you obviously get to make decisions and so on in your life. And so it's where's the primary? What's primarily responsible for your situation in life? And manipulators want you're way better off if you have an internal locus of control. In other words, if you believe that you are primarily responsible for your relationships, for your economic status, for your happiness, and so on, you're way, way, way better off if you have an internal locus of control. Because when you don't like something, okay, I can change it because I'm the one who's responsible. I'm the one who's deciding these sort of things. If I don't like the way something is, I can change it. I have that ability. If you believe that what is controlling you is outside of your control, you kind of feel helpless. You feel helpless about it. Now, manipulators want you to have an external locus of control. If it's a man who's manipulating a woman, his girlfriend or something like that, he manipulates her, then he wants her to believe that however things are going for her, it's based on him. It's based on him because that keeps her obsessed with pleasing him and doing whatever he wants and so on. Politicians, including entire parties, want you to have an external locus of control. What political parties and so on will do is, hey, you know how stuff sucks for you? It's not your fault. It's the system. The system is rigged against you. The system is rigged against you. But guess what? You can't change the system. You can't change the system. You're powerless against the system. The system is too big.
Like me, so I can help change it for you.
Politicians. And therefore, you can't change it. You're helpless. You're completely helpless. All you can do is vote for us. And we're the ones who will deal with this for you. We're the ones who will fix this. So you, poor individual, there's nothing you can do except vote for us, and that's the only hope you have of changing because everything's beyond your control. The only thing you can do to change anything is vote for us, and we'll deal with it for you. Now, what's creepiest there is if the popularity of your political party is based on you being the solution to people's problems, them viewing you as the solution to their problems, is it actually in your best interest as a politician to solve those problems? Why are they voting for you? Because you're the one who will fix all the problems that they're powerless to solve for themselves. Do you, as a politician, actually want to solve those problems? Why would they vote for you after that? If you solve the problems, why are they going to vote for you next time? No. What you do is you keep them believing that you're fighting against it, but it's going to take a long time and they just need to keep voting for you every election and so on because you'll eventually solve the problems and so on. And that's how they keep you completely under control. Now, we just saw we saw Charlie talk about this in the context of Jews and believing Jews are in control of everything and Jews are behind everything and so on. That's not good for you to think like that. If you got problems in life, don't blame Jews. Don't blame anyone else. All you have to do, you should be focusing on what can you do? What can you do to change things? That's what you should be focused on. Here you have a young black student, and he's talking about systemic racism. Guess what? There are racists, and there are problems with the criminal justice system, all kinds of things. There are issues that need to be improved over time. Guess what? They do improve over time, right? They do improve over time. We do fix them over time. I'll just say, and this isn't just a black and white thing. This could be an economic thing. Let me just say, if a senator's son, or the president's son, because you had Hunter Biden, but if a senator's son or president's son gets caught with crack, that is very different from if they catch some random poor person.
Yes, it is.
And I'm just saying this because I've been locked up. My brother's been locked up. We've been through the system, and we were basically what's considered a trailer park trash, right? We're from the trailer park in West Virginia, from a West Virginia trailer park. They treat you differently if you're poor from the West Virginia trailer park and you go to court, you have a public defender instead of like a fancy lawyer and stuff. They do. It's a fact. They treat you differently, and there's going to be a seriously different outcome. If you come from a wealthy family, not only do you get a better lawyer and stuff, they just treat you like there's more hope for you. Like, oh, we need to help you get back on track because you made a mistake. We'll help you get back on track. If you're in a different category to them, we need to lock you up to keep you away from society because you're bad. And so you do have all sorts of issues that are messed up, that are problems with the system. With all of that said, however, you are massively better off if you do not view yourself as a victim. So again, the example was a young black college student. Guess what, guys? They'll do the same thing with white people. Hey, everyone's turning against white people. Everyone's mad at white people. Everyone's hating white people. Well, there are lots of people who hate white people and are mad at white people and are saying mean things about white people and so on. Be careful of viewing yourself as the victim who relies on politicians and so on to get you out of that situation, or to fix that situation for you. Because once you have absorbed that idea, I am a victim, everyone is against me, and the only thing I can do is vote for the right politician who's going to come and fix these things, they've got you. They own you after that. Because it's hard to break away from that. It's really hard to break away from that. But again, guys, whatever. So again, reality-wise, some people are in rough situations due to circumstances that are outside their control. Guess what? Even in a scenario where you've just been crushed by life. So you grow up and your mom's a drug addict and stuff. My mom was a drug addict. She died of an overdose and so on. But bad situations that you don't have control over and so on, you are still massively better off if you do not view yourself as a victim of things beyond your control. You are massively better off. You say, you know what? That's that person. That's that person. That's that person. That's all beyond my control. But what I do and how I react to things and how I live and how hard I work, that is all under my control. So how things are going to turn out for me, that is under my control. And if there's something in the system that's going against me, you know what? So what? I will overcome that. I will crush that. I dare you to get in my way, because I will crush every obstacle that comes in my way, and I will succeed at what I want to do. You're way better off at that. So be careful, guys. Be careful of people who are telling you you're a poor, helpless victim who depends on someone outside of you. That's a manipulator telling you that.
See a black person in a position, or minority or whatever, the assumption is that that person is not qualified, when literally, and you have to be qualified in order to even to get in that position.
Well, so let's take college admissions. So this is a great example. At Harvard, we learned, because of new revealed documents, that black students were having test scores that were 30 to 35% lower than their white counterparts.
Okay.
And so therefore, if you saw a black kid at Harvard, it's a fact that they were not having the same test standards as their white counterparts.
Still doesn't matter. The kid.
We'll go ahead and we'll let this finish, because this is on this is on the DEI stuff.
Yep.
There's more. I've got a link to the full video. He continues.
Watch that video.
There's a couple of extra topics.
Once David finishes up the stream.
We'll wrap up at this point, and then I'll take the super chats and stuff. But let's see what he's got here.
Has to get through. He's got to get through the classes, do the tests, do all the research.
Well, and they actually drop out at a greater rate too. But the point being is just the idea that they were there. Number one, took a spot from an otherwise qualified individual that might be white. and they were not there on the same merits. So what we want is the same rules for everybody.
You're making the assumption that they're not qualified in order to get in. In order to even get there,
It's not
be
the assumption,
considered.
it's the data. So for example, it's literally at Harvard, you had kids with perfect SAT scores, perfect ACT scores that were white.
So that makes a degree from Harvard worthless then.
Well, like, you're exactly right. Yeah, actually, Harvard's degree is becoming more worthless because it's more race-based than merit-based. You're exactly right.
Affirmative action in a nutshell. Oh, well, Charlie Kirk was against affirmative action. That means he's racist. Oh, there's tons of black people against affirmative action as well. I don't need you to lower my test scores because that's even more racist. I don't need you to lower my test scores to give me a chance to get into college. Don't you want to feel like you earned your spot? Don't you want to feel like you worked hard for something? Why would you want to get a handout? Why would you want to just be given, hey, you black, we're going to enter you into Harvard because you got a D. Even though these white people are getting A's, I know you're not capable of getting an A, and we need more blacks at our college. So we're just going to go ahead and accept you in even though you have D's. Do you not find that disrespectful?
He said D's.
If you're a black...
If AP was here, he'd be making D's nuts jokes because that's his childish mind.
Person watching this and you're studying super hard and you get into Harvard, don't you want to feel like you got into Harvard because of all the work you've been putting in and not just the color of your skin? That's why a lot of people are against affirmative action. They don't want these handouts. They don't like that this is the thing. You're making the assumption, no, it's actually real stuff that has been going on. Real stuff, you guys. That is okay to call out. It is. So before people go shout from the rooftops, oh my gosh, this is horrible, this is racist. It's not. It's actually racist in reverse. I think some of these affirmative action things being put in place is actually racist. Critical race theory.
Okay, y'all can.
All right, so now he's getting on to critical race theory. Again, I have the link to the full video in the description box.
We're going to go over to that here. I think he's only got one super chat.
Again, if you're here late, that video is a good video to share. Multiple people asking, what can we do? Because people are just continuing to completely misrepresent Charlie and what he believed and things he said and so on. That video there is a good video to share. It's a little on the long side. If you want, you can cut some little pieces out for individual videos. But I would encourage people to just learn the point, and then when someone says something that's false, if someone has a legitimate criticism, keep in mind, Charlie's not perfect. So there are always, of any human being, there are going to be legitimate criticisms and so on. But yeah, if someone's saying something false, then
which I see a lot more false than I do like legitimate criticism.
Let's see. I think I already quoted this one. These latest events have strengthened my faith. How unfortunate it takes such a horrific event to do that. God bless David and keep up the good work. Yeah, we check that out. Do you think the far left or Islam is a bigger threat to Christianity? I don't think that either one of them
they go
is
side
an
by
actual
side.
threat to Christianity by themselves. It has to be combined with kind of weak Christianity, right? Like, Islam is so incredibly weak. You could shatter it. I mean, you could shatter it. It's so
Both
weak
are
and
glass
pathetic.
houses.
We just don't. Who's that on? That's on us. The far left, you've seen it. They don't have a lot of relevant arguments to make, and when they actually debate their views, keep in mind, I'm not talking about left versus right, just politically and so on. You have plenty of sane people on the left. You have plenty of sane people on the right. So when we're talking about the far left, they have really, really weird ideas. Those ideas do not stand up to scrutiny well. That's why they keep having to get violent. Islam and these far left ideas, they only spread rapidly in the West if you do not have a strong Christian population to oppose them. So the real threat is a weak Christianity.
Yep.
And that's why you want a strong Christianity to oppose these things, and that's what Charlie was focused on doing. And that's why he got shot. Wouldn't it also be because certain people position themselves as the good guy in a way that would make people who don't agree with them evil? I'm not sure exactly what this is a reference to, but yeah, that is a thing. So I'm the good guy, and obviously, if I'm the good guy and you disagree with me, then you're the bad guy there. Can you review Randall Rouser's videos on Kirk? Probably not. Randall Rouser's just terrible. I mean terrible. The idea. I would almost rather read the Quran for fun than watch a Randall Rouser video. That should tell you something. Love Spencer Clavin, Douglas Murray, and Dave Rubin's work and do not agree with their sexual practices. What do you know? We can disagree and not burn with hate. That's true. In fact, I mean, that's probably the biggest point to absorb is we do not have to agree on everything in order to get along and work together for something. D. Wood, would you say the radical left is similar to Islam in some ways? The biggest parallel is that they're destructive forces in a society, right? In other words, they're trying to tear it down. They want to tear down so they can build something else that they want to replace it. That's the biggest parallel, and that's why they work together. That's why the far left and Islam work together. It's because they're both hell-bent on destroying what's there to replace it with something else that they want. Michael Knowles made this point when the three-pronged hate groups of Islamist leftist groypers hate a person, good evidence that a person is pretty great. Yeah, I have to, that's actually a good sign, right? Like when you see someone and you see, here's all the people in groups who are attacking that person or that idea, and it's communists, socialists, jihadis, and groypers. It's like, that's a pretty good sign that it's a pretty good sign that whatever they're attacking is actually
something right.
2 Muslim furries tried to blow up a news car. Wait, what? 2 Muslim furries? What? Oh, I don't want to look it. I don't want to look it up now. I'll look it up afterwards. But yeah, that sounds pretty weird. David, I saw a video of a black woman saying to not stop at Charlie and go after his grandmother, go after the people that raised him, and so you have all sorts of creepy people, like the clip we watched from that woman who sounds like a witch. It's, hey, we're just getting started. Really stupid. These people are only able to hold their weird views because they live in a society that won't kill them for those weird views, and they're the ones advocating killing people over their views,
even though it's a glass house.
They do not realize what they're doing. It's like teenagers who run around going, anarchy, man, anarchy. You kids would not make it in an actual anarchy. You would be crushed. You would be destroyed. You are not the strong ones who would survive in anarchy. You're only able to go around anarchy, cool, man, anarchy, because you live in a society that protects you while you say stupid, idiotic things. And same with the others. He's done a reaction video of Fuentes on the black community. Yep, I'm pretty sure he agreed with Fuentes, but Charlie is a saint in comparison to cookie oven jokes. Yeah, you got the cookie oven jokes. Do they not see how weird and evil their party is? They are obsessed with death and mutilation. That is weird. Not good things to be obsessed with. The 1927 Art of the Treachery of Images that says in French, this is not a pipe. Don't separate a thing from its objective meaning. That's a good idea. This is not a pipe. GMS, so that's genetically modified skeptic, is an inbred product. That's why his generation got mod. Thomas Sowell wisely said regarding social issues that there are no solutions, only trade-offs. The trade-off of gun ownership is that the benefits outweigh the costs. Same for medicines, cars, etc. Yep. Thomas Sowell is also the one who said, and he said this back in either the 80s or the 90s, but he said, we've spent the past 30 years We spent the past 30 years replacing what works with what sounds good. And again, we said that way back in the 80s or 90s, but now we've had several more decades of the same thing. Replacing what works with what sounds good. You got some professor on a college campus or even some student on a college campus, and this sounds good in my head. Let's sound good in my head. Therefore, this is the way things are. It doesn't actually work in real life. You had things that worked in real life and say, no, get rid of those things. Let's replace them with these other things that don't work, but they sound good in our heads. Some stuff needs to stay in people's heads and not actually be put into the real world. It surprises me that people don't bring up psychopathy. There are way more psychopaths than people think. So basing your much of your ethics off of empathy, then blaming others who lack it seems odd. Off topic, tell me if I should ask another time. Do you have favorite books or resources to help one get the gospel right and other beliefs for Christianity? Yeah, I do have some. I do have some favorite books and so on. Actually, putting together a list. This will be up. When are we doing this? Logos asked me. So Logos, that's the Bible app and so on. They asked me to put together a list for like bundle of my favorite books on various topics and stuff like that, so that people who want like my favorite reading list of my favorite books and stuff, they will be able to get those through Logos, and it'll just be, here's all the stuff I recommended and stuff. But yeah, I would say as far as getting the gospel right, I would say
Logos.
Read the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Read the book of Acts, where you'll see the apostles going out and preaching the gospel. And you go to the letters of Paul, at least read the book of Romans. So Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Acts, and Romans. Go with those. It's good to keep reading and so on. But I would say learn those books well, and then worry about other books to read. Usually I'm asleep at stream time, not tonight. Thanks for your work, D. Wood. Been reading the book of Hosea lately. Feels apropos for our wacky society. Yeah. I've actually wanted to make a video going through that and pointing out some of the interesting things, but haven't got around to it yet. David, did you get your doctorate in philosophy before or after jail? You were already interested in religion, so why did you choose philosophy instead of religion? Yeah, so I'll give everyone the timeline. So I got locked up when I was 18, then got out, then got locked back up when I was 19, got sentenced to 10 years in prison. This was the old law. Under the old law, it's not this way anymore. Under the old law, for every 30 days you didn't get in trouble, they'd give you 30 days of what's called good time, meaning they're taking 30 days off your sentence, and as long as you continue not getting in trouble, you keep building that up. They could take that away from you anytime if you get in trouble, right? In other words, if you're 3 years into a sentence, you also have 3 years of good time. So that's 6 years off your sentence. But if you get into a fight or something like that, they can take away your good time. They can take away your 3 years of good time, and then you have to serve 3 years. So it was a pretty big incentive to behave. They actually screwed that up. They took away most of the good time, which so there's not nearly as much incentive now to be good. But so I had a 10-year sentence, so I served a little over 5 years. So got locked back up, got sentenced when I was 19, so got out when I was 24. Headed to college. That's where I met Nabil and so on. I was already interested in philosophy because I'd read several of the dialogues of Plato, and I'd read some stuff by Epictetus. He was a Stoic, and Marcus Aurelius. I didn't like Marcus Aurelius. They were both Stoics. Marcus Aurelius and Epictetus were, I think, the two last of the great Stoics. I loved Epictetus, didn't like Marcus Aurelius and so on. But anyway, I was reading philosophy back then, and I was a biology major in college because I was interested in science. Was required to take a philosophy course just as a gen ed, but just realized that I'm interested in philosophy. So that's just, I was just way more interested in philosophy than lots of other topics. It's like foundational, right? It's like foundational, like clear thinking and so on, understanding how arguments work, figuring out how you get to the truth and so on about various things. And so I knew I wanted to do something in apologetics, but philosophy is a pretty good foundation for apologetics. I know Charlie's death didn't affect you with your sociopathy, but is there any part that bothered you? If not, what would it take to bother you? I don't even know what if you mean bother me emotionally, I'm not aware of anything that would bother me like that. I can know that something's wrong and want to do stuff about it and fix it. But yeah, if you mean bother me emotionally, that doesn't bother me. Things can tick me off and make me enraged, but there's no bad feeling. There's no, oh, this bad thing happened to this person and this is making me feel super sad or something like that. There's nothing like that. Things can tick me off. But yeah, so I don't, if you're using bothered like I think you're using bothered, then I lack that part of my brain. Left equals progress, right equals personal accountability. You know, it's weird. As far as like, I'm not talking about conservatives versus progressives. I'm talking about conservative as far as a force, right? Don't think about conservatives like conservative politicians or something like that. And don't think of progressives as the progressives. I'm talking about conservative as like a force for conserving what works in society. And progressive,
conserving ideology.
don't think of that as progressives. Think of that as a force for progress, You want both of those forces in society. You want both of them. You want to conserve things that you got right and things that work well, and areas where there are problems and things aren't working, you want to make progress in those areas. So you want both those forces working together and sort of just making society better. You're conserving the things that work well. You're making progress in areas where things aren't working so well. You want both those forces. But if they become like detached, and start going after different things, that's when things start breaking down. According to Muslim source, Mo was born on the year of the elephant. Thus, his love of the elephant trunks from the Al-Zut. Yeah, it's funny because Amir there, he referred to trans athletes walking into the ladies' locker room with elephant trunks swinging. You think people in USA will wake up or more violence? I think both. I think you'll get more violence, and I think you'll get people waking up. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. A simple saying back then, but now words are violent. Yes, and since words are violent, then when people are speaking words that you don't like, violence is the appropriate response. That's why things are bad right now. People have been trained out of what we... Well, if you're old, if you're young, you probably never even heard that. What we heard when we were growing up back in the 80s and 90s and so on, we heard that. Sticks and stones. Hey, don't let words hurt you, man. Don't let words hurt you. Now,
yeah, we
if
heard
you say
that
something
too.
that hurts my feelings, it's literal violence against me, and I'm justified in killing you. Rough times. But hopefully people are catching on. That's one of the good things is... as far as America, you saw Amir talking about, hey, you can point out something wrong in society. I cannot ignore the fact that I've had it better than all of my ancestors. What's that mean? It means that situations are improving. And guess what? Even if you're looking around and seeing all sorts of problems in society around you and all kinds of things going wrong, that is the good feature of the system as we have it, is when something goes wrong, when there are problems, we can actually work to fix them. There are places in the world that are incredibly hard to make any progress because there are people who are glued, absolutely glued to some defective way of doing things, and they don't allow anything to change. So take Afghanistan, right? Once you go full Sharia compliant, it is very hard to break away from that sort of thing. And there won't be any progress. There won't be progress in Afghanistan until they find a way to start breaking away from that. But notice everything you hear coming out of Afghanistan is just how things are getting worse. Why are things getting worse? Well, because they're trying to go back to trying to make everything basically what you'd find in 7th century Arabia.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why Islam is called a retrograde force. It's the creator. The message of Islam really is the creator of the universe is absolutely obsessed with everyone walking, talking, living, breathing, thinking, eating, even going to the bathroom.
7th century.
7th century Arab.
Yep.
It's what the creator of the universe is obsessed with. And so it's a retrograde force. Christianity is a positive force in society. Wants to preserve the good and fix things that are wrong. So on. So anyway, that's why you see people from the Muslim world constantly wanting to move to Western nations. You just got to show them the real source of why things didn't work in the places they came from. All right, everyone. Thanks for joining. Again, definitely want to share
Thanks, DW.
Amir's video
Twitch stream.
wherever you can. Finish
We're
watching
gonna
it.
watch
'Cause
Amir's video. We're gonna finish it. How much should we watch? Let's see. Trans racism. He stopped on the affirmative action part.
Not a racist man. Affirmative action.
If you see a black person in a position, or minority or whatever, the assumption is that that person is not qualified. When literally, and you have to be qualified in order to even to get in that position.
Well, so let's take college admissions. So this is a great example. At Harvard, we learned because of new revealed documents that black students were having test scores that were 30 to 35% lower than their white counterparts.
Okay.
And so, therefore, if you saw a black kid at Harvard, it's a fact that they were not having the same test standards as their white counterparts.
Still doesn't matter. The kid has to get through. He's got to get through the classes, do the tests, do all the
Well,
research,
they actually
pass
drop out
everything.
at a greater rate too. But the point being is, just the idea that they were there, number one, took a spot from an otherwise qualified individual that might be white. And they were not there on the same merits. So what we want is the same rules for everybody.
You're making the assumption that they're not qualified in order to get in. In order to even get there,
It's not
be
the assumption,
considered.
it's the data. So for example, it's literally at Harvard, you had kids with perfect SAT scores, perfect ACT scores that were white.
So that makes a degree from Harvard worthless then.
Yeah.
Well, you're exactly right. Yeah, actually, Harvard's degree is becoming more worthless because it's more race-based than merit-based. You're exactly right.
Affirmative action in a nutshell. Oh, well, Charlie Kirk was against affirmative action. That means he's racist. Oh, there's tons of black people against affirmative action as well. I don't need you to lower my test
Doesn't
scores
want the
because
handout.
that's even more racist.
Doesn't need.
I don't need you to
More
lower my
racist.
test scores to give me a chance to get into college. Don't you want to feel like you earned your spot? Don't you want to feel like you worked hard for something? Why would you want to get a handout? Why would you want to just be given, hey, you black, we're going to enter into Harvard because you got a D. Even though these white people are getting A's, I know you're not capable of getting an A, and we need more blacks at our college. So we're just going to go ahead and accept you in even though you have D's. Do you not find that disrespectful? Do you, if you're a black person watching this and you're studying super hard and you get into Harvard, don't you want to feel like you got into Harvard because of all the work you've been putting in and not just the color of your skin? That's why a lot of people are against affirmative action. They don't want these handouts. They don't like that this is the thing. You're making the assumption, no, it's actually real stuff that has been going on. Real stuff, you guys. That is okay to call out. It is. So before people go shout from the rooftops, oh my gosh, this is horrible, this is racist. It's not. It's actually racist in reverse. I think some of these affirmative action things being put in place is actually racist. Critical race theory.
Let me tell. Okay, y'all can laugh, but until you have walked as a black person on this campus, y'all truly don't understand.
CJ, come here. Really quick. I have a question. Come here. Go right there. So CJ, just really quick. You're a black person. Are you hunted at the university?
You know, I don't feel hunted at this university, but I guess the difference between me and some people here is that I don't choose to be a victim, Charlie, which I think is the biggest problem we have here today are people who wake up every single day looking for a reason to be oppressed, looking for a reason to cry and make an excuse about why they're not in a position to go win. I don't see the color of my skin as a disability. I see it as simply an accessory that I couldn't control. I've been black all my life. I've been black today, and I'm thriving here. I think that's a roll tide right there, right? I don't know.
And so, CJ, let me ask you, CRT, racist?
It's not just racist. It's the exact iteration of white supremacy, just in reverse. I think it's important that we start teaching young people not to hate other people because of the color of their skin. We can teach black people to be proud of who they are without telling white people they should be ashamed of who they are. You know?
Amen. So, closing thought, CJ. Is this trying to divide the country?
It's not only trying to divide the country, it's trying to break apart the foundation upon which it was built. You know, people forget the words of MLK, Rosa Parks, all those people who fought so hard for us to be united country, where we didn't see the color of one's skin, but their character. This is about taking us away from the vision and the dream of Martin Luther King and just taking us to the dream of Kamala Harris, and I don't want to live that dream.
Amen. CJ, you're a great American. Give it up for CJ, everybody. So good.
That is my friend CJ Pearson. Shout out to CJ. Incredible video. That sums up really well how Charlie Kirk and a lot of other people felt about critical race theory. And it's fun. It's interesting, you know, that black girl that started off the video. You know, if you were black on this campus, you would see how we really feel. We have to stop speaking on behalf of everybody. We do. Because that quick, there's another black person, another student at that university in that audience that said, I'm having a different experience than you. I love it here. I'm thriving here. Mindset matters a lot, you guys. And on the topic of critical race theory, we're allowed to teach black history. We're allowed to, it's American history. We're allowed to teach those things. I never understood this concept of
I don't know why
critical
it's
race theory,
separate.
focusing on race and Black History Month. No, we don't need it. Just incorporate a black American and black history into our nation's history and teach it all year round. I don't need a separate month to celebrate my race. I actually think it's racist to reduce my lineage and my family's American history to 1 month. It's just American history, and we can talk about it, we can teach about it without teaching black people to be victims, that they're owed something from white people and have white people feel bad for being white because of what happened in the past. It's the past. I don't have to feel bad about it because things have changed. Again, I'm my ancestors' dream. I'm afforded every right they wish they had. They can't even fathom the life I'm living right now. They can't. So on the topic of critical race theory and using that to call Charlie racist, kind reminder, there are tons of black people who are against critical race theory too. So you're gonna sit here in front of my face and all these other black people's face and call them all racist and they're race traitors and they hate themselves? Or you're gonna have critical mind.
Yep.
You're gonna think hard about this and really think, damn, what are some other perspectives on critical race theory that must not be hearing? What do other black people have to say about critical race theory? What was Charlie Kirk really saying about critical race theory? What was so hateful that people think, but then also so many other black people loved? Look into it. Illegal immigration.
I don't like your t-shirt. I'm an immigrant. I don't understand why you would want to deport some of my friends and family who have been working hard in this country.
What's your name, sorry?
I'm Claudio, sir.
Yeah, Claudio. And this is just a thought exercise, but it's very revealing. You are king, and you find out that there are 30 million uninvited people in your country. What do you do with them?
I try to find the most humane way of sending them back to our country. But first of all, I want to say
that's what we're doing.
Wait,
that's what we're doing. So what country did you emigrate from?
Are you gonna like discriminate against me?
No, I'm gonna do the opposite actually.
I'm Mexican.
But you came here legally, correct?
I did.
You followed the rules. The people that you know didn't follow the rules.
True.
So I divide America not into Hispanic and white, into rule follower and rule breaker.
Yeah.
And so when someone breaks our rules, there must be justice done. And the most humane way is you go back to your country of origin.
Some of my boys, like, they're being like persecuted, like back home, them and their families, like they're like in like drug related like wars and violence, and the only way out is if they escape and they break the American law, but that's the only way they're gonna survive.
If that is correct, we have a special asylum status that they could seek legally at a port of entry, that they could go through a whole process.
Yeah, but if they're being persecuted, wouldn't it be justified to cut the line?
No. If we all of a sudden say that if you have a lot of gang violence and issues, I mean, like, we have a lot of gang violence and issues. Like, what are we talking about here?
True.
You have to draw the line. If your plane is going down, what do they tell you to do first? You put your mask on first. It's the same way as a country. We need to put our own oxygen mask on first, and then we can worry about helping other people.
That's it. It's that simple. It's nothing race related. It's literally rule breakers and rule followers. We're talking about a man who threw Latino retreats, you guys. We're talking about someone that promoted so many different races and ethnicities, including Hispanics. Again, like the guy brought up, he said, okay, well, isn't it justified for them to cut the line because of how much heartbreak and all the things they're going through in Mexico? No. Because if that was the case, we take in the whole world. There's so much corruption in this world, you guys, it's not even funny. And if we were to take that all in and accept everybody's breaking the law, what do we become? The reason people want to come here in the first place is because of how hard, for the most part, America stands on business. For the most part, we follow the rules and we follow the laws. These countries that people are fleeing from, cartels, drugs, corrupt politicians, it's all lawless. But again, for the most part, America has some structure, and we have enough structure to where people want to come here. They're breaking in. That's how good and how many opportunities are afforded here. The same group of people saying, I hate America, down with America, this is horrible, it sucks here, are the same people defending the people breaking in to get here. If it's really that bad, why are you telling them not to come? This is a great country to be in right now. And we also can't sit here and hip and holler and cry. Oh my gosh, our infrastructure sucks. Healthcare sucks.
I think people are definitely saying lies, and it needs to be addressed. I think this guy's doing a very good job of addressing it.
And just keep funneling in all these different people and give them resources. Why are we there's so much happening in our country.
Charlie Kirk challenged people's ideas.
No reason to kill him. Broken the law, broken into this country. Broken the law. Dude, they broke in the country, giving them monthly stipends, health insurance.
I think it was respectful in the way he conversed with people, and that was good.
In our own city, and our own citizens are dealing with crap right now. At some point, when are we going to put America first and take care of ourselves? That's all that is. We're talking about legal immigration is fine. But illegal immigration? No, we can't have that.
Can't deal with it.
The ICE raids or any man, these people they're ripping people from their families. If I'm driving drunk with kids in the back seat, I'm being taken away from my kids. So I broke the law. As a parent, breaking the law with my children is incredibly irresponsible, no matter how much violence I'm fleeing. Come in the right way. That's all anyone is trying to say. And the ample
you rob a store because your family's starving or whatever. Not that you need to in the United States. You're still gonna get charged the same charge, no matter if your family's starving or if they're not.
Abortion.
Everybody, do me a favor. Please be respectful, okay?
Before we begin, everybody be respectful. So we see what this person looks like, and you would think, oh, they're gonna get beat by MAGA people and so judged and harassed. And no, it actually turns out to be a very productive and nice, calming debate. Not even debate, just conversation. But this is who they got rid of. The man that starts off a college debate. Everyone be respectful.
Hello. So I have a few leading questions before my main one. Because I have to be honest, I don't really know that much about you. So would you say that you're very...
I love this interaction so much because I applaud this woman that instead of going to her friend groups, she went to Charlie. She saw this event, stood in line at that event, and waited to ask a question because she wanted to go right to the source. Amazing.
For sure.
Very religious.
I am religious. However, every one of my political positions is defensible from a non-religious perspective.
Okay, great. So I was under the impression that your beliefs on abortion were stemming from your religious beliefs.
Well, at the core, that is correct, but I can get that it is defensible from using reason and prudence, as I have done the last couple of
Cool. So you're not trying to illegalize abortion based on the Bible?
Well, no, not based on the Bible. My personal conviction comes from the Bible. I want to make abortion illegal because it is the only applicable extension of laws we already and standards we already have in the West. Correct.
I'm sorry, can you maybe rephrase that?
Eliminating abortion is the only logical step while we apply the standard we already have in this country to unborn life. So we have murder laws.
Yes.
Therefore, murder laws should apply to unborn life as it does to born life.
Okay. So, again, reiterating, you're not trying to instate laws based on Christian beliefs because that would be unconstitutional, right?
Well, again, Sort of, but no, I am not using scripture to defend my beliefs. However, my personal convictions start with scripture. But
I wasn't sure. My love. Looking for the remote. All right. Love ya.
the political views that we're talking about here are all defensible using reason and Western tradition.
2 points to this, because abortion argument isn't always about religion or God. There's a lot of agnostic people and atheist people who also do not like abortion for this very simple reason that nothing's consistent. You can have a pregnant woman driving to the abortion clinic to get rid of a baby and it's fine. But that same scenario, if she gets T-boned and killed, the person driving will get charged for double homicide. Like, how come this mom with the life inside of her can go to the clinic, get rid of it, it's fine, but if someone killed her, it's double homicide because there's two people? How come it's considered a separate person sometimes, but not? You know, it's like when you have someone at 7 months getting an abortion, boom, it's fine. But if you have 7 months, have the baby, and they kill that baby, that's murder, and the mom's going to jail. It's just strange. Nothing is consistent. You know, the whole abortion argument's a separate video. But off the bat, I can tell you, there's two sides that are just going at it from two completely different angles. There's a side that's like, well, it's the mother's body. And there's people down here saying, well, it's the baby's body. And that's the big difference that, you know, we see happening. But again, the abortion side, that conversation, that debate, it's a whole, that can go on for hours if we wanted it to.
So
yeah, it's a difficult conversation to hold.
That's all I needed to know, that you weren't trying to instate laws based on Christian beliefs, because I would not be able to support anything that was so blatantly unconstitutional. But thank you for clarifying that for me. I had a whole thing ready, but I guess that wasn't necessary. Thank you so much.
Well first of all, just tell me more about how you view politics, or what. Is that okay? Or if not, like, and feel free to walk away. I'm not here.
Maybe not in this crowd.
That's okay. Thank you. What's your name?
My name is Archer.
Archer, thank you for coming up, and I hope you have a great day.
Thank you so much. Thank you for clarifying.
And let me just say one last thing. I could tell you probably have a negative impression of Christianity, maybe. I hope one day we can earn back your support to making Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior. I'm sorry if the church has failed you in that way, because I do have strong religious convictions and beliefs, and there is a God who made you and loves you, and he sent his son to die for you.
Her name is Mom.
Okay, well, thank you. I do appreciate the candor and the courage to come up here, but we will pray for you. Thank you.
Okay. I can't get out.
Thank you, Archer.
Super nice. Like, that is so wholesome. It really is. And on this topic of abortion, like I said before, there's so much debate around it. But just because you have someone like Charlie Kirk that is very against abortion, let's just
definitely changed a lot of people's lives and a lot of
people bring up how he said, you know, he would be against abortion, and people should give birth if they're pregnant, they need to go full term. That's something that I even disagree with Kirk on. But at the end of the day, he's allowed to have that opinion. And doesn't deserve to be assassinated for that opinion. Why Charlie debates?
I go around universities and have challenging conversations, and because that's what is so important to our country, is to find our disagreements respectfully, because when people stop talking, that's when violence happens.
I've never seen someone do this.
Well, it's a growing trend because people like me are facing violence, assaults, the left. Yes, the campus Antifa. I've been stormed out of restaurants. I've been assaulted publicly, multiple death threats.
Okay, so what's your goal in all this?
There's more people that agree with me than some people would actually believe, and they come out of the woodwork when I do stuff like this. We record all of it so that we put it on the internet so people can see these ideas collide. When people stop talking, that's when you get violence. That's when civil war happens, because you start to think the other side is so evil and they lose their humanity.
That is why I do what I do. That's why Charlie did what he did. That's why Candace does what she does. That's why Brett Cooper does what she does.
Although I don't really
There's
like
so
Candace.
many. Amala, there's all these content creators.
Love Brett.
It's why we do what we do.
Charlie
Specifically,
Kirk
the
or
political, cultural commentators who are very, very
Ben
loud.
Shapiro's sister.
You know, about similar topics that Charlie would oftentimes talk about, because it's important to share your voice. It's important to share your beliefs and have rational and calm conversations. Heavily important.
Yeah, for sure.
And it is, sadly, the left that causes a lot of destruction and harm and threats. You know, I've talked about in length my journey from the left.
Their
to
goal
the right.
is silence and no
When I was on the left,
counterpoints.
I had all my friends on the right, and they always talked to me. They always had conversations with me, and that's all it was, and we were still friends. When I made my way over to the center right, all my friends on the left kicked me to the curb, called me all the names, called me all the slurs, called me self-hating black, self-hating gay,
Victim.
wrote me off, kicked me out of friend groups. When I think about all the death threats that I've ever gotten, when I think about all the comments that I've been hurled and things people have said about me, said about Charlie, said about my friends, it's insane. It's insane. And it's all from the left. It always is. Yeah, there's some people leaving the right, but that's why you see this mass exodus of people leaving the left.
Yeah.
It's just violence. It's just destructive. It's just shutting down people nonstop.
Chaos.
It's hippo haranguing over someone's death.
Demonic.
This is bigger than just someone shooting someone. This is... We've never had something like this happen. A public assassination at his event to this caliber since, honestly, Martin Luther King Jr. If we're talking about someone who had a pull and a pulse on the political conversations, the culture conversations at that level, yeah, that's Charlie Kirk. He wasn't a nobody. By no means. The work Turning Point Action does, it's insane. The amount of people Charlie put on, the man's reach was insane. And what happened to Charlie Kirk is an attempt to shut down all the voices like him. And it's only going to amplify them even more. I'm more fired up than ever before. I'm precautious. I'm precautious. But I'm more fired up than ever before, because we cannot live in a world where everybody thinks the same and everybody's scared to talk or scared to get canceled, or like, we cannot live in that world. And it is sad, it is unfortunate that in all my life, the most vile thing that have ever been said to me, about me, has been from the left. The things we go through, you guys, and I'm saying we, like, you know, obviously the content creators, but the things you go through for just sharing your viewpoint. Do you see what's happening online and how cruel people are being? Saying people against gun violence, which Charlie Kirk was against. He's never been for gun violence. He acknowledged that it will happen sometimes, but he's never for it.
Yeah.
Applauding it. The amount of people it blows my mind. The amount of people calling for more people to do it to other people. All the stuff popping up on campuses and the things making, like, it's... Do you really want to be associated
Kill all
with
Charlie
that?
Kirk on a statue.
Really?
It's sad.
Is that who you're a part
I
of?
hope they found that graffiti artist and jail
No.
him for terrorist threats.
No. Can't allow yourself to do that. Like, look at this.
Just be a lesson to all those other conservative freaks, those little weirdos with podcasts. Just know your necks are on the line. Your necks? No. Your necks.
People are making lists. People are talking about other people are next. Anyone that's more conservative and outspoken needs to be shut down. You need to be put on a list, need to be taken out. Have you really lost the plot? You're so far gone where you think it is justified to eliminate someone for thinking differently
The
than you.
left is, sadly.
Have you in fact, have you lost your morality? Have you lost your sense of humanity to go that far? To where you think, yes, anyone who thinks differently than me deserves to be eliminated. Like, I've seen some people's true colors the past few days. We all have.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want any part of that. I don't.
So far, I've seen videos of just the left being pro-unaliving political opponents. Whether that be Trump, J.D. Vance, people celebrating what happened to Charlie Kirk today. It's just disgusting behavior.
Yep.
The fact that I have been a part of the left for 7 years, I never thought we'd get to the point where I would have to look at my own party and be like, oh, hold on, I can't support you anymore because everything that you are doing right now is against your political viewpoints and your values and beliefs. To sit here and promote gun violence against your opponents is wrong. And it arguably makes you worse than the other side because you're basically saying these people deserve to be unalived because our political beliefs are more important and should stand and should have more value than a human life. Ooh. Yeah, that doesn't sit right with me at all.
And I'm gonna make a separate video on this, outlining all the people who are leaving the left after this event and have waken up and the things that they're going through and experience. I'll be having another video documenting that. But this is so important that it's happening because you don't see this on the right. Are there fringes? For sure. But this topical, this mainstream, like on college campuses,
It's
on
not
every campus,
mainstream
handing out
at
flyers.
all.
Yeah, I'm glad he's dead.
Go around interviewing students on campus and them celebrating it.
I don't understand it. It
Somebody
makes
had
me
to do it.
uncomfortable. It makes me sick. It's been a very interesting last few days. It really has. But I know how my journey online got started. I know all the events that I've gone to and have been invited to. I know the conversations that I've had with Charlie. And I know that all this did was push me to be even louder and make more content and know that I'm on the right path. And I hope
You just start
and I'm
shortening
honored-
these live streams down and putting them up on YouTube.
by the messages
I'll let
that I've
people tomorrow
received
often do that.
of humbly the impact that I've had on some people and them speaking out too, and it's great. And I have to say, rest in peace to Charlie, because a lot of that did start with him.
Much
to me.
love.
Him,
For his family.
notably,
For him.
also Candace
Many
Owens
prayers.
and Brandon Tatum back in 2018. They did a lot for me, said a lot to me, and I am here now today, loud and outspoken, because of the stuff that I've learned and what I've experienced and gone through, and the motivation and drive from them. So I'm thankful for that. And with that, I'm just gonna leave this video off with that hope you just go out there and get the news media for yourself. Do not allow yourself to be told how to think. Knowledge is amazing. Learning new things is amazing. Ignorance is amazing. Ignorance, the lack of knowledge, it's so awesome because it allows you to learn something new. Like if you're ignorant on a topic, it's like, great, I have the opportunity to learn something new. And always in life, there's lessons. You're either going to learn something new or you're going to teach somebody something new. That's exciting. Think for yourself. If anything, just be independent. Don't allow yourself to be led by your friend groups, by your favorite influencers or creators. Think for yourself, please. Please. So major thank you to Charlie Kirk, Turning Point USA, Turning Point Action, Turning Point Events, all my supporters, friends, family. Thank you guys a ton. Love you guys a ton. And we'll catch you in the next video.
Yeah, it's the age of critical thinking, and it's the information age. Information is at everybody's fingertips. I encourage everybody to do their own research, to look into things, to ask questions, especially about some of these ideologies that are trying to be pushed that have no substance. All these glass house theories that get broken with one stone, and then these people get upset about it. It's look into them, look into the stats that Charlie's used and talked about, or just investigate. Be curious. It's a good thing. It's a good thing to wonder and to look into things. Even though it might be scary that some of your truths might be proven wrong. It'll make you grow as a person, though. But anyway, I'm going to be signing off for the night. I appreciate everybody for showing up and chit-chatting a little bit and hanging out to watch the video with me, and we'll be back maybe tomorrow night if I don't feel like editing. If I do, I probably won't be on, but if not, I will see you on Tuesday. Everybody, God bless, and have a great night.